Gu Yunyun woke up to the pain in her chest and the cry of an infant not far away. Before she could open her eyes, scenes flashed through her mind like a slideshow. It was as if the life story of someone was being narrated. It felt like a dream, yet the pain in her chest and the crying at her ear gave her an indescribable sense of reality. This dreamlike, yet real feeling drove her, forcing her to first break free from the memories of the woman who shared her name. When she opened her eyes, what met her gaze were the broken tiles that had endured countless storms and the grayish walls that had lost their original color. There was also the hard little wooden bed beneath her, covered with a worn straw mat, and the thin quilt full of patches that covered her. Besides these, the entire room only had a worn-out wooden wardrobe missing a leg standing in the corner, and a small table leaning against the little wooden bed used for storing odds and ends. Everything before her matched the scenes that emerged from the memories of the woman who shared her name. It truly was a home with nothing but four bare walls. A month ago, when the portable space containing a spirit spring and many cultivation classics suddenly appeared, Gu Yunyun had sensed it early on and hastily followed the example of the heroines in time travel novels, quickly selling off all her assets and exchanging them for various supplies. Besides food, there was also a fair amount of gold, silver, and even weapons. All were put into the space. In her spare time, she would take out the cultivation classics from the space and read them. Unfortunately, before she could start cultivating, she suddenly arrived in this Lingbao continent, a remote small village called Qingchuan Village in the Tianqing Kingdom. As for how she got there, she had no memory. Gu Yunyun scratched her head, unable to recall anything. So she gave up thinking about it. After all, in her original world, there was nothing left for her to miss. From the moment she woke up, the crying beside her had never stopped. Gu Yunyun accepted the fact that she had time traveled. She reached out both hands and picked up the crying infant beside her. Supporting the baby's body with one hand, she began to unbutton her clothes. Perhaps because she smelled the milk, the baby's crying suddenly grew louder. She seemed impatient. As a single young woman who had been single for nearly 30 years, Gu Yunyun had once longed for a child. But after a self-deprecating laugh, Gu Yunyun pulled herself out of her memories. Now she was no longer the original Gu Yunyun. Living a second life, she would never be as pathetic as her previous life. Holding the baby, she entered the space. She drank a large bowl of spirit spring water. Her current body was indeed too fragile. It had been taken by a high fever. But since this body was now hers, she would certainly not let it remain so fragile. "Wanna wake up? We're home. Uncle needs to decoct medicine for your mother. Get down first and play in the yard. Don't disturb your mother's rest, understand?" Hearing the commotion outside, Gu Yunyun quickly came out of the space with the baby and opened the door. "Yunji, wait." Looking at the little boy in front of her, dressed in a short jacket, sallow and thin, small in stature, it was hard to imagine that this child was already 10 years old. On his thin shoulders, he carried a thin little girl about 1 or 2 years old. The newcomers were none other than Gu Yunji, her younger brother, and her daughter, Xiao Qingwan. Ever since she was driven out of her husband's family, Gu Yunji had taken her and the children back to their maternal home. Today marked exactly 1 month and 1 day. Now the little baby who had eaten his fill smacked his lips and fell asleep peacefully. This baby was born on the day they were driven out of her husband's family. As soon as Gu Yunji heard Gu Yunyun's voice, he stopped in surprise and joy. "Sister, you're finally awake. Has the fever gone down? I'll go decoct the medicine for you right away." Seeing that Gu Yunyun could already walk on the ground, the stone in Gu Yunji's heart instantly fell. He ran over, gesticulating, and without a word reached out to feel the temperature on Gu Yunyun's forehead. He remembered that his sister used to be a decisive and assertive person. But after marrying into the Xiao family, she seemed to have changed into a different person. Not only did her personality soften, but she also lost her former vitality. After her husband left, she became listless. A few days ago, when she was about to give birth, she was driven out by her black-hearted in-laws. During the postpartum confinement period, she unfortunately caught a cold and developed a high fever. Even after taking several doses of medicine, there was no improvement whatsoever. Even the village doctor had determined that his sister would not live more than 3 days. Unexpectedly, after only 1 day, she had miraculously woken up. It was really heaven's blessing. If his sister didn't get better, he really wouldn't know what to do. The family's silver had already run out. During these days, besides taking care of his sister and his nephews, he had been copying books day and night to earn money. But no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't fill this huge hole. He had even incurred a lot of debt. But he had no complaints. Yoonji, your sister is fine now. Come in first, I have something to tell you. It's a relief you're okay, it's a relief. He gently patted the still sleepy Xiao Qingwan, put her down, and followed Gu Yunyun into the house. Yoonji, your sister has finished her month of confinement now. You don't need to worry about me anymore. But as for yourself, these days have really been hard on you. Your sister is really useless. Not only can I not share your burden, but I've even become a burden. From now on, I will earn money to support the family. In a few days, when I earn some money, I will send you to the town school to study. Gu Yunji waved his hands casually, not caring at all. He didn't think these days had been hard at all. On the contrary, he felt a little sweet. After his father left, he was the only one left to guard this empty little broken house. Only after bringing his sister back did he feel that this empty little broken house had regained its vitality. Even when he was woken up in his sleep by the crying of his little nephew, he didn't find it annoying at all. On the contrary, he found the sound extremely pleasant, full of the vitality of life, and the motivation for him to keep striving. He did not refute Gu Yunyun's proposal to send him to town to study. He just silently stared at the little nephew in Gu Yunyun's arms. Seeing that Gu Yunji was not speaking, Gu Yunyun took it as tacit agreement. She didn't say anything more, picked up the things Gu Yunji had just put down, and went into the kitchen. Looking at the medicine packets Gu Yunji had brought back, Gu Yunyun felt a warmth in her heart. How long had it been since she had felt this kind of family care? If she thought about it carefully, it was really distant. After an almost imperceptible sigh, Gu Yunyun cheered up again, looking through the family's food reserves while planning for the days ahead. After Gu Yunyun left, Gu Yunji snapped back to reality. His face was full of smiles, but if you looked closely, you could see tears glistening in his eyes. It was good. His sister had finally come back. Gu Yunchun had always been quick and efficient. Although this was her first time cooking and doing household chores with the original host's memories guiding her, she was neither flustered nor at a loss. In no time, she had prepared a complete lunch. She even added some spirit spring water to the dishes. Yunji, come eat. Gu Yunji had long caught the aroma of food wafting from the kitchen. The taste was familiar, much like what he remembered, yet he could not quite pinpoint what was different. Rubbing his eyes, Gu Yunji hurriedly rose from his bedside, calling out as he excitedly ran toward the kitchen. On the table sat only a plate of wild vegetables and a small pot of thick white porridge. Looking at the modest meal before him, Gu Yunji could hardly believe his eyes. Every dish radiated an intoxicating fragrance, each one relentlessly tempting the hungriest cravings in his belly. Gu Yunji knew all too well what their kitchen typically held. This meal must have consumed their rations for the next 2 days. Yet he said nothing. His mind was consumed by how to earn money, how to earn more. Yunji, stay home this afternoon to study and keep an eye on the 2 younger ones. Everyone is busy harvesting now, so no one will be hunting the wild rabbits and pheasants in the mountains. Sister will go try her luck. Don't worry. As long as I am here, you will never go hungry again. I will find a way to pay off our debts. Sister will go try her luck. Don't worry. As long as I am here, you will never go hungry again. I will find a way to pay off our debts. Watching the bright smile on Gu Yunchuan's face, Gu Yunji nodded with a smile of his own. Right, his sister had returned. As he ate, Gu Yunji made a silent vow within himself. He would study diligently and ensure that in 3 years' time he would win himself an academic degree. He would never let his sister down. From then on, they would no longer need to worry about their daily meals. Little did Gu Yunchun know at that moment how profoundly her words and actions that day would shape Gu Yunji's future. After the meal, Gu Yunji cleared the bowls and chopsticks. Only after leaving the Gu residence did Gu Yunchun see the entire property, a small weathered house that had clearly endured countless years of wind and rain standing before her. Amidst the earthen-walled, thatched-roof houses of eastern Qingchuan village, the Gu family residence, though dilapidated, still revealed traces of its former grandeur in the details at its foundations. The houses on the eastern side of the village were mostly decades, if not centuries old. They naturally paled in comparison to the grand new blue brick tiled roof homes that dominated the western side. In her memories, her former in-laws' home lay squarely in the western part of the village. The Xiao family was not wealthy, but they at least had a couple of blue brick tiled roof houses. For the Xiao family who had driven out the original host and directly caused her premature labor, Gu Yunshun held nothing but distaste bordering on outright disgust. But for now she preferred not to dwell on it. Solving their immediate needs for food and clothing took priority. As for revenge, it was never too late to begin. They all lived in the same village. How could she possibly fail to find the right moment? She remembered clearly how she had been mistreated at the Xiao household. Just as Gu Yunshun followed the familiar path through her memories toward the river, she suddenly heard a very familiar shrill female voice. Gu Yunshun, you cursed jinx. How are you still alive? After bringing death to your own parents, you went and killed my third brother-in-law. You should have been reaped by the king of hell long ago. You are nothing but a plague spirit. Why didn't you die instead? What face do you have to keep living in this world, you worthless slut? Along with that piercing voice came countless small stones, each one seemingly guided with malicious intent, hurtling straight toward Gu Yunshun's face. The source of that voice belonged to none other than Xiao Lili, Xiao Qingwan's youngest sister, and Gu Yunshun's former sister-in-law. Before those stones could strike her face, she darted aside with ease, catching each stone one by one in her outstretched hand, without missing a single one. This scene left Xiao Lili, her face contorted with venomous hatred, frozen in shock, and the women squatting by the river washing clothes stood completely dumbfounded. Shortly after Gu Yunshun married into the Xiao family, she became pregnant, only to give birth to a girl. This deeply disappointed the Xiao family matriarch Meng Guizhi, who valued sons over daughters. With her husband absent, she was bullied mercilessly even during her confinement period. And then there was the third son of the Xiao family. He walked out of the village alive, but returned only with a few tattered clothes and a string of copper coins. When a person dies, it is like a lamp going out. Meng Guizhi had always ruled with an iron fist, whether within the Xiao household or throughout the village. But with her son dead, the old woman lost her means of intimidation. In a fit of furious shame, she blamed everything on Gu Yunshun, who was about to give birth. Without a shred of familial loyalty, she cast out not only Gu Yunshun, but also her unborn child and her 2-year-old granddaughter. If Gu Yunji hadn't arrived in time, both mother and child would likely have perished. Yet the child possessed remarkable fortitude. At just 10 years old, thin as a chick, he foolishly boasted that he could support their entire family. Could a single child truly sustain a household? While everyone present stood stunned, the stones meant for Gu Yunshun's face flew back along their original path, pummeling Xiao Lili from head to toe. Oh dear! How unfortunate! Sister-in-law, I merely blocked them reflexively. Please don't take offense. Isn't this merely returning the favor? Having said this, Gu Yunshun appeared to suddenly remember herself, chuckling as she revised her words. Actually, my husband fell in battle, and you expelled me from the Xiao family. Therefore, I can no longer claim the title of elder sister-in-law. Moreover, as you yourself said, I am a plague god, a cursed star, your Xiao family's bane. Among all these stars and deities, wouldn't that make me divine? And can someone as ordinary as you dare to insult me at will? While speaking, Gu Yunshun leisurely paced toward Xiao Lili. Far from displaying anger, a faint smile played across her face. Her steps only ceased when she stood barely a breath away from the other woman. She reached out and gently removed the stones clinging to Xiao Lili's hairpin, then casually brushed the dust from her head without a hint of distaste. Leaning close to her ear, she whispered softly, "How could I let you off so easily? Besides, you should know best what kind of person I, Gu Yunshun, truly am. If you have forgotten, well, I suppose I will have to trouble myself to remind you of your childhood memories." Xiao Lili stared into Gu Yunshun's innocent face, mere inches from her own, her eyes widening as if awaking from a nightmare. Those eyes swelled with boundless, surging hatred. Her body trembled uncontrollably, shaking like a sieve. She stood frozen, unable to utter a single word, her throat caught. Gu Yunshun was thoroughly satisfied with Xiao Lili's reaction. The smile on her face deepened further. "You vicious woman, can you not even tell a kind word from an insult? Or are you simply heartless? My third brother's bones have barely turned to dust, and yet you can still smile." Xiao Lili trembled, glaring at Gu Yunshun through gritted teeth, nearly shouting these words. Upon hearing this, Gu Yunshun merely smiled dismissively. "I thought your Xiao family wouldn't know what bones still warm meant." Otherwise, how could you ever drive out a woman about to give birth and her 2-year-old daughter? How could you be so merciless? The onlookers knew well enough that the Xiao mother and daughter were difficult to get along with. Xiao Lily's mother, old Madame Xiao, was nothing short of a mad dog, unreasonable and biting at anyone she met. Had her reputation not been so rotten that it stank throughout the surrounding villages, Xiao Lily would not have remained unmarried at nearly 18. That's right. Young Miss Yunyun speaks the truth. This was clearly the Xiao family's wicked deed. Your son has just died, and you cast his own child out of the house. Are you not afraid of retribution? How dare you twist the blame onto us? Aunt Lu, who had long been disgusted by the Xiao family's conduct, stepped forward. Setting down the clothes she had been washing, she strode forward, and without a second word used her sturdy frame to shield Gu Yunyun behind her. Isn't that the truth? Young Miss Xiao, it's not this old woman speaking ill of you. Look at yourself. You're nearly 18, and not a single matchmaker has ever graced your doorstep. Surely you know this yourself. Would it not be better to stay home, a proper young lady, helping with household chores in peace? Instead, you imitate us gossiping old women. You only have yourself to blame for remaining unmarried. The onlookers held Aunt Xiao in low esteem. Seeing Lu and Yang take the lead, they naturally joined in stepping forward to add their own words. At that moment, the village chief's wife, Wang Xianglian, also arrived on the scene. The crowd fell silent at once. Young Miss Xiao, it's not Annie being harsh, but listen to what the other women are saying about you. Recently, the scandal involving the Xiao family had rocked the village and even reached the town, making a laughingstock of her husband in the eyes of neighboring village chiefs. All the shame had been brought upon them by the Xiao clan. Now at last she had her chance, and she intended to make the most of it, laying into the girl thoroughly. Gu Yunyun saw that Aunt Wang had arrived as well. Her heart grew heavy with vexation. She had not come out today to quarrel with anyone. She had only intended to drive Xiao Lily away. But things had spiraled beyond her control, and there was no way out for now. All she could do was stand silently aside and listen to these aunts defend her honor. After all, Xiao Lily was merely a girl in her teens. In a contest of wits and sharp tongues, she stood no chance against these women in their 50s and 60s. Moreover, even the village chief's wife had shown up. Every word spoken pierced straight to her heart, leaving her utterly defenseless against their scolding. Unable to retort, she turned and sprinted home as fast as her legs could carry her. It was quite satisfying to watch. Miss Yunyun, I thank you all aunts and elders for standing by me. Thank you for speaking on my behalf. Aunt Lu waved her hand magnanimously. What good is this? It was nothing but a few careless words. In matters of arguing, I, Lu Xianglan, have never backed down. Not just this Xiao girl. Even if her mother, old woman Xiao, showed up, I wouldn't fear her in the least. I'd scold her just the same, haha. Aunt Wang gently took Gu Yunyun's hands in hers, gazing at her with tender compassion. Good child, you've finally escaped that den of wolves. Alas, you've suffered enough. Seeing Aunt Wang's hesitancy to speak further, Gu Yunyun's heart swelled with mixed emotions. Indeed, she had finally escaped that den of wolves. From the riverside to the edge of the back mountain in Qingchuan village, the journey took about 15 minutes on foot. Walking along the mountain path, listening to the chirping of insects and birds, and breathing in the rich fragrance of wild fruit carried on the air, Gu Yunyun's mood slowly shifted from vexation to contentment. Perhaps because no one had come to harvest during the busy farming season, many fruits had rotted on the ground. Such a waste. Occasionally, she would see small animals emerge to feast upon them. The moment they caught sight of movement, they would bolt away. Gu Yunyun found this amusing and did not mind in the least. However, before long, the woodland creatures erupted into chaos. Whispers spread throughout the forest that a ruthless figure had appeared on the mountain, destroying several rabbit warrens in one go, and even causing young wild boars to go missing from the herds. In no time, every creature in the back mountain forest was seized by terror, fearing they might be next. Yet at that very moment, the instigator themselves, Gu Yunyun, was leisurely strolling through the mountains, munching on freshly picked wild fruit, as if wandering through her own backyard. Carefree and content. After circling the mountain for a good while, as she began her descent, Gu Yunyun had gotten a clear sense of where the game was distributed. If only her body were not so weak currently, and if she had more strength to carry everything back, she would have taken far more. Moreover, she had lingered on the mountain too long, and it was already growing dark. The children were waiting at home. Still today, she must make the most of it. To avoid suspicion, Gu Yunyun gathered what she could find, selecting a few plump rabbits from the warrens she had captured and placing them in a woven rattan basket. She covered them with branches and leaves and stuffed some wild fruit on top. The remainder, those fruits, rabbits, and even the wild boar, she stored away in her spatial realm. Carrying the basket down the mountain, she felt wonderfully lighthearted. Meanwhile, Gu Yunji saw that dusk was approaching. Worried that his sister had not yet returned, he feared she might have encountered trouble. He paced anxiously near the doorway, unable to spot Gu Yunyun anywhere. Restless and uneasy, he ultimately decided to go out and search for her. The two young children at home were too small to be left alone, so he could not bring himself to leave them unattended. He went next door and asked Aunt Lu to keep an eye on them. Upon hearing that Gu Yunyun had not yet returned, Aunt Lu grew worried as well. That morning she had seen Gu Yunyun heading toward the back mountain. Could something have happened? She dared not voice her fears to Gu Yunji, but hurriedly agreed to help. She immediately summoned her two sons to join Gu Yunji in the search. At that moment, Gu Yunyun had just arrived at the small river at the village entrance, the very place where she had encountered Xiao Lili earlier. Whether it was ill fortune crossing paths or Xiao Lili lying in wait, she had scarcely arrived before running right into her rival again. Gu Yunyun sighed inwardly at the wretchedness of it all. Before she could even speak, Xiao Lili, who had been rendered speechless earlier that day, seemed to have forgotten the entire incident completely. Setting down the clothes she was washing, she shook off the water and trotted over with false warmth and familiarity as though they were close friends. Sister Yunyun, why have you returned so late? It's nearly dark. How dangerous it is for a young woman to wander about alone. Gu Yunyun gazed at Xiao Lili, utterly at a loss for words. Xiao Lili, are you out of your mind? There is only the two of us here. You need not pretend to be such a virtuous person for show. Or perhaps you were so shaken this afternoon that your mind has simply broken. I have no time to waste prattling with you. Speaking these words, Gu Yunyun directly shook off Xiao Lili's hand and shot her a disdainful glance. Grabbing her basket, she strode straight toward the eastern side of the village. Seeing that Gu Yunyun was ignoring her, Xiao Lili did not grow angry. Instead, she pressed closer, persistent as burdock clinging to cloth, refusing to yield. Oh, what? Now you think you can play the innocent? Today at noon, you made me suffer such humiliation. Am I, Xiao Lili, someone to be bullied so easily? Xiao Lili, anyone with eyes can see who caused trouble today. I was simply walking along the road in peace when you suddenly sprang out at me, hurling insults at me, calling me a broomstick and a plague spirit. And now you dare to act as though you are the wronged party. The sky grew ever darker. Croaking frogs rang out from the paddies at their feet, while cicadas atop the great tree behind them buzzed incessantly. Occasionally, the distant bay of a dog echoed through the evening, one bark after another, grating relentlessly upon her ears. She had children waiting at home and could not afford to waste any more time on pointless matters. Seeing that Gu Yunyun was determined to leave, Xiao Lili hastily reached out and grabbed her basket. If not for the humiliation she had suffered there today, how could she have dared to come out washing clothes only after dark? And upon returning home, she had been soundly beaten by her own mother. Now seeing Gu Yunyun act as though nothing had happened made her blood boil. She would surely make Gu Yunyun pay for this. She wanted to see exactly what was hidden in that overflowing basket. What are you doing? In broad daylight you dare to snatch others' property. Gu Yunyun glanced sharply at Xiao Lili. So what if I do? You are my third brother's wife. Even if you have been cast out of the Xiao household, your belongings still belong to the Xiao family. As a daughter of the Xiao clan, what could I not take? Unless you have a guilty conscience. Afraid to show me because you fear I might discover that what lies in this basket comes from questionable origins. Or perhaps you worry I will expose your hidden lover. Gu Yunyun felt that Xiao Lili was utterly beyond reason. She could only wonder what manner of curd or foul water occupied that woman's mind. That foul mouth of hers spoke venom, without pause, each word more vicious than the last. It seemed she had indulged her too much this afternoon, had failed to teach her a lesson. What? You, a servant girl of the Xiao household, think you can defy the law itself? Our mother and daughter have already been driven out of your home, and yet you still covet what lies within my hands. Or perhaps you have truly forgotten our childhood. Should I remind you? Do not forget, even as a child I was capable of such deeds. I can certainly make you suffer just the same. With her notoriously swift mood swings, the arrogant Xiao Lily's expression changed once again. She glared at Gu Yunyun with clenched teeth, longing to tear her apart on the spot. Sister, sister, where are you? Hearing Gu Yunji's voice, Gu Yunyun turned around. Before she could even respond, she already caught sight of Gu Yunji and the two sons of neighbor Lu coming toward her. Gu Yunji had keen eyes. From afar he spotted Xiao Lily standing behind Gu Yunyun, and his heart immediately bristled with alarm. He hurried over and nervously positioned himself behind her, shielding her. Xiao Lily, what do you think you are doing to my sister? Do you take us sons of the Gu family for dead men? As long as I draw breath, not a single person from your Xiao family shall ever bully her again. Having uttered his fierce words, Gu Yunji did not wait for Xiao Lily to respond, but instead quickly pulled Gu Yunyun along and departed. Though his threats lacked real authority, they filled Gu Yunyun's heart with boundless warmth. After returning home and seeing off neighbor Lu and her sons, Gu Yunji looked at Gu Yunyun, words hovering on his lips. Yunji, whatever you wish to say, just speak. Gu Yunyun lifted her youngest son from the bed and gently touched her daughter's cheek. Sister, rest assured, as long as I am alive, the Xiao family will never again bully you. I, Gu Yunji, swear upon this moment. No matter the cost, I shall protect you and my nephew and niece. Gu Yunyun gazed at the resolute expression on Gu Yunji's youthful face, and her heart softened immeasurably. Children of his age in other families still basked in their parents' protection. They may not have been wealthy, but they at least grew up carefree and happy. Gu Yunji was different. From the moment he drew his first breath, he had no mother. People say the elder brother is like a father, the elder sister-in-law like a mother. But in his heart, his sister was as precious as a mother herself, even though she was only a few years older than him. Since he had married off years ago, his father's health had steadily declined. He never helped his sister, but instead continually burdened her. If she had not secretly returned to support him from time to time, perhaps her life in the Xiao household would have been easier. His heart always bore a deep sense of guilt. Gu Yunyun knew Gu Yunji was a boy of strong pride. Without a word, she nodded solemnly. Only then did the thin boy allow a relieved smile to cross his face. Yunji, I gathered quite a harvest on the mountain today. Quickly go and sort through what is in the basket. We shall enjoy a proper meal tonight, and tomorrow you can accompany me to town. Gu Yunji had long been curious about what lay within the basket. Yes. As soon as Gu Yunji lifted the leaf covering the basket, he saw all manner of wild fruits. After placing them on the small table beside the bed, he continued to lift the second layer of covering. Beneath the wild fruits were 6 lively wild rabbits. This is wonderful. Our family has another source of income. Once we sell these rabbits, we can buy grain. Gu Yunyun saw through her nephew's thoughts at a glance. She knew the child was sensible, but she had not expected such premature maturity. What child his age does not crave meat? Yet when he saw the rabbits, there was not the faintest hint of desire for meat in his eyes. His first thought was to sell them for grain. Yunji, we have not tasted meat in many days. Upon hearing this, the smile on Gu Yunji's face stiffened. He glanced at Gu Yunyun, wishing to speak, but holding back, finally hesitating as he selected the smallest rabbit. After Gu Yunji uncovered the basket, Xiao Qingwan's gaze never once left the wild fruits and rabbits. Her eyes filled with longing. Yet her hands kept twisting the hem of her clothes, daring not to reach out. Now, watching Gu Yunji carry the basket of rabbits away, she hesitated, uncertain of what to do. During their time at the Xiao family, all household affairs were governed by old Madame Xiao. From deciding what crops to sow in the coming year, to rationing each family member's daily rice and vegetables, every matter, great and small, fell solely under her authority. Even Xiao Lao, the nominal head of the household, was left without a word to say. Old Madame Xiao and Xiao Lao had 3 sons and 1 daughter. The eldest son, Xiao Yinzhong, and the second son, Xiao Yinyi, were both peasants. They spent year after year toiling in the fields, only venturing out to the town for odd jobs during the rare farming off-season. Only Gu Yunyun's deceased husband, Xiao Yinliang, had proven himself ambitious. He joined the military as a boy of about 10, and through sheer determination rose steadily from a common soldier to the position of centurion. This was the envy of the entire town. Their only daughter, Xiao Lily, was nearly 18, and still no suitor had come calling. Old Madame Zhao's prejudice against girls was deeply entrenched. Not only did she show no affection for her granddaughter, But even Xiao Lily, who had crawled from her own womb, failed to win her favor. Now that Xiao Lily had grown so tall, and still no family had come to take her in, old Madame Zhao's disdain for her only daughter grew sharper, openly calling her a drain on the family fortune. Had she cared about saving face before Xiao Laodu, she would long ago have sold her off to the town to serve as a concubine. Every mealtime the family sat at two separate tables, the men on one side, the women on the other. Only she herself was exempt, always sharing a table with Xiao Laodu, Xiao Yongfeng. Every dish was portioned out with strict measures. The women received meager servings, even though they labored alongside the men in the fields all day long. As for the children, their portions were naturally even smaller. The sole exception was the eldest grandson of the first branch, 8-year-old Xiao Dezhuang. From the moment he was born, the boy had been sturdier than his peers. Now at 8, both his height and weight far exceeded those of 10-year-old Gu Yunji. All members of the Xiao family were convinced that this child would grow up to follow in his third uncle, Xiao Yinliang's footsteps, joining the military, serving the country, and bringing honor to the family name. Shaking off her reverie, Gu Yunyun sighed, feeling a pang of sorrow for her deceased husband. Her late husband was a man of integrity, tender with his family, devoted to his children, and kind to his neighbors. It was a great pity that good men did not live long. Wanner, if you're hungry, help yourself to the wild fruits on the table. Mother will go prepare the meal first. I'll have your uncle come keep you and your brother company shortly. Mother, may I choose for myself? Xiao Qingwan found it hard to believe. In her young mind, weren't all things in the house meant to be distributed by adults? How could she decide for herself? Of course you may, Gu Yunyun said, placing her well-fed and satisfied son back onto the bed. She gently pinched Xiao Qingwan's soft little cheek, her heart melting completely. How could this girl be so adorable? Half an hour later the dishes were served. Tasting the braised rabbit Gu Yunyun had prepared, Gu Yunji couldn't stop praising it. Sister, your cooking skills are extraordinary. It's truly delicious. It smells wonderful too. Far more fragrant than the food served at the grand restaurants in town. Really? Then Yunji, when we have money, let's open our own restaurant. What do you think? Gu Yunyun said with a smile. She knew their circumstances all too well. Hearing this, Gu Yunji assumed her sister was merely making light of their hardship. Not wanting to interrupt, he half-heartedly agreed. Little did he know that Gu Yunyun was speaking with genuine intent. Only when the Gu family restaurant truly rose to prominence in the near future would Gu Yunji realize the depth of his sister's resolve. What the siblings could never have imagined at that moment was that the aroma of their boiled rabbit meat had already drifted far on the wind, and it would soon bring trouble upon them. After the children fell asleep, Gu Yunyun slipped into her spatial dimension. Gazing at the fruit trees and precious medicinal herbs she had painstakingly cultivated before her transmigration, and the wild rabbit and boar she had just stored within, an idea instantly took shape in her mind. She retrieved ancient texts from the study and began reading while attempting to mimic the movements she observed. After practicing for an indeterminate amount of time, she finally gained some comprehension. The next morning, Gu Yunyun woke before dawn. Through the yellowed window paper, she gazed at the dark exterior, unable to gauge the exact hour. She could barely make out the sounds of people moving beyond the gate, along with a few muffled barks from dogs. Sister, are you awake? When are we leaving? Gu Yunji's voice came from outside the door, just as Gu Yunyun had finished nursing her son. Yunji, I'm already up. What time is it now? At the beginning of each hour, the sky is nearly bright. No sooner had Gu Yunji finished speaking than Gu Yunyun heard the rooster next door at Lu Ernyang's house crowing. Each hour, converted to the time system of her past life, was approximately 6 in the morning. She recalled that vendors at the market would set up their stalls before each hour, even began waiting for customers to arrive. If they did not depart soon, they might find no place to pitch their goods. After tidying themselves up, Gu Yunyun's family of 4 closed the door and set off for town. The 2 children were still too young to walk, so they had to be carried. Fortunately, Qingchuan village was not far from the town, only about 15 minutes on foot. Even carrying both children on their backs and lugging a basket of goods, the siblings reached the town in less than 25 minutes. Yunji, let's go sell our goods first. Gu Yunji nodded, adjusting the basket on her back, and set off toward the market. Then sister, I'll hurry ahead to find a good spot and set up the stall. You can take your time carrying Wanner and the others. Because they had arrived somewhat late, there were few stalls left to occupy at the market. Gu Yunji barely had time to set down the basket on her back before dawn broke fully. People from all directions flooded into the market to buy fresh provisions. Among them was Zheng Daniyu, the manager of Jinji Restaurant. A few days prior, the wealthy Liang family elder of town had commissioned 50 tables for his 80th birthday celebration at their establishment. The ingredients had been prepared well in advance. But for some unknown reason, a number of the rabbits kept in the iron cages had fallen dead. By the time they were discovered, the meat had already spoiled and was unusable. And tomorrow happened to be Elder Liang's 80th birthday banquet. The preparations for tomorrow's noon feast would begin from the early hours of this morning. Ever since discovering the dead rabbits, the manager had assigned several people to search the market for vendors selling rabbits. He feared nothing would delay Elder Liang's birthday celebration. He had walked the market for 10 full loops, yet had not found a single stall selling rabbits. He had nearly given up hope. And then from not far away a vendor's cry reached his ears. Selling rabbits. Live and lively wild rabbits. Just caught from the mountains. Come by quickly. Zheng Daniyu hurried over, and upon approaching closely he saw that the one calling out was a child. He looked again and noticed the child had only a crude basket woven from tree vines before him. This hardly seemed like a proper rabbit stall. Did they not know that rabbits, especially wild ones, were extremely cunning? They were masters at burrowing and gnawing vegetation. Without iron cages, no one could hope to restrain them. He sighed and shook his head, preparing to leave. Gu Yunji had been hawking here for quite a while, without a single customer. Now seeing this middle-aged man who had finally approached was about to walk away. Panicking, he quickly called out to stop him. "Uncle, are you looking to buy a hare?" Zheng Daniyu paused, turned around, and nodded. Gu Yunji hurriedly opened the basket. As the lid was lifted, 5 rabbit heads popped out. Their bodies were all crammed into the small basket, unable to move at all. Let alone gnawing open the cage to escape, even moving was a struggle. Seeing the actual goods, Zheng Daniyu's heart finally settled, and he was overjoyed. "Young lad, could you tell me how you're selling these rabbits?" Just as Gu Yunji hesitated, unsure how to answer, Gu Yunyun walked over. "Boss, do you want all of them, or just one?" Zheng Daniyu naturally wanted all of them. The restaurant urgently needed them, not just these 5. Even if there were 5 more, he would buy them all. He could always keep the extras alive. Running a restaurant meant he wouldn't lack the feed. Of course, all of them. "To be honest with you, young miss and young lad, my Zheng family runs a restaurant. The Zheng's restaurant in town is our ancestral property. Not just these few, even if there were more, the Zheng family would take them." Gu Yunyun had been worried about where to sell the game she caught in the future. And now along came the Zheng family, who ran a restaurant. This was truly like a pillow arriving just as one felt drowsy. "Then you set a price, please. If the price suits us, there will be plenty of opportunities to cooperate in the future." Zheng Daniyu was somewhat surprised by her words, but didn't take her later remarks seriously. Wild hares were not hard to find, but extremely difficult to catch. These 5 that the young miss was selling must have cost her husband considerable effort to capture right. Otherwise, how could she, a woman, be allowed to bring a child out to hawk on the street? Live animals like hares are usually priced per head. But since these are wild hares, they naturally cost a bit more than ordinary domestic ones. "I can offer 50 coppers per hare. What do you think, young miss?" Gu Yunyun, hearing this, had an idea. Live animals are indeed easier to price per head. But what if I don't sell them alive? How would you calculate it then, and how many coppers per catty? Zheng Daniyu saw that this young woman, who looked barely over 10, was as shrewd as an old hand in the marketplace, hitting the nail on the head and exposing the loophole in his words. He thus put aside his petty schemes and offered a fair price. Fresh lean meat, 8 coppers per catty. With skin and bones, 6 coppers per catty. Gu Yunyun smiled. "In that case, if you're sincere, boss, I'll trouble myself to slaughter them first and then weigh them for you. But I'll give you a discount. The lean meat will be priced as with skin and bone. What do you think?" Zheng Daniyu, having lived so long, had never seen a woman do business so straightforwardly. Since he was in a hurry for the meat, buying fresh lean meat directly was the best option. "Then thank you, young miss." Having received his consent, Gu Yunyun quickly pulled out a small knife from under the basket. She crouched down, grabbed a hare from the basket, and with a swift motion finished all 5 in the blink of an eye. "Boss, do you want the heads? If you do, I'll keep them as a bonus." While skinning the rabbits, a smile on her face, and carrying a 1-month-old baby on her back. Gu Yunyun was completely unaware how grotesque she looked at that moment. Nor did she know that her skill in slaughtering rabbits made Jing Dainyu, a grown man, shiver with fear. Rabbit heads. Forget it, we can't use them at the restaurant. Not much meat anyway, so no need. By then Gu Yunyun had already finished dressing all 5 rabbits. She borrowed a scale from a nearby pork vendor. After skinning, removing the heads and innards, the 5 rabbits still weighed 23 catties. What fat rabbits! Zheng Dainyu carried the bundled rabbit meat with straw, left 184 coppers, and strode away, without giving Gu Yunyun a chance to argue. Gu Yunyun immediately noticed the copper coins were several dozen more than the agreed price. She said nothing, but as she pocketed the money, silently murmured, "Zheng's restaurant." With the newly earned coppers in hand, the siblings packed up and headed to the grain and oil shop. Fine rice was 8 coppers per caddy, white flour 7, and oil 10. Without batting an eye, Gu Yunyun bought 10 caddies of fine rice, 5 of white flour, and 3 of oil, spending all but 35 coppers of the 184. Money really doesn't last. Gu Yunji's heart ached at the sight. But the pain wasn't over yet. Just as they left the grain shop, Gu Yunyun took him to a noodle stall on the roadside. "Yunji, you stay here and eat with Warner. I need to relieve myself. This breakfast cost 10 coppers. When Gu Yunyun returned, Gu Yunji vaguely sensed something off. But seeing her act as if nothing had happened, he didn't dwell on it. After eating their fill and paying, the siblings took the grain and headed back to Qingchuan village. As they walked into the alley, Gu Yunyun saw their doorstep crowded with people. The most conspicuous were Xiao Lily and the plump, robust old Xiao. That slut Gu Yunyun is hiding at her maiden home, secretly cooking meat, and doesn't even think to honor me, her mother-in-law. This is outright rebellion. I'll give that little tramp a good beating." Xiao Lily stood by, laughing gleefully, clearly enjoying the drama. She even stepped forward to fabricate lies and stir up trouble, further fueling old Zhao's anger, so she could avenge yesterday's humiliation. "Exactly. Mother, you have no idea. That bitch had the nerve to say by the river yesterday that my 3rd brother deserved to die. Not only that, she even called you an old wretch who does nothing but throw your weight around. I was so furious I wanted to slap her right then and there. If Aunt Wang hadn't come, I would have made sure she couldn't walk." Even though Xiao Yinliang was dead, he was still old Zhao's precious son, and she wouldn't tolerate any insult. Hearing Xiao Lily curse, Xiao Yinliang, old Xiao, without a word turned and slapped her hard. The blow left Xiao Lily's head ringing, and her dark face instantly swelled up. Grabbing her hair, old Xiao glared with bloodshot eyes and roared viciously, "Shut your stinking mouth, you worthless girl. How dare you slander my son? It's because I gave birth to you, a money-losing wretch, that my body was ruined, and I couldn't bear more sons. I was merciful to let you live, and you have the audacity to stir up trouble in front of me. You're too spoiled." This frenzied sight not only terrified Xiao Lily, but even the onlookers felt a chill in their hearts. Xiao Yinliang was the old Madame Zhao's son, but Xiao Lily was her daughter as well. If she was so vicious toward her own flesh and blood, what would she do to Gu Yunyun? The onlookers dared not even imagine it. Lu Wenyang had long been keeping an eye on the Gu family. As soon as she caught sight of Gu Yunyun and her younger brother, she immediately rushed out from her courtyard. She reached out and pulled the siblings into her home, without hesitation, quickly shutting the courtyard gate and having her youngest son stand guard outside. "Yunyun, you cannot go back now. Meng Guizhi has lost her mind. She arrived at your doorstep before dawn. She is still shouting at your door, demanding to beat you to death. You have only just recovered from confinement and are caring for an infant. How could you possibly match her?" Upon hearing this, Gu Yunyun immediately guessed that Xiao Lily was behind this. That woman would never let yesterday's humiliation go unpunished. "Stay at my place for now. I have already sent De Jiang to fetch the village chief. He should arrive shortly." Gu Yunyun patted Lu Wenyang's hand. "Second aunt, there is no need to worry. I am not foolish. I would hardly walk up there to await a beating. Since you have already sent brother De Jiang to invite the village chief, let us wait a while longer. We have troubled your household far too much." With that, Gu Yunyun took out 2 strings of coins and pressed them into Lu Wenyang's hands. "These are for the debts we owed you some days ago. I am returning them all today." Lu Wenyang looked at the heavy coins in her palm and hesitated to accept them. She had watched the Gu family's hardships with her own eyes. They could scarcely afford to stew meat, let alone suddenly strike it rich. All she felt was compassion. These two children had suffered such bitter fates since childhood, and she had hoped things would improve as they grew older. Instead, misfortune continued to plague them. Yet now overnight they had money to repay their debts. She could not help but feel something was amiss. They must have paid some price for it. Oh, Yin, you need not rush to return this money. It would be better to buy meat and grain. Look at how thin our little Warner has become. Lu Enyang lovingly stroked Xiao Qingwan's cheek, then pressed the coins back into Gu Yunyun's embrace. Gu Yunyun refused to take them, and the two went back and forth. During the push and pull, Gu Yunji finally noticed something was wrong. Sister, where is your bracelet? You had it when we left. What happened to it? Hearing this, Lu Enyang grew even more unwilling to accept the money. She pointed urgently at Gu Yunyun's forehead, her expression a mix of fury and disappointment. Yunyun, you foolish girl. How could you do such a thing? That bracelet was the only keepsake left to you by Xiao Sanlang. I cannot accept this money. Take it back and redeem the keepsake at once. If the Xiao family finds out, they will surely come causing trouble again. Gu Yunyun would not have offered the money if she had not made thorough preparations. Second aunt, rest assured. Since I dared to pawn that bracelet, I will redeem it. Yesterday, I made a trip to the mountain and had a fruitful haul. As long as I make several more trips during this time, it will be fine. Gu Yunyun's words did not sit well with Lu Enyang. Upon hearing this, how could she remain composed? You child, you are a mother of two and still act so recklessly. The mountains are full of jackals, wolves, tigers, and leopards, as well as poisonous insects and snakes. Even an adult man might not return safely, let alone a woman. Second, aunt knows you are eager to earn money, but you cannot gamble with your life. You are a mother of two now. For their sake alone, you ought to think of them. Lu Enyang pleaded earnestly, hoping to dissuade Gu Yunyun from her plan to climb the mountain. Gu Yunji, listening to the conversation between Lu Enyang and Gu Yunyun, finally understood just how dangerous the mountain could be. But Gu Yunyun did not consider the back mountain particularly hazardous. In fact, she was the most dangerous presence there. Neither wolves, nor tigers, nor poisonous creatures and serpents could frighten her in the least. Second aunt, you also know I am a mother of two now. Naturally, I know how to protect myself. But you also know our family's circumstances. If I do not fight for them, what will sustain us? Nothing is more terrifying than poverty. Second aunt, please do not try to persuade me further. Lu Enyang saw that Gu Yunyun was resolute and reluctantly gave up her efforts. By the time they had spoken, the village chief had finally been persuaded by Lu Dajung to come. He was accompanied by Xiao Yongfeng. Lu De, standing at the gate, spotted them and hurriedly climbed over the wall to inform Gu Yunyun and the others. Second aunt, since the village chief has arrived, let us go take a look. With Uncle Village Chief here, the Xiao family would hardly dare to lay a hand on us. Technically speaking, Gu Yunyun's grandfather and the village chief's father were cousins. Though several generations had passed, they still shared a tenuous familial bond. By seniority, Gu Yunyun should address the village chief as uncle. Stepping out of the Lu residence, Gu Yunyun saw that village chief Gu Huaya had already arrived at her doorstep. His brows were furrowed so tightly they seemed ready to crush flies, his face twisted with displeasure. Old man Xiao, you wretched fellow. I will not mince words. You are a grown man, yet you allow your wife to trample all over you. How pathetic. Your daughter-in-law was driven out of your Xiao family a month ago. Do you not know what damage this has caused our Qingchuan village? I thought this matter had ended there. Moreover, Yunyun had chosen not to pursue further action against you. I assumed the matter was settled. Who would have thought that after barely a month of peace you would unleash that madwoman again? Xiao Yongfeng was naturally timid. When his mother had chosen a wife for him back, then she had been drawn to Meng Guizhi's fierce temper, believing it would complement her son's weakness. Who could have predicted that years later this woman would become so uncontrollable? Today old man Xiao knew full well he was in the wrong. Since Gu Yunyun had long since severed ties with the Xiao family and returned to the Gu family, the Xiao family had no standing to cause trouble at another's home. Xiao Yongfeng may have been timid, but he was not a fool. Facing the entire village, the village chief was openly berating him, and his aged face burned with shame. He could not bring himself to utter a single word in rebuttal. You cursed old man Gu. What nonsense are you spouting? What has my husband ever done to offend you? Who gave you the right to lecture him? Hearing these words from the old Madam Xiao Yongfeng's already flushed face turned green with rage. Did this wretched woman not know exactly why he was being reprimanded by the village chief today? And yet she continued to embarrass him in front of everyone. What was her true motive? What was her true motive? Had he not already lost enough face in this lifetime? Enough! You old hag. I've endured you for far too long. If you keep stirring up trouble without cause, don't blame me for divorcing you, this shrew. Xiao Yongfeng's timidity had long become his fixed image among the villagers. Even Gu Huaiye thought that even if he called Xiao Yongfeng over and scolded him, it wouldn't solve the problem of old Madame Xiao causing a scene. Unexpectedly, even the pusillanimous old Xiao had his day of eruption. At this moment, who else but the village chief and the onlookers present had anticipated this? Even old Madame Xiao was caught off guard. Not to mention Xiao Lili, whose face was half swollen on the side. Darn, old man. I, Xiao Meng, have never done anything to wrong you by my own conscience. Everything I've done is for the sake of our Xiao family. Wasn't I just now speaking up for you? I was trying to help you out of kindness, and this is how you treat me. You're already half-buried old fool, and you still want to divorce your wife. Do you really think I'm a pushover? Old Madame Xiao had long been accustomed to throwing her weight around in the Xiao family. How could she tolerate being humiliated by old Xiao in front of everyone? Seeing old Xiao remain silent, merely closing his eyes, she was furious to the point of smoke rising from her 7 orifices. Our son just died, and now you want to divorce me. Do you think your Xiao family is some kind of gold mine? Without me, your Xiao family is nothing but a pile of dog dung. Gu Huaiye's original intention was to have old Xiao take old Madame Xiao back to the Xiao home. Stop blocking the Gu family's gate and troubling Gu Yunyun. Who would have thought it would come to this? Alas! Brother Xiao, say something. Let's just forget about today's matter. Take your wife home for now. Whatever's going on, settle it at home. You're both old with grandchildren already grown. If you really divorce her, won't your descendants be laughed at? Besides, there are so many people watching now. Don't you care about saving face? Since marrying this Meng Guizhi, what face had Xiao Yongfeng ever had? He had endured enough over these many years. As the saying goes, even a rabbit will bite when cornered. He, Xiao Yongfeng, was also a living, breathing man with flesh and blood. Luo Dahua, a close friend of Xiao Yongfeng, stepped forward and patted his shoulder, echoing Gu Huaiye's words. Exactly. Brother Xiao, you must consider the younger generation at home. Lily hasn't been married off yet. If you divorce her mother now, it'll be even harder for her to find a good match. The surrounding crowd nodded in agreement, offering words of advice. But these words might not have been spoken. The moment Xiao Yongfeng heard Luo Dahua mention Xiao Lili, his anger surged forth violently. Seeing Xiao Lili still covering her swollen half-face, standing in the corner, he felt both heartache and anger. Lily, why don't you come over to your father quickly? Hasn't your mother beaten you enough? As soon as these words were spoken, everyone's attention fell on Xiao Lili, leaving her somewhat at a loss. She hurriedly ran toward Xiao Yongfeng. The crowd parted to make way for her. Father, save me. Who was Meng Guizhi? How could she allow herself to be at a disadvantage? Xiao Yongfeng, you ungrateful dog. After I married you, I worked like a beast of burden without a single comfortable day. And you not only fail to repay my kindness, but even want to divorce me. I'll fight you to the death today. Without a moment's hesitation, the nimble Meng Guizhi dashed forward in a few quick strides and arrived before Xiao Lili. The flesh on her face twisted into a ferocious clump. She raised her hand again, channeling all her strength into her palm. The slap was about to land on Xiao Lili's swollen purplish face. Xiao Lili was terrified beyond words, unable even to scream. She could only reflexively close her eyes. Gu Yunyun flashed forward and appeared behind Meng Guizhi. Raising her hand, she lightly tapped a few spots on Meng Guizhi's body. Miraculously, she froze Meng Guizhi on the spot. To the onlookers, this technique was like a divine miracle. What's going on? Xiao Lili sensed that the slap that should have landed on her face hadn't come, unlike the countless times before. She cautiously opened her eyes. The first thing she saw was her mother's ferociously bloated face and the hand raised high. Aunt! Xiao Lili bolted in terror to hide behind Xiao Yongfeng, afraid that Meng Guizhi would chase after her again. Yunyun, what's this? Why isn't that Meng woman moving? Did you do something? Gu Huaiye hurried over, examining left and right bombarding Gu Yunyun with questions about what had happened. Gu Yunyun smiled carelessly and nodded. This move is called acupressure point sealing. Sanlang taught it to me before he passed. His original instruction was for me to learn it for self-defense. But today this woman was causing a ruckus at my doorstep, shouting and threatening violence, so I had no choice but to resort to this. I mean no disrespect to the elder. Please don't misunderstand. Everyone present shook their heads, saying they wouldn't misunderstand. Many even praised her bravery. Seeing Meng Guizhi frozen, Xiao Yongfeng felt an inexplicable lightness in his heart. His anger gradually dissipated. He quickly called over his two sons who had just arrived and instructed them to take Meng Guizhi and Xiao Lili home. Seeing that the excitement was over, the villagers gradually dispersed to their own affairs. Xiao Yongfeng walked over to Gu Yunyun. He bowed solemnly to her. Yunyun, our Xiao family has wronged you, and also wronged Wanner and her brother. Rest assured, as long as I have breath left in me, I won't let that Meng woman come and trouble you again. Sanlang's cenotaph is on the slope behind the Xiao family home. If you miss him, bring the children to visit him. Xiao Yongfeng looked reluctantly at Xiao Qingwan and her brother, then gritted his teeth and turned away. His back seemed to have aged 10 years in an instant. The spine that had been straight when he arrived was now hunched. Gu Yunyun thought he must have many worries. In his youth, he married a wife who was not virtuous and was controlled by a woman his whole life. In old age, he endured the grief of a parent burying a child. He was powerless even when his own granddaughter and grandson were driven out of the house. He finally mustered the courage to propose divorce, only to be dissuaded by the villagers. Grandfather, don't worry. Mother will definitely take me and my brother to visit father. Gu Yunyun's heart softened. She crouched down and taught Xiao Qingwan to say these words. Hearing the childish voice calling him grandfather, Xiao Yongfeng turned back to look at Xiao Qingwan, his face creased with a smile. But he remained silent. After smiling for a few seconds, he suddenly raised his head and turned away. At that moment, Gu Yunyun saw clearly. The corners of Xiao Yongfeng's eyes were wet. After returning home, she stored all the grain properly. Gu Yunji then went to find Gu Yunyun, inquiring about the bracelet. Sister, I know you are not a muddle-headed person. I also believe you can redeem the bracelet. But Gu Yunyun understood Gu Yunji's concerns. Seeing him hesitate, she smiled. Right before Gu Yunji's eyes, she conjured the bracelet out of thin air, making him think he was seeing things. After scrutinizing it several times, he finally believed the bracelet was still there. Sister, how did you do that? Is it some kind of trick? When did you learn it? Did brother-in-law teach you too? Can I also learn it? Gu Yunji excitedly blurted out several questions, each hitting the mark. Gu Yunyun didn't want to explain too much or reveal her secrets too clearly. She could only nod vaguely in acknowledgement. But I've just learned this myself and don't know how to teach it. Let's talk about it later. I'll study it first. And so the matter was brushed aside. But Gu Yunji was not so easily fooled. But that doesn't add up. Sister, if you didn't pawn the bracelet, where did the money come from? After buying the grain, the money from selling the rabbits was only a few dozen copper coins. How could there be 2 strings of cash? Seeing Gu Yunji's determined expression, Gu Yunyun felt she couldn't escape his relentless questioning. After deliberating, she simply fabricated a story. I got the money from selling ginseng. Remember when you and Wanner were eating noodles, and I stepped away for a while? That was when I went to sell the ginseng I had picked on the mountain yesterday. Unfortunately, the ginseng was not very old, only about 3 to 5 years according to the shopkeeper. And since it was fresh and unprocessed, it didn't fetch much of a price. Ginseng. But why didn't you mention it yesterday? Gu Yunji was clearly determined to get to the bottom of it. I was too tired when I came back yesterday, and didn't have time to tell you. This morning we rushed out, and outside I dared not mention it for fear of inviting trouble. Ginseng is a precious medicinal herb that many people can only dream of encountering. If the villagers found out it grew on the back mountain, what would be left for us siblings? Gu Yunyun believed that one should not be selfless all the time. Sometimes for the sake of oneself and one's family, a little selfishness was permissible, especially at this critical juncture. The Gu family needed money more than any other family in the village. Gu Yunji nodded, half understanding, but he no longer pressed the matter. The sun hung at the zenith of the blue curtain, casting blinding rays. It shone warmly upon the earth, and the heat in the air rose with the sun's radiance. Outside the window, cicadas fluttered their wings without pause, producing a chorus of chirps. The braised rabbit meat from last night's dinner was now only scraps, and after sitting for a night and a morning it had already turned sour. Gu Yunyun simply dumped it into the slop bucket, much to Gu Yunji's dismay. When he saw the steaming white rice in the pot, his heart nearly clenched. How many days' rations was this? But then he thought Gu Yunyun was not someone without measure. Since she did it, she must have her reasons. Suppressing the unease in his heart, Gu Yunji gritted his teeth and ladled himself a full bowl. Gu Yunyun was delighted by the expression on Gu Yunji's face. This little grown-up had some standards. But when he saw the dishes on the table, he could no longer hold back. The table was laden with delicious food: braised pork, wild vegetable, meatball soup, and stir-fried cabbage with lean meat. Every dish contained meat. Where did their family get meat? He was about to ask, but then swallowed the question. He knew that if Gu Yunyun wanted to tell him, she would. Since she didn't say, there must be a reason. Eating the tasty meal, Gu Yunji couldn't help but wonder repeatedly. His sister seemed like a different person since she woke up. Although she bore some resemblance to her unmarried self, she was vastly different. Could it be? She had been replaced. As soon as the thought arose, he hastily uprooted it. He shook his head vehemently, casting those thoughts aside. How could he think such a thing? Gu Yunji began to feel ashamed of his own suspicion. After all, she was his sister. Even if she had been married and then driven out as a widow, she was still his sister. That would never change. In this world, the only person closest to him was his sister. How could he doubt her? Gu Yunyun watched as Gu Yunji shook his head and stared blankly at his chopsticks. With a hint of mischief, she let out a loud shout. Startled, Gu Yunji trembled, nearly dropping his bowl. Ha ha, Yunji, it's rare to see you so lost in thought. The last time was probably the day before my wedding. Gu Yunji's cheeks flushed, and he finally stopped dwelling on the question of whether his sister was still his sister. Sister, that's all in the past. Why bring it up again? Having said that, he quickly wolfed down the remaining rice in his bowl. Leaving a quick, I'm going to study in my room, he bolted away. Gu Yunyun shook her head with a smile. After cleaning up, she took the children back to the room. After coaxing the children to sleep, Gu Yunyun finally had time for herself. Entering the space, she eagerly retrieved the ancient text from the previous night and began to practice according to her earlier thoughts. She sat cross-legged, closed her eyes, regulated her breath, and gathered all the qi within her body. Using her, she guided the flow of energy to travel and explore within her. As the flow traveled through more places, its volume grew like a snowball, larger and larger. Time slipped away imperceptibly during her cultivation. After an unknown duration, Gu Yunyun finally ended her practice and opened her eyes. She discovered with delight that she seemed to have reached the initial stage of qi refining as described in the book. In just 2 nights, she had already lifted her foot toward the threshold of immortal cultivation. Though the step was not high, the crucial thing was that she had groped her way to a suitable cultivation method. But after the joy, a tidal wave of hunger and mental fatigue surged over her. Gu Yunyun quickly fetched some bread from the storage room and ate a few bites with the spirit spring water from the space. Those few bites led to an even more astonishing discovery. The bread that had been stored in the space for some time showed no signs of spoilage, even though it was well past its best before date. In fact, this tiny piece of bread could instantly banish her hunger. What astonished her even more was that she distinctly remembered this being the only loaf of bread in the space. Yet now, Gu Yunyun stared at the spot where the bread had originally been placed, only to see a packaging bag identical to the one in her hand reappear. What was going on? Could it be that the space possessed a replication function capable of regenerating the supplies that had already been consumed? With this question lingering in her mind, Gu Yunyun's rarely stirred spirit of exploration suddenly surfaced. At that moment, outside the space, Gu Yunji had crawled out of bed at the crack of dawn. He had started studying and reading early in the morning. Several hours had passed, and Gu Yunyun's door remained shut. Gu Yunji did not disturb her. Instead, he went to the kitchen to heat up the leftover food from the previous night. But as noon approached, and Gu Yunyun still hadn't emerged from her room, Gu Yunji grew panicked. Sister, are you awake? Gu Yunyun was just in the midst of verifying her conjecture when she heard the frantic knocking at the door and Gu Yunji's voice. She hastily set aside what she was doing and exited the space. However, the moment she emerged, she found herself locking eyes with a pair of sharp, yet tender eyes. His eyes were deep and profound, as if one glance would suck you in. That gaze felt strangely familiar to her, but before she could clearly make out his features, he vanished from her sight without a sound, leaving no trace that could be detected by Gu Yunji outside the door. This fleeting scene made Gu Yunyun begin to doubt her own eyes. How else could she be having hallucinations? Mom. Xiao Qingwan sat on the bed rubbing her sleepy eyes and calling out in a soft babyish voice. What's wrong, darling? Are you hungry? Wait a moment, let Mom go open the door for your uncle. Hearing that there was finally conversation inside the room, Gu Yunji outside the door relaxed. Sister, why did you sleep until now today? Are you feeling unwell? Gu Yunji looked at Gu Yunyun's face with concern. Seeing that her complexion was rosy and she didn't appear ill, he still asked. Yunji, I'm fine. Today I feel better than I ever have. You mean it's late now? What time is it? It's already noon. I've even cooked the meal, but you still hadn't come out. I got worried, so I came to knock. Gu Yunyun was shocked. She had been cultivating for an entire night. No wonder she felt both exhausted and hungry when she finished. It was a natural bodily reaction. She had previously thought that was merely a side effect of cultivation. Suppressing the urge to cover her face, Gu Yunyun calmly said to Gu Yunji, let's eat first. We can talk after the meal. The moment Xiao Qingwan heard the word eat, her eyes lit up. At just 2 years old, the little girl had already awakened her foodie instincts. Watching her trot out of the room, Gu Yunyun's heart melted. She was absolutely adorable. After filling Xiao Qingwan's bowl and carefully blowing on the food to cool it, Gu Yunyun placed the bowl and spoon on the table. By now, Xiao Qingwan could no longer contain her eagerness. She grabbed the spoon and began swinging her arm between the bowl and her mouth at a rapid pace. She ate quickly and cleanly, mouthful after mouthful. In less than a few minutes, she had already finished a whole bowl. Mom wants more. Gu Yunyun dared not let her eat too much at once. If she overate, it would cause trouble. The child would suffer and Gu Yunyun herself would feel terrible. You can't become a big fat person in one bite. Even though Xiao Qingwan was thin and malnourished, a gradual process was necessary. Denied her wish, Xiao Qingwan obediently didn't fuss or throw a tantrum. She simply pouted, sitting on her own stool, one hand holding the empty bowl, the other raising the spoon, again waving her arm, as before, while her mouth kept opening and closing. Gu Yunyun almost burst out laughing at her daughter's adorable and peculiar behavior. Wonder, what are you doing? Xiao Qingwan's little mouth was still pursed, and she blinked her eyes pitifully at Gu Yunyun. Mom, Wanner is pretending to eat. That way I can pretend I've already had a second bowl. Isn't Wanner clever? After holding it in for a long time, Gu Yunyun finally couldn't help it. Wanner is so good. So clever. Ha 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 ha. Xiao Qingwan clearly didn't understand why Gu Yunyun was laughing so heartily. But she simply tilted her head, looked for a moment, and then resumed pretending to eat. Gu Yunji, watching the interaction between Gu Yunyun and Xiao Qingwan, mother and daughter, also burst out laughing. At that moment, the brother and sister, laughing heartily at Xiao Qingwan's childish innocence, remained completely unaware that a figure had suddenly appeared in the room. That figure was shrouded in mystery. Hidden in the shadows, it made not a single sound. Just as he was about to leave, Xiao Qingwan, who had been playing at pretending to eat, suddenly lifted her head and cast a glance in his direction. Mother, shall we go visit father after we finish eating? I haven't seen him in so long. I miss him so much. Hearing those words, that figure felt a bitter ache well up in his heart. He had nearly lost control and rushed out from the shadows to reveal himself to his wife and daughter. But reason ultimately prevailed. Now, whenever he closed his eyes, countless scenes flooded his mind, including memories of living alongside the woman and the little girl before him. He clearly remembered being dead, yet he had no memory at all of his own death. At this moment, he could not tell whether the joyful family before him was real or but an illusion, just as he could not determine the source of certain images swirling in his mind. Where exactly was that place that resembled a fairyland? There was no way to know, nor anyone to ask. Yet listening to that little girl's tender, soft-spoken words, his heart had never felt so soft. But upon hearing that woman's voice, his heart nearly burst from the excitement. Every cell in his body clamored for him to step out from the shadows without delay. And yet, he was truly afraid. Over the past month, he had encountered countless illusions so vividly real. He feared deeply that this scene before him might be nothing more than another phantom. Struggling, he forced himself to leave. Very well, if Wanner wishes to go, then Mother shall take you. Later we will go to town and buy some incense candles and paper offerings. Wonderful. Wanner loves Mother the most. Watching Xiao Qingwan dance with joy, Gu Yunyun felt a pang of sorrow in her heart. She thought Xiao Qingwan must still not know that her father had died. She wondered what reaction she would have when she saw her tall, mighty father reduced to a small earthen mound. She could only hope she would not cry too terribly. Fully absorbed in her daughter, Gu Yunyun had no idea that the shadow she had dismissed as a trick of her eyes had once again silently departed. Xiao Qingwan suddenly remembered something and tilted her head, gazing at Gu Yunyun and Gu Yunji with her innocent little face brimming with confusion. Mother, uncle. What did Grandpa mean by cenotaph today? It is the first time Wanner has ever heard of such a thing. Upon hearing this, Gu Yunyun knew her guess was correct. Xiao Qingwan was indeed still a child. Though she spoke early and her memory surpassed that of most children her age, her knowledge was no different from an ordinary child's. Gu Yunji saw that Gu Yunyun remained silent for too long and fell quiet as well. Fortunately, Xiao Qingwan had a good memory, but could also be rather forgetful at times. Seeing that neither her mother nor her uncle would answer, she did not press further. When Gu Yunyun returned from town after buying incense candles and paper offerings, the sun still hung high. Although summer was drawing to a close, the temperature had remained stubbornly high in recent days. The villagers busy in the fields now huddled under the shade of trees, some resting and others napping. They waited until the sun was less scorching before continuing to harvest the grain. At this time of year, the only idle people in the entire village were the 4 members of the Gu family. By the time she arrived home, Gu Yunyun's back was drenched in sweat. Before she could even change out of her damp clothes, she heard her son crying and hurried over to pick him up. She gently patted his back to soothe him, cooing softly, "Be good, baby, don't cry. Mother walked too far and is too hot to feed you right now. Let Mother rest a moment, all right? Be good, no more crying." As if understanding her words, the infant in Gu Yunyun's arms gradually quieted down. Only his eyes remained fixed intently on his food, as though fearing someone might come to snatch it away. As if sensing something, the baby in Gu Yunyun's arms suddenly lifted his head and babbled excitedly, staring at something behind her. Gu Yunyun felt something was amiss. Could there be something behind her? At the mere thought, a chill raced from the crown of Gu Yunyun's head to the tips of her toes. What on earth was happening? Could it be that the original owner's soul had not yet departed? Yet she had been living in this body for several days and had noticed nothing unusual. Or perhaps there was something else unclean about it. Gu Yunyun quickly spat twice and hastily banished such superstitious thoughts from her mind. Yet she still lacked the courage to turn around. She simply numbed herself, feeding her own mind lies to keep those troubling thoughts at bay. "Mother, when shall we go see father?" Just as Gu Yunyun's mind wandered into dark spirals, Xiao Qingwan entered holding Gu Yunji's hand. "We shall go now." The moment those words left her lips, a sudden chill swept down Gu Yunyun's spine. "Father, you're finally back. I've missed you so much, Wanner." Xiao Qingwan released Gu Yunji's hand and skipped joyfully toward Gu Yunyun. Gu Yunyun's face instantly drained of color. With one arm securing her son, she snatched up her daughter in the other and bolted for the door without a second thought. She truly felt as though they were being haunted. How could there be no peace even in the middle of the day? Hadn't she already promised that old man Xiao she would bring the children to visit him? The terror nearly scattered her soul. She dared not think too deeply, nor dared to look behind her. "Yunji, run!" Even Gu Yunji caught a faint glimpse of some shadowy figure behind Gu Yunyun. His eyes had yet to adjust after coming in from outside. When he heard Xiao Qingwan call out, "Father," he froze momentarily. Before he could react, she was already shoving him toward the door. Once outside, Gu Yunyun immediately locked the room. In her state of utter panic, she failed to notice the footsteps and faint cries trailing behind her. She fetched a strap from the main hall and swiftly secured Xiao Qingwan onto her back. Clutching her son, she burst through the gates of the Gu residence. In her disorientation, she had forgotten the very rationalizations she'd just fed herself. "Yunji, quick, hurry. You're faster. Go to Qingyun Temple now and fetch a Taoist master." Without a word, Gu Yunji took off running. Watching her son disappear into the distance brought some comfort, But before she could fully relax, sounds erupted from within the locked room. It sounded like someone pushing against the door from inside, and faintly, she could hear a man's voice. Terrified, she didn't even dare linger outside the gate, instead leading her children straight into the blazing sun. She couldn't care less about the heat or the scorching sun. At that moment, she would rather bake under the sun than die of fright. Mother, why are we running? Didn't we agree to visit father? He's back now. Why do we still need to flee? Warner hasn't even had the chance to see what father looks like now. Father seems injured. Mother, let's go back and see him. He surely needs our help now. Xiao Qingwan gazed at Gu Yunyun with wide, innocent eyes, her expression brimming with confusion, reluctance, and concern. Hearing her daughter's perilous words, Gu Yunyun found herself at a loss for how to explain that their father had long since passed away. Terrified that her daughter would resent her, Gu Yunyun pondered for a moment before finally devising a compromise. Wana, you must be seeing things. Even if your father were to return home, it would be to the Xiao residence, not here. How could he possibly come to our side? Xiao Qingwan could not fathom what was wrong. She had clearly seen father standing behind mother, yet was being told he had not returned at all. Xiao Qingwan did not understand, nor did she press further. Carried on Gu Yun's back, she had long been drenched in sweat from the heat. The patch of fabric pressed against Gu Yun's back was so hot that her clothes were completely soaked. Yet even as her mouth went dry and her throat burned, she never asked to be put down. The little girl had not been carried on her mother's back in far too long. Qingyun Monastery sat atop a small hill just beyond the rear mountain of Qingchuan village. From the Gu residence, Gu Yunji made the run in less than half an hour. He climbed the long stone steps and entered through the open gates. In one glance, Gu Yunji spotted an old Taoist priest in robes beneath a tree, drinking and muttering to himself. Rushing forward, he explained the purpose of his visit. This old Taoist was the most renowned in the entire county, Taoist Qinglan. Though the man was madcap all day and addicted to wine, he possessed the deepest Taoist arts of all the priests in town. This man was not a permanently ordained Taoist. He merely traveled to various temples for cultivation. To encounter him here was fate. Gu Yunji rejoiced inwardly. Taoist master, let us hurry. There is no time to waste on my family's affair. My elder sister with 2 children in tow is too terrified to even enter her own home. And the sun is so fierce. Taoist Qinglan glanced sidelong at Gu Yunji, a half-smile playing upon his lips. He spoke not a word, nor did he quicken his pace. He merely continued drinking from his gourd, allowing Gu Yunji to drag him forward. They had come as one, who on the return there were 2. All this back and forth wasted considerable time. By the time Gu Yunji brought Taoist Qinglan to the Gu residence, Gu Yun was nearly beside herself from the heat. Yet she still dared not step out of the direct sunlight. Only upon catching sight of Gu Yunji and Taoist Qinglan did she venture a small run toward them. She hurriedly handed the boy in her arms to Gu Yunji and quickly lowered Xiao Qingwan from her back. Qingwan, be good. Let the Taoist master have a look. This was Xiao Qingwan's first encounter with the white-haired Taoist in robes, clutching a gourd and pouring wine straight into his mouth. She widened her eyes curiously, trying to discern whether the old man's beard was real. How could it possibly be so long? Taoist Qinglan did not so much as glance at Xiao Qingwan. His eyes merely swept casually toward the Gu residence. Young Master Gu, you dragged me all the way here for amusement. A mere person suffering serious injuries, and you have your entire family terrified out of their wits. Truly unbecoming. With a look of utter disdain, he pursed his lips toward Gu Yunji, and just as he had come began walking back, while sipping his wine. He showed no intention whatsoever of entering to confirm anything. This surprised Gu Yun. A person suffering serious injuries. Do you truly believe he is a living soul? Or perhaps not? Before Gu Yun could finish her words, Taoist Qinglan had already turned around, his face dark with displeasure. What is wrong with you, young lady? Why are you as foolish as your brother? Can you not comprehend a simple remark? As he spoke, he approached once more and retrieved a sugar pill from his robe, offering it to Xiao Qingwan. The moment his eyes met hers, his displeasure vanished without a trace. It is you, clever little girl, who understands. Xiao Qingwan looked at the white-bearded grandpa grinning before her, reached out to take the sugar pill, and could not help but wear a touch of pride upon her face. Thank you, Grandpa. But the moment Taoist Qingluan heard those words, his expression suddenly changed. He gently patted Xiao Qingluan on the head, eyes widening, as he hastily protested. "You little girl, what do you mean by calling me an old grandpa? How am I old? Humph. It's all because of this white beard. So annoying." The resentful Taoist Qingluan tugged at his long white beard that reached his chest. No one knew where he retrieved a small knife from, but he began shaving at the base of his beard with rapid strokes. What astonished onlookers was, less than 3 seconds after he finished shaving, the beard had already grown back. Moreover, the newly grown hair matched the original length and thickness exactly. It was truly hard to believe what they were witnessing. Taoist Qingluan gazed at his regenerated beard, a small knife in one hand and the freshly shorn hair in the other. He departed while muttering curses under his breath. Gu Yunyun had never encountered such a spectacle before and could not help but exclaim, "This must be called the profound mysteries." Profound beyond comprehension, yet inexplicably wondrous, the moment brought her a sudden inspiration. Before she could delve deeper into her thoughts, Xiao Qingluan's voice interrupted her. "Mother, let us hurry home. I am so hot and father is waiting for us there." Prior to the Taoist's arrival, Gu Yunyun still harbored fears about returning home. Yet now the fear had faded. Very well. When Gu Yunyun pushed open the door that had been locked for nearly an hour, she still hesitated briefly. She had no idea how severe his injuries were or how he had survived. "Father." The moment the door opened, Xiao Qingluan dashed inside. Moments ago she had complained of thirst, but now she had thrown herself into the arms of the blood-soaked man. Seeing him struggle to speak while lying on the ground, Gu Yunyun felt a sudden pang of sorrow and compassion. By all rights, the man before her should have been a stranger. Yet why did she feel such deep empathy? Could it simply be because of this body she now inhabited? After all, they had once been husband and wife. Yun'er. But before he could finish, Xiao Yinliang was overcome with violent coughing fits. Gu Yunyun understood the gravity of the moment and immediately instructed Gu Yunji, who had yet to enter, to fetch the village physician to tend to Xiao Yinliang's wounds. After exerting tremendous effort to lift Xiao Yinliang from the floor onto the bed, she pulled Xiao Qingluan out of the room, desperate to escape the overwhelming stench of blood. She then went to the kitchen and prepared a small pot of porridge using spiritual spring water from her spatial storage. By the time the porridge was ready, Gu Yunji arrived with the village doctor. To everyone's astonishment, the man who should have been lying on the bed had vanished once more. Even the heavy metallic scent of blood in the room had completely disappeared without a trace. Gu Yunyun had no explanation for this. In all of Clear Spring Village, there was only one physician, old man Zhang, past 60 years of age. Though elderly, he remained active and nimble from daily exercise. But today Gu Yunji had practically dragged him here against his will. Zhang resented being called old, yet as he stared at the empty wooden bed, he convinced himself his eyes were deceiving him. After rubbing his eyes for quite some time with no sign of anyone, he grew convinced that Gu Yunji had played a trick on him, so enraged that his whiskers seemed to bristle with fury. "Young Master Gu, what is the meaning of this? You claimed there was an injured person. Where is he? Don't tell me you have been mocking an old man for your own amusement." How was Gu Yunji to know what was happening? After running back and forth twice, he was already panting from exhaustion, with no energy to answer Dr. Zhang's questions. Before Gu Yunyun could even set down the bowl of hot porridge in her hands, she had already rushed to the bedside, frantically groping across it with her hands. "No, this can't be. How could this happen? Xiao Yinliang was sleeping right here just a moment ago. Could he have simply vanished while I was making porridge? He was still bearing such severe wounds." Speaking through her tears, Gu Yunyun couldn't hold back and broke down crying. Xiao Qingluan couldn't believe what she was seeing either, scrambling onto the bed to clutch Xiao Yinliang's pillow and weep uncontrollably. Witnessing the scene before him, Dr. Zhang abandoned any thought of reproaching the Gu family. He merely shook his head and murmured about the unpredictability of fate before departing. Gu Yunji felt a lump in her throat as well. She could only remember one time before when her elder sister had grieved so deeply. It was on her brother-in-law's funeral day. The Xiao family held Xiao Yinliang in such high regard that despite having only his clothing left, they spared no effort in arranging an extraordinarily elaborate funeral for him. It was precisely because of her overwhelming sorrow that Gu Yunyun had secretly slipped away from home to attend the funeral, ultimately catching a chill during the height of summer. The sun suddenly disappeared behind clouds, and continuous thunder echoed from the distant sky. It was clear that a heavy rain was about to fall. As Dr. Zhang was leaving the Gu residence, he encountered villagers hurrying home. Upon noticing his sorrowful expression, one of them stopped him to ask what was troubling him. News of what happened at the Gu residence spread like wildfire. Whispers multiplied by the tens and hundreds until the entire village knew within moments. By the time Gu Yunyun managed to regain her composure, rumors that she had lost her mind from grief over her husband had spiraled beyond any attempt to contain them. When the Xiao family heard this news, reactions ranged from sighs and sympathy to schadenfreude, while others began calculating their next moves in secret. "Father, what are we to do about this? Your third daughter-in-law is now a widow with 2 young children, and on top of that she's lost her mind. How is she supposed to survive?" Second sister-in-law Xiang Xuemei had always been close to Gu Yunyun. When they were both in the Xiao household, the 2 women frequently supported each other. Even after Gu Yunyun was cast out by the matriarch, Xiang Xuemei had considered visiting her. However, the matriarch's iron grip over the Xiao household ran deep, and with the recent harvest taking precedence, the visits kept getting postponed until it was too late. "Sigh, that child has a bitter fate." Xiao Yongfeng sighed heavily, pausing for a few seconds before rapping the stem of his pipe against the table. Since that day when he had boldly stood up and announced his intention to divorce his wife, Xiao Yongfeng had finally managed to establish some footing within the Xiao household. Yet the matriarch's authority over the family remained completely intact. Seeing her father-in-law merely sigh and take no further action, Xiang Xuemei understood the situation all too well. As she prepared to speak further, her husband Xiao Yini gave her arm a sharp pinch. Words caught in her throat, heavy and unplaceable, threatening to spill over. Covering her mouth, she turned and fled the room. Just then the matriarch entered and witnessed the scene. "Damned ill-omened wretches. None of you obey. You've ruined my mood entirely." She spat sharply toward the direction Xiang Xuemei had fled, then turned and stepped into the room, only to find Xiao Yongfeng's deeply troubled expression, which sent her anger surging once more. "What are you all doing? Isn't it better that that cheap woman has gone mad? My son is already gone. If she doesn't lose her mind, this old woman will make her. How dare she press my acupoints? She should have paid the price. Now she's gone mad herself, saving me considerable trouble. All my scheming wasn't in vain. What a relief. Gu Yunyun has gone mad, and those 2 little whores certainly won't live long either. How wonderful." Meng Guizhi harbored a deep-seated hatred for Gu Yunyun. She had long wished for Gu Yunyun to die alongside her son, and that resentment extended even to her own grandchildren. She wanted them dead as well. Xiao Yongfeng could no longer bear it. He hurled his cherished pipe, treasured for half a lifetime, onto the table and roared, "Enough!" He strode forward toward Meng Guizhi, raised his hand high, and struck at her face. "You poisonous woman! You've lost all conscience. Today I will teach you a harsh lesson." The old man's 2 sons watched the scene unfold, momentarily stunned. By the time they rushed to restrain their father, Meng Guizhi's face had already borne the blow. Father, calm yourself first." Mother spoke without intent. She has always had a sharp tongue. "Indeed, elder brother is right. Father, please calm down. Let us sit and talk." Xiao Yinzhong and Xiao Yini pulled their father back from both sides. But who could have predicted? Seeing her 2 sons advocating for Xiao Yongfeng, Meng Guizhi felt an inner smugness. She did not even resent them calling her sharp-tongued. Instead, she poured fuel upon Xiao Yongfeng's flames. My sons are the best. They all side with their mother. All the hardship of raising you has not been in vain." Xiao Yongfeng was already incandescent with rage. Held back by his 2 sons, he nearly leapt from fury. Xiao Yinzhong, utterly helpless, pleaded with Meng Guizhi. "Mother, please say less." Just as this family of 4 descended into chaos in the main hall, dark clouds gathered overhead. Thunder rolled ever louder. At the moment Meng Guizhi let out a shriek, the heavens finally tore open and poured rain as if someone had punched a hole in the sky, a deluge beyond control. Roaring thunder and torrential rain bathed the entire Qingchuan village. Against the backdrop of storm and tempest, the Xiao family's farce seemed pitifully insignificant. From beginning to end, only Xiao family's eldest daughter-in-law Meng Hongjiu and Xiao Lily had hidden outside the main hall watching everything unfold. The rain fell from noon until midnight. By the next day, bright sun shone overhead, yet countless puddles of all sizes littered the village roads. Gu Yunyun learned she had gone mad from Xiang Xuemei's lips. How laughable! As for those rumors, Gu Yunyun had no desire to refute them. Since she was already considered mad, could she not do anything and still be forgiven? Yunji, I know of your sister's predicament. I hope you will take good care of her and Wanner and her siblings. Second sister-in-law has nothing of value. This is but a small token. Please accept it. Xiang Xuemei repeatedly wiped her tears, endlessly comforting Gu Yunji while stuffing things into his arms. If you ever face an insurmountable obstacle, come to second sister-in-law. Second sister-in-law Xiao actually. Yunji, please stop. I understand that you're an ambitious child, but you also need to consider your elder sister and Wanner and the others. I didn't mean to look down on you. For a young person like you to withstand the pressure and bring your elder sister home is already remarkable. Perhaps if you traveled the entire continent, you wouldn't find another child like you. Second Madame Xiao grew more animated with each word. Sister Xuemei, thank you so much for coming to see me. Yunji and I are siblings, so it's only natural we care for one another. Isn't that what we did back at the Xiao household without expecting anything in return? Now I've finally escaped that den of wolves that was the Xiao family. The days ahead will only get better. You can rest assured, Sister Xuemei. Gu Yunyun spoke with clarity and eloquence. Every word she uttered rang with conviction. She bore no resemblance to the madwoman the rumors had painted her to be. Second Madame Xiao suddenly understood and was moved to tears of joy. She wrapped her arms around Gu Yunyun's shoulders and wept softly against her shoulder. This is wonderful. As long as you're unharmed, Yunyun, that's all that matters. It seems Third Master watches over you from heaven. Gu Yunyun neither confirmed nor denied Second Madame Xiao's words. She herself was still unsure whether Xiao Yinliang was truly dead or alive. After some polite conversation, Second Madame Xiao departed reluctantly. Before seeing her off, Gu Yunyun retrieved half a pound of rock sugar from her space for Second Madame Xiao to give her children. Following the heavy rain from the previous night, the air temperature had finally dropped. Even under the bright sun, there was a hint of coolness. Autumn was fast approaching. Gu Yunyun stood in her courtyard looking up at the sky, then glancing down at the vegetable plot that Yunji had tended so meticulously. In the south, even during the coldest winter months, the grass outside never fully withered. She thought it was time to plant some vegetables. Yunji, I'm going to the mountain this afternoon to try my luck. Yunji knew he couldn't dissuade his sister. Hearing this, he could only urge her to be careful. He dared not say more, for he knew she wouldn't listen even if he did. Gu Yunyun walked along the mountain path with light steps. Though last night's rain had made the muddy trail slippery, it did not slow her in the slightest. The water on the wild grass leaves by the roadside had long been evaporated by the morning sun. Only a few droplets remained near the stems. Gu Yunyun looked at her damp pant legs and gradually furrowed her brows. Her pace quickened until she was nearly running up the mountain. By the time she reached the spot where she had caught rabbits before, less than 5 minutes had passed. For an ordinary person, even a strong young man, it would take at least 15 minutes to arrive here. Especially for a delicate woman like Gu Yunyun. Gu Yunyun gradually slowed her pace. Soon she stopped before a rabbit burrow. She focused her breath and closed her eyes tightly. She slowly raised her hands from her sides to the front of her body, then lowered them again. After repeating this twice, Gu Yunyun finally opened her eyes. She stared intently at the rabbit burrow, chanting a mantra under her breath, her hands first pressed together in front of her chest, then forming a hand seal. As Gu Yunyun performed these movements, an invisible pressure released from around her body drop by drop, like water dripping. It continued to gather and condense. That invisible pressure accumulated rapidly, soon coalescing into a sphere roughly the size of a clenched fist. Gu Yun gazed at the sphere before her, a flicker of delight crossing her face before concern replaced it. This was the first time she had ever attempted to wield a technique learned from a book in reality. She had no idea what changes it would bring about in her surroundings. Fortunately, she was deep in the mountains, making it unlikely anyone would stumble upon her. As far as she knew long ago, the entire Lingbao continent had been teeming with countless spiritual treasures, immortal grottos, and blessed cultivation grounds. The various sects and factions had once been deeply intertwined, their roots entwined like ancient vines. Yet as time flowed onward, they had all been swept away, leaving not a trace behind. It was as though they had never existed at all. On the present-day Lingbao continent, not only were the spiritual treasures and immortal sanctuaries gone, but even those sects that had once flourished in their prime had largely vanished without a trace. Even those that had somehow survived had long since retreated into seclusion, becoming hidden sects. Their members rarely emerged into the world, and each time they appeared it foreshadowed a new crisis upon the Lingbao continent. At that very moment, as Gu Yun hesitated over whether to hurl the pressure sphere in her hand toward the rabbit burrow, a sudden commotion echoed from nearby, not a small disturbance. Along with the sounds of battle came the furious roar of a tiger and the thundering footfalls of a wild boar in full charge. What was going on? Gu Yun scrambled up the nearest tree with the agility of a young monkey. In 3 quick moves, she had scaled the tallest tree nearby, then plucked a handful of melon seeds from her spatial storage. Perched above, she cracked them leisurely, watching the spectacle below with quiet glee. She couldn't help but feel a thrill of satisfaction. It seemed today's harvest would be quite generous. The mature wild boar's fangs were like 2 razor-sharp scythes. Both tusks drove down in unison, striking again and again at the tiger's softest belly. Though the tiger appeared young, it was no pushover. Its massive jaws gaped wide, revealing rows of gleaming white teeth. It thrashed and twisted, tearing great chunks from the boar's neck with each savage bite. Blood gushed from the wounds, flowing steadily into the tiger's mouth. The sharp, coppery stench of blood hung heavy in the air. All around, smaller creatures had long since fled in terror. Gu Yun watched the 2 beasts below tear at each other relentlessly. The young tiger's belly had already been pierced by the boar's fangs, blood beginning to bead and well from the wound. Enraged by the pain, it grew even more ferocious, its jaws closing with greater force upon the boar. In the end, the tiger gained the upper hand, even though it was not yet fully grown. Soon the adult wild boar collapsed, having lost too much blood. The tiger had won, but just as it prepared to feast upon its prize, suddenly, a pressure sphere plummeted from above, slamming into the tiger with devastating force and pinning it to the ground. The earlier battle had already drained its strength. Even now, struggling with all its might, it could not move an inch. It could only glare upward, roaring with fury, as if determined to discover which coward had dared to ambush it. Gu Yun deftly climbed down from the tree and collected the recently fallen boar into her spatial storage. As for this tiger with a gaping wound in its belly, this was the king of the forest. Even gravely wounded, its terrifying aura remained fully intact. Gu Yun knew that even a dead tiger of this caliber would fetch a considerable price. If she could bring it to town and sell it, then the tuition for Gu Yunyun to attend the academy would be covered, would it not? Gu Yunyun's hands moved with incredible speed. With sufficient force, she dealt a single palm strike that rendered the severely wounded tiger unconscious. Just as she had done with the wild boar earlier, she stored it directly within her spatial dimension. With these 2 beasts as trophies for the day, Gu Yunyun found no reason to disdain those lively little wild rabbits. On her last expedition up the mountain, she had captured 2 entire nests. Apart from the few sold to the Zheng family restaurant, and the one consumed by her own household, all the remainder she had been raising within her spatial dimension. Gu Yunyun observed the wild rabbits darting about within the space and carefully counted them. There appeared to be several more than before, and they had all grown considerably in size. Could it be that they had absorbed the spiritual energy within the space and undergone mutation? This was no trivial matter. Gu Yunyun hastily caught all the wild rabbits. Upon comparing them one by one, the expression on her face soon grew several degrees graver. It seemed this spatial dimension was truly quite extraordinary. For the sake of caution, Gu Yunyun ultimately decided to bring all the rabbits out of the space, raising them in her own courtyard. When she emerged from the spatial dimension, the sky had already begun to grow dark. The closer one drew to winter, the earlier the daylight faded. An autumn breeze gently brushed across Gu Yunyun's youthful face. After several days of rest and recuperation, she was already far removed from the haggard appearance she had borne upon first crossing over. Gu Yunyun was remarkably handsome. She had always been considered the foremost beauty in Qingchuan village. It was merely that years of excessive toil had made her appear somewhat more mature than women of her own age. Now enjoying proper meals at home each day, nourished by the spiritual spring water and moistened by the spiritual energy of the spatial dimension, she naturally blossomed into a woman of breathtaking beauty. As Gu Yunyun descended the mountain carrying 2 large wicker baskets, the sun in the sky had already begun its descent toward the west. The afterglow of sunset bathed her figure, stretching her shadow long across the earth. As the sun set in the west, the villagers who had toiled in the fields all day were shouldering their hoes and making their way home step by step. And among them naturally were members of the Xiao family. Xiao Yongfeng had a smoking pipe clenched between his teeth and a hoe resting on his shoulder. In one glance, he spotted Gu Yunyun laboriously making her way toward the eastern side of the village, carrying 2 large wicker baskets. In his heart, pity and guilt intertwined. A tangle of complex emotions instantly wove and twisted within his chest. When Meng Guizhi had driven Gu Yunyun and her 2 daughters out of the Xiao family, he had failed to stop her. On that day when Meng Guizhi had gone to the Gu family's doorway causing a scandal, he had been powerless to intervene as well. As their own grandfather, he had failed even to protect his own son's offspring. Truly as useless as it was possible to be. At this very moment, gazing at Gu Yunyun, he was instantly reminded of the day word of Xiao Yinliang's death had reached them. That day it had seemed much like such a dusk. Father, let me go and help Sister Yunyun. Xiang Shuamei knew her father-in-law possessed the softest heart, and before her mother-in-law's tyranny, he was the weakest. She immediately voiced her intention to go assist Gu Yunyun. Xiao Yongfeng withdrew his gaze, turned to look at Xiang Shuamei, said nothing, and merely gave a slight nod indicating his tacit approval. This was perhaps all he could do now. After all, a father-in-law and daughter-in-law should never grow too close. Moreover, Gu Yunyun was a former daughter-in-law already cast out from the Xiao family. Even if his heart ached, he could not go up and offer his own assistance. Now that his second daughter-in-law had volunteered, he naturally welcomed the opportunity to do a kindness with minimal effort. Xiang Shuamei hastily thrust the items in her hands into Xiao Yin's arms. Meng Hongju watched all of this unfold. As the niece of Meng Guizhi and the eldest daughter-in-law of the Xiao family, along with her status as the mother of Xiao Dazhuang, she held the second highest position in the Xiao household, second only to Meng Guizhi herself. If one were to liken the Xiao family to a mountain stronghold and Meng Guizhi as the leader, then she, Meng Hongju, was the second in command. Just as Xiang Shuamei stepped toward Gu Yunyun, Meng Hongju smiled, but the smile never reached her eyes, wearing only the thin mask of a forced grin. She bore an uncanny resemblance to Meng Guizhi in that moment, enough to send a chill down the spine of none other than her own husband Xiao Yinzhou. Sister-in-law really is a warm-hearted soul. Even that venomous woman Gu Yunyun, and yet you would go help her. Those who know you will praise your kindness. But those who don't know better might suspect there's some ulterior motive behind your actions. Meng Hongju's sarcastic words were simply a carbon copy of Meng Guizhi. In any other circumstance, if it were just the two of them, Xiang Shuamei would have yielded gracefully, choosing to avoid trouble whenever possible. But this was no ordinary occasion. She had received Xiao Yongfeng's explicit approval before taking that first step, giving her confidence that she did not ordinarily possess. Xiang Shuamei showed no intention of acknowledging Meng Hongju at all. Instead, she quickened her pace and ran straight toward Gu Yunyun. This thoroughly annoyed Meng Hongju. Second brother, are you even a man? How can you not control your own wife? That Gu Yunyun is no longer our Xiao family's daughter-in-law. She's nothing but a poisonous woman, a sinner who caused the death of my third brother. And Xiang Shuamei still wants to help her. Is this how you keep your wife in line? Meng Hongju spoke without thinking, her loose tongue offending every male member of the Xiao family present, including her own husband. It was already dusk, and the village entrance was filled with villagers hurrying home for dinner. Naturally, Meng Hongju's earlier words had been heard by everyone around. Feeling the weight of surrounding glares, Xiao Yinzhong's face flushed crimson. Before Xiao Yongfeng could even speak, Xiao Yinzhong strode forward in a single large step. He He delivered a sharp slap across Meng Hongju's face. Meng Hongju could never have dreamed that her honest, long-suffering husband would publicly strike her before the entire village. It was like watching the sun rise from the west, a sight so unthinkable that she found it hard to believe. But that was not all. Xiao Yinzhong had long grown weary of Meng Hongju's arrogant bullying and cutting ridicule. Though he was a simple and honest man, he was by no means a fool. Those words of hers were not merely slapping his own face. They were dragging the entire honor of the Xiao family through the dust. "Shut your mouth. Say one more word, and I will cast you out." Xiao Yinzhong rarely spoke loudly, known always for his gentle and patient nature. Yet now he glared with fury, threatening divorce. The villagers around them whispered among themselves, speculating about what was happening. What exactly was brewing within the Xiao household? Just a few days prior, old man Xiao Yongfeng had threatened to divorce the matriarch Meng Guizhi. And today it was his eldest son Xiao Yinzhong intent on casting out his wife. Was this some twisted replay of events? It seemed the Xiao family had become rather lively these past days. Meng Hongju could scarcely believe what Xiao Yinzhong had said. Even after receiving a slap, she quickly snapped back to reality. "Xiao Yinzhong, you dare strike me. This is outright insubordination." Meng Hongmei was clearly no pushover. Gaining Meng Guizhi's trust and favor was not solely due to her identity as the niece from the Meng family's natal side. "If my parents had not, out of respect for their aunt, arranged my marriage to you in the first place, you think you're worthy of marrying me? You ought to look at your reflection in a puddle of your own urine before making such demands. Now that times have grown comfortable, you suddenly wish to divorce your wife. It won't be that easy." Xiao Yinzhong gazed at his wife, who showed no remorse whatsoever and had only grown more audacious, leaving him seething with regret and fury. He should never have listened to his mother and married that troublemaker. And now not only had he lost all face for himself, he had also brought disgrace upon the entire Xiao family through this woman. At this moment, Xiao Yinzhong cared for nothing else. Their family scandals had already been exposed to the public far too many times. As the eldest son of the Xiao family, it was naturally his responsibility to set things right. Xiao Yongfeng watched everything unfolding before his eyes, an indescribable mixture of emotions churning within him. He simply could not understand why their family seemed plagued by such foolishness at every turn. The fact that he had failed to divorce Meng Guizhi that day was ultimately attributable to the pressure exerted by her natal family. Both the Xiao and Meng families were originally humble farming households in Qingchuan village. The sole distinction lay in Meng Guizhi's father. Lord Meng had once been a renowned butcher throughout the region. With swift and merciless precision, he dispatched pigs in a single stroke. Each year when the villagers prepared their festive hogs, the first name that came to mind was Butcher Meng. By slaughtering pigs for others, Lord Meng had managed to accumulate wealth and purchase a modest shop in town. From that point on, his entire family relocated to the town. They commenced selling general merchandise in town. Back when Meng Guizhi married Xiao Yongfeng, the Meng family had not yet prospered, and they had not yet developed such unreasonable behavior. Meanwhile, Xiao Yongfeng had drifted into deep reverie on one side, while on the other Gu Yunyun had long since taken note of what was transpiring within the Xiao household. She observed coldly from the sidelines. As long as matters within the Xiao family did not implicate her or her children, she had no desire to wade into those troubled waters. "Yunyun, let's go first." Xiang Shuamei snatched a basket from Gu Yunyun's hands and dragged her by the arm, pulling her forward. She showed no intention of returning to mediate the dispute. Gu Yunyun observed this without pressing the matter further. However, the drama had yet to reach its conclusion. As a professional spectator, how could she possibly lack basic integrity and abandon her post mid-performance? "Sister Shuamei, let's not rush off just yet. Stay a while longer. I'm quite curious to see what antics Meng Hongmei has in store for us today." While Gu Yunyun waited eagerly, the surrounding villagers seemed to forget their hunger entirely, halting their steps to gather and watch. Almost immediately, news of Xiao Yinzhong's intention to divorce his wife spread throughout Qingchuan village. The speed at which rumors propagated was astonishingly swift. Since Meng Guizhi had swollen her face, Xiao Lily had not left her home. All the household chores had fallen upon her shoulders. She had long been deeply dissatisfied with Meng Guizhi, and now resentment burned within her. Even Meng Hongmei was not spared from her burning hatred. Upon hearing someone outside mention that the eldest son of the Xiao family intended to divorce his wife, Xiao Lily was first struck with surprise, then a look of triumphant satisfaction spread across her face, as if vengeance for a grievous wrong had finally been served. Meng Guizhi woke from a nightmare. The sky had already darkened, yet she had not heard Xiao Lily call her to rise. Xiao Lily. That damn girl thinks she's grown too bold, has she? She doesn't even know to call this old woman for dinner when night falls. Does she want to starve me to death? You heartless, worthless slut. Where on earth have you disappeared to? Hearing Meng Guizhi's thunderous shouts, Xiao Lily trembled violently. She dared not make a sound, let alone step out. Last time, if her father had not intervened, she would likely have been beaten to death. Meng Guizhi never held back when striking others. Her mood determined everything. And when it came to Xiao Lily, she every single time dealt lethal blows. Sometimes Xiao Lily herself wondered how she was still alive. She must truly have an iron destiny. Just as Xiao Lily shivered, cowering by the wall, a violent pounding suddenly erupted at the Xiao family's outer gate. Bang, bang, bang. Over and over again, followed by the voice of the village head's son. Xiao family, hurry to the village entrance. Something has happened to your family. Just as Xiao Lily was about to step out from the wall to open the door, she heard Meng Guizhi's footsteps. She scrambled back in terror. Which blind wretch dares come to my Xiao family spouting nonsense? What do you mean something's happened to the Xiao family? Your family's the one with problems. Your whole family. Meng Guizhi cursed under her breath as she ran to open the courtyard gate. Yet when she reached the threshold, there was no one outside. Furious beyond measure, she unleashed a torrent of abuse. Just as she was hurling the foulest curses, cursing through 16 generations of that messenger's ancestors one by one, she spotted Xiao Dazhuang gasping as he sprinted back. Her expression instantly bloomed with a radiant smile. Had an unknowing passerby witnessed this, they might have mistaken Meng Guizhi for a kind-faced, benevolent elderly woman. Oh, my dear great-grandson, why did you run so urgently? Look at all this sweat on your forehead. It breaks Grandma's heart to see you like this. Come, hurry inside. Grandma will have your aunt serve you a bowl of rice. Xiao Dazhuang had run all the way from the village entrance and was panting heavily. By the time Meng Guizhi finished speaking and dragged him toward the house, he finally managed to catch his breath. Grandma, terrible news. Come and see quickly. Father says he wants to divorce Mother. The smile on Meng Guizhi's face froze instantly. She had said to herself, how could she have had a nightmare just during her afternoon nap? So it was all waiting here. Great-grandson, did you witness this with your own eyes, eh? Seeing Meng Guizhi seemed unconvinced, Xiao Dazhuang spun around in desperation. Grandma, stop asking so many questions. Come with me right now. If we're any later, your great-grandson will become an orphan. Xiao Dazhuang panted, his voice already choking with sobs as he spoke. Tears could not stop falling from his eyes. He gripped Meng Guizhi's hand with all his strength, choking her painfully. Meng Guizhi had never seen her great-grandson in such a state. Her heart ached so fiercely that she forgot the pain in her hand entirely. All she could do was attend to his emotions and hastily agreed. She didn't even bother closing the main gate, following her great-grandson as they hurried toward the village entrance. At this moment, Meng Hongmei and Xiao Yanzhong were arguing even more fiercely. They had not noticed at all that their son had witnessed the entire scene. Even less did they know he had already returned to the Xiao family to fetch reinforcements. When Meng Guizhi arrived at the village entrance, what she saw was Meng Hongmei sitting on the ground, clutching Xiao Yongfeng's legs and wailing uncontrollably. A daughter-in-law of all people was on her knees before the eyes of the entire village, clinging to her father-in-law's legs and weeping. Any reasonable person witnessing such a scene would shake their head in dismay. Meng Hongmei was the daughter of Meng Guizhi's younger brother from her maiden family. Xiao Yongfeng had essentially watched her grow up. Yet for all that connection, it could not erase the fact that he was her father-in-law and she was his daughter-in-law. On the way here, Meng Guizhi had already heard from Xiao Dazhuang what had transpired. Her original intention had been to step in and mediate, hoping to reconcile her son with his cousin. After all, they were family. Whether it was Xiao Yanzhong or Meng Hongmei, both shared blood with her. She had personally arranged their marriage back in the day. Even setting aside her grandson, she could not simply let this couple sever their bond. Yet this very scene sent her temper surging to its breaking point. What on earth is going on here? Hongmei, get up at once. How dare you behave like this? The moment Meng Guizhi let go of Xiao Dazhuang's hand, she stormed forward. She yanked Meng Hongmei off Xiao Yongfeng's legs, and in one fluid motion brought her broad meaty palm down toward his face. Everyone feared the blow would connect, but unexpectedly Xiao Yongfeng sidestepped with ease and grabbed her wrist mid-swing. What do you think you're doing, you old woman? You may have no shame, but I still have my reputation. Xiao Yongfeng had done well to stay silent. The moment he spoke, Meng Guizhi's fury climbed another notch. She wrenched her hand free from his grip, her rage so intense it seemed almost visible. You have the nerve to talk about face. Were you not enjoying yourself just now, you old fool? And you dare call me shameless? Xiao Yongfeng was beside himself with anger as well. Who was at fault here? Why was she turning it all around and blaming him? Xiao Yinzhong watched his parents feud mercilessly over Meng Hongmei, and hastily beckoned his younger brother, Xiao Yini, to join him. They flanked their parents on either side, pulling them apart. Mother, please don't rush into arguments with father. You've only just arrived and haven't even heard what happened yet. Let's get the facts straight before jumping to conclusions. Xiao Yini gripped Meng Guizhi's arm and drew her aside. Their son's intervention helped Meng Guizhi regain a sliver of composure, though her anger showed no sign of diminishing. Then explain to me, why in heaven's name is your sister-in-law clinging to your father's legs? What is the meaning of this? Before Xiao Yini could respond, Xiao Yinzhong spoke up first. Mother, this is not father's fault. Please calm yourself first. This is the village entrance. So many people are watching. Let us settle this matter at home away from prying eyes. Even in his anger, Xiao Yinzhong still cared about preserving the family's reputation. His household still had a younger sister unwed. Exactly, mother, we can discuss this at home. Xiao Yini shot his brother a meaningful glance and led Meng Guizhi toward home. Xiao Yongfeng followed half-hearted, but agreeing with the brother's reasoning. Meng Hongmei, however, refused to accept it. She dropped her bottom squarely onto the ground, slapping her thighs and wailing loudly. There is no justice in this world. The Xiao family has bullied me beyond endurance. Since marrying into the Xiao family, I have never had a single good day. Now I'm being cast aside and not a single person will speak a word in my defense. It's unjust, utterly unjust. My own father once promised that marrying into our aunt's family would spare me from suffering. Woo woo woo. But now, woo woo. Even a beloved niece becomes an outsider the moment she becomes a daughter-in-law. Gu Yunyun observed the entire spectacle without uttering a word, standing beside Xiang Xuemei in silent watchfulness. When she was in the Xiao family, Meng Hongmei had bullied her countless times. Now seeing her crying and throwing a fit, clamoring for the Xiao family to give her justice, Gu Yunyun found it rather amusing. Meng Hongmei and her aunt Meng Guizhi had always been cut from the same cloth. Their falling out at present amounted to quite the spectacle. Sister Xuemei, I shall be taking my leave now. Gu Yunyun watched for quite some time, but failed to see Meng Guizhi and Meng Hongmei come to blows. She found it rather tedious. She simply took her belongings and headed back. It was not until the following day, upon reaching the town, that she learned Meng Hongmei had packed her bags overnight and returned to her parental home. She had even tracked Gu Yunyun down as soon as she arrived in town. Gu Yunyun, I know you were never truly insane. You have seen what I have become now. Compared to you, I am hardly in any better state. Meng Hongmei burst out with these disjointed remarks upon arrival. Upon seeing no response from Gu Yunyun, she dropped her pretense entirely. That Xiao family is truly intolerable. They drove you and your children out of their home all because of a paltry compensation payment. Such brazen disregard for conscience. They never once considered where you three would go. Absolutely outrageous. Meng Hongmei spouted words of righteousness and morality. She had seemingly forgotten her own greedy countenance from the past. She now posed entirely as though she were championing Gu Yunyun's cause. Gu Yunyun had not witnessed yesterday's drama from beginning to end, but she had roughly guessed the outcome. Now seeing Meng Hongmei arrive in such a desperate haste to woo her, she nearly laughed aloud. What is the meaning of these words? Are you suggesting we join forces to take revenge upon the Xiao family? Gu Yunyun did not take her words at face value. Instead, she bluntly stated Meng Hongmei's true intentions, which startled the woman. Back when Gu Yunyun resided in the Xiao household, She had always played the part of a submissive, lowly concubine. When Meng Hongmei merely coughed, Gu Yunyun might have trembled in fear. Yet now she not only dared to face her directly, but seemed utterly unfazed. What on earth was going on? Which version of her was the true one? Could it be, as Xiao Lily had claimed, that Gu Yunyun was a deceitful woman skilled at playing the fool while hiding her true capabilities? Though Gu Yunyun was unsure of what Meng Hongmei was thinking, she could detect subtle shifts in her expressions. What? Did I strike true? Then I shall take my leave. With that, Gu Yunyun turned to depart. She had come to the market today to sell her wares. If she arrived too late, she would lose her stall. Though suspicious, Meng Hongmei did not press the matter further or attempt to detain her. The Gu family had slaughtered a wild rabbit from their space the previous evening to sample its taste. It was indeed far more delicious than what they had eaten in recent days. Not only was the meat more tender, but the gamey odor typically present in wild rabbit was nearly absent. When Gu Yunyun arrived at the market with her family, she was pleasantly surprised to find that the very stall space they had occupied previously remained vacant. Gu Yunji hurried over to claim it first, as the siblings had just set down their rattan baskets filled with wild rabbit. Customers soon approached with inquiries. "Young miss, what are you selling? Why have you covered it so thoroughly?" An elderly woman, approximately 50 years of age, dressed in silk with embroidered hems, stepped forward. This elderly woman was clearly not dressed as a peasant. Her outstretched hand appeared smooth at first glance, but closer inspection revealed numerous cracks and calluses. Given her attire and bearing, she resembled a steward or manager from some prominent household. Gu Yunyun smiled as she lifted the rattan basket lid. The densely heads were instantly exposed to the faint morning light. "I sell wild rabbits here. Caught them from the mountains just yesterday, still full of energy." The old lady leaned in to take a look. Every rabbit in the rattan basket, bathed in the morning light, had glistening fur. "Truly all of them are lively. They look quite good. I'll take them all." Saying this, the old lady took out a tael of silver from her purse and handed it directly to Gu Yunyun. Gu Yunyun was about to say she did not have so much change, but then heard the old lady say generously, "No need for change. The surplus is your tip. Deliver them to the Liang family mansion in the eastern part of the town. In the future, if you have goods of such quality again, simply bring them here. Say that it was ordered by Manager Zhang from the kitchen." Gu Yunyun's eyes lit up. The Liang family. Wasn't that the family who celebrated their 80th birthday banquet at Zhang's restaurant a few days ago? Then I thank Manager Zhang in advance. The smile on Gu Yunyun's face held no hint of sycophancy. It was simply a pure smile. She said nothing superfluous. This somewhat surprised Manager Zhang. If it were someone else in this marketplace hearing these words, even if not outwardly grateful, should at least wear a face full of flattery. But this young lady before her. It seemed this young lady was no ordinary soul. How should I address this young lady? When Gu Yunyun heard about the Liang family, she had already made her own calculations in her heart. Now seeing Manager Zhang ask about her name as she had anticipated, she did not hesitate. "My surname is Gu, and you are older than me. As an elder, you may simply call me Yunyun." Manager Zhang nodded to herself. Such a woman who was neither humble nor arrogant was rare in this world. Unknowingly, a smile of her childhood friend appeared in her mind. She wondered how that person was faring now. "This old woman feels that you young lady are quite agreeable to my eyes. At my age, I can be considered your elder, so I will follow what you said. Calling you Yunyun. Then you should no longer call me Manager Zhang. It sounds rather distant. Just call me Aunt Zhang." Gu Yunyun, and following her words, sweetly called out, "Aunt Zhang." It made Manager Zhang's heart bloom with joy. If it weren't for the many matters she had to attend to next, she would surely have chatted with Gu Yunyun for several more hours. Once Manager Zhang departed, Gu Yunyun and her brother began busily tidying up their stall. All around Gu Yunyun's stall were vendors selling meat. To the left were pork sellers, and to the right was her very competitor, also selling rabbits. Seeing this scene, the female shopkeeper selling rabbits was so envious she could not help but speak bitterly. "Oh dear sister, you really have remarkable fortune. Having come only twice, you have already acquainted yourselves with two important figures. Truly a blessed destiny. Now it is settled, no need to set up the stall anymore. As soon as there is goods, send them straight to the Liang family mansion. Truly a blessed fortune." Gu Yunyun had originally wished to avoid arguing with strangers. As the saying went, competitors were natural enemies. There were plenty of people in this world who could not bear to see others prosper, and she could not possibly argue with others every time. Some words one could hear and let pass. However, since this person had said so much, if she did not respond with a few retorts, would it not make her seem utterly lacking in manners? Then I truly thank this sister-in-law. It is all thanks to your blessing. If your rabbits did not look so lackluster, would mine not have sold just as well? Gu Yuyun's light-hearted few words made the bitter-tongued shopkeeper so furious she could only gasp for breath. You may not look very old, yet you wield your tongue with such sharpness. You must be cursed by fate. I have crossed paths with you twice now, and still haven't seen so much as a trace of your husband. Tell me, have all the men in your household perished, leaving behind only a widow and a handful of children? Gu Yunji could hardly bear to hear such words. When the news of her brother-in-law's death had reached them, her sister's eyes had nearly been blinded by endless weeping. Only recently the grief had grown so unbearable that she had nearly been driven mad. And now this suddenly appearing tall, gaunt woman dared to be so vulgar, openly tearing at the scars on his sister's heart. How could he tolerate this? Auntie, are you blind? Whether our men are alive or dead, did your eyes fail you, or are they simply useless? The tall, gaunt woman had always prided herself on her youth and beauty, considering herself the finest flower in the entire marketplace. Now, hearing Gu Yunji address her as an old aunt, she flew into a rage, pointing and shouting wildly. If not for her own husband holding her back, she would have rushed forward to slap Gu Yunji across the face. Enough. That's quite enough from you. A woman bringing up several children to sell goods in town is already struggling enough. Try to keep your mouth shut. Gu Yunyun glanced at Gu Yunji. Gu Yunji immediately understood. My sister and I are not unreasonable folk. There are things one may say and things one must never speak. I hope this auntie, along with certain others present, will exercise their own judgment. For if one day your loose tongue brings about trouble, the consequences will be far more severe than you imagine. With a mysterious smile, Gu Yunji took Xiao Qingwan's small hand, and following Gu Yunyun strode away without looking back. All that remained before the gathered crowd was a slender, slight figure receding into the distance. Who among them could have imagined that this fragile silhouette within mere years would ride a noble steed accompanied by thunderous gongs and drums, returning home in glory? Arriving at the rear gate of the Liang family mansion, Gu Yunyun had not yet raised her hand to knock when the door opened from within. A chubby servant boy emerged. Perhaps Manager Zhang had already sent word, for the servant approached with a warm smile, asked no questions, and simply gestured for Gu Yunyun and the others to follow with their rattan baskets. Glancing at one another, Gu Yunyun and Gu Yunji hurried after him. The moment they stepped through the Liang family's rear gate, the siblings witnessed firsthand what it meant to belong to a wealthy household. Bluestone pavement stretched throughout the grounds, and every corner overflowed with meticulously tended flowers and greenery. From the rear gate to the kitchen, winding through pavilions and terraces adorned with carved beams and painted rafters, the estate was nothing short of magnificent. No fewer than 10 maids and servants attended to sweeping and chores. And this was merely the rear courtyard. The front grounds must have been even more spectacular. Following the portly servant boy all the way, Gu Yunyun took in the Liang family's opulence. This Liang family was truly dripping with wealth. One could only wonder what trade had amassed such fortune. After walking for what felt like an eternity, the guiding servant finally came to a halt. Madam Gu, this is our kitchen storeroom. From now on, simply deliver your goods here, and payment will also be collected at this very place. With that, the fat servant pushed open the storeroom door and led Gu Yunyun and the others inside. Please open your rattan baskets, Madam Gu, so we may inspect the goods. Gu Yunyun nodded and placed the basket directly on the ground. With a swift motion, she flipped back the tattered cloth covering the basket. Feel free to inspect, young sir. Manager Zhang has already examined these goods beforehand. I am well aware. Manager Zhang has already informed us. Please do not misunderstand, Madam Gu. I am merely following procedure. Just as the servant boy crouched down, preparing to lift and examine each wild rabbit one by one, a loud clanging sound rang out. The heavy door of the storeroom was suddenly kicked open from the outside. You rascal, I wondered why I couldn't find you in the kitchen. Turns out you've been hiding here to slack off. Upon seeing the person before him, the chubby young servant hastily presented the rabbit in his hands with both palms, fawning over him obsequiously. Chef Liang, this rabbit was ordered by Steward Zhang at the marketplace. Your timing is perfect. Do come and take a look. I'm inspecting the goods right now. The man known as Chef Liang furrowed his brows, clearly displeased with the chubby servant's obsequious behavior. Yet he said nothing, merely taking the rabbit from his hands to examine it. Indeed, quite fine. This is a genuine wild rabbit. Not only is the meat firm and tender, but its fur is of the finest quality. Gu Yuyun raised her gaze to glance at Chef Liang. Seeing that he was a connoisseur, she felt quite pleased. As the saying goes, the true difficulty lies not in comparing goods, but in finding someone who truly appreciates them. Absolutely. This one was caught in the mountains just yesterday. Not only does its fur shine lustrously and its meat taste exquisite, but even the faint grassy odor is nearly absent. Such top-grade quality was truly rare indeed. I went to considerable trouble just to catch this one alive. Chef Liang held the rabbit and turned his head to gaze upon Gu Yuyun and her companions, as if he were only now noticing the strangers in the storeroom. Gu Yuyun bore no ill will. She allowed Chef Liang's gaze to sweep over her group unhindered. I do wonder when such quality will become available again. How can it not be? Our master also served wild rabbit meat at his 80th birthday banquet just the other day. I merely wonder what distinction exists between your wild rabbit and those served at Zhengji restaurant. Seeing Chef Liang's apparent disbelief, Gu Yuyun smiled rather than grew angry. She lifted her chin and met Chef Liang's eyes directly. Do you happen to know that the wild rabbit served at Zhengji restaurant was purchased from me? Gu Yuyun deliberately revealed this information. After all, Zhengji restaurant was a grand establishment. The daily volume of meat they required far exceeded what she could currently supply. It would be wiser to follow Aunt Zhang's advice and deliver her goods to the Liang household whenever she had them. Wholesale meant slim margins, but steady volume. A prudent approach given her current financial needs. Gu Yuyun knew precisely how to navigate such choices. By the time she had delivered the rabbits and emerged from the Liang residence, the sun had climbed to its zenith. Bathed in the warm sunlight, Gu Yunji finally escaped the grandeur of the Liang estate. He chattered animatedly alongside Xiao Qingwan about their recent adventures. Observing this childlike side emerge in Gu Yuyun felt a measure of relief. Ever since the moment she first laid eyes on him, Gu Yunji had always carried himself like a miniature adult. No matter what difficulties arose, he would position his small frame as an impenetrable barrier between her and whatever threat stood before them. It pierced her heart to witness such devotion. Yunji, we earned quite a sum today. Sister is in high spirits and wishes to indulge for once. Let me take you both to Zhengji restaurant for a fine lunch. Upon hearing this, Gu Yunji's cheerful expression instantly froze. Worry began to cloud his mind once more. Sister, dining at a restaurant is so expensive. Perhaps we should purchase some meat and return home to cook ourselves. With Sister's remarkable culinary skills, how could such talent be squandered? Moreover, now that we have silver, we ought to save it first. Winter is just around the corner, and Wanner and Junin still need winter clothing. When the new year arrives, we'll require provisions and festive supplies. There are so many expenses awaiting us. Listening to Gu Yunji's endless prattle, Gu Yuyun was left speechless. How could this child be so remarkably mature? At such a tender age, he already carried himself like an elderly man, worrying about every conceivable matter. Truly not a bit endearing. Before Gu Yuyun could interrupt Gu Yunji's tirade, Xiao Qingwan had already grown weary of listening. She seized Gu Yunji's hand and swayed it from side to side, coquettishly imploring in her infantile voice. Uncle Wanner doesn't want a winter coat. Wanner wants to eat meat. Don't make her winter clothes anymore. Use all the money to buy meat. At that moment, Gu Yuyun was at a loss for words. Not only did her younger brother act like an old man, but his daughter was even a little foodie who wouldn't even want a winter coat. She could even see transparent liquid dripping from the corner of her daughter's mouth, and her throat kept swallowing saliva repeatedly. Gu Yuyun couldn't help but sigh to the heavens. How could they endure such days? Forget it, let's just do as you wish. We'll buy the meat ourselves and cook it at home instead of eating at Zhengji restaurant. Xia Qingwan and Gu Yunji's eyes lit up, and they quickly tugged Gu Yuyun toward the market. In this impoverished town, with low productivity and scarce resources, even though fatty meat cost 3 full copper coins more than lean cuts, quite a few people were still willing to pay extra for fatty meat. Gu Yunyun kept thinking about buying a piece of pork belly, half fat half lean, to take home and braise. But as soon as they arrived at the marketplace, they saw quite a few people huddled together whispering. The moment they noticed Gu Yunyun approaching, they promptly scattered. Such an obvious display required no explanation. Gu Yunyun could already piece together the full picture. Oh, isn't this the Gu family's wife who sells wild rabbits? You've made such a fortune. Why would you bother returning to the marketplace? This place is filthy. Don't sully your noble family. Everyone agreed, didn't they? Obviously, whatever Gu Yunji had said that morning had failed to intimidate the rabbit-selling couple. Otherwise, they wouldn't dare act so brazenly now. Hearing this, Gu Yunyun curled her lips into a smile and waved dismissively, gazing at the rival rabbit seller with an expression of concern. Alas! What nonsense, sister-in-law! If by your logic the marketplace is filthy, then aren't you and everyone here equally tainted? Some remarks are spoken carelessly, yet the hearer may take them to heart. I truly hope you haven't misunderstood that you don't think I'm calling everyone present unclean. Gu Yunyun's words sounded entirely for her benefit, yet they made the tall, thin woman gnash her teeth in rage. She'd barely recovered from the humiliation Gu Yunji had dealt her that morning. She'd almost managed to forget about it, but now she'd provoked Gu Yunyun instead. Those present weren't merely vendors with stalls. There were also quite a few idle young masters from wealthy families wandering about. The tall, thin woman was precisely the type who bullied the weak and feared the strong. She wouldn't dare provoke anyone at random. She'd only targeted a frail-looking woman with 3 children, assuming she'd be an easy mark. You're the unclean one. How can you, a woman with 3 children, sell so many things at once while my husband and I watched all day and only sold one? This is clearly because you wicked woman used your charms to lure that manager from Zhengji restaurant into introducing you to manager Zhang from the Liang family. The tall, thin woman grew increasingly smug as she spoke, and seeing Gu Yunyun didn't refute her, she became even more emboldened. Don't tell me you know about this. I saw it with my own eyes. Manager Zhang came straight from Zhengji restaurant and went directly to your stall. He didn't even glance at our stall. How could there not be something shady going on? Upon hearing this, Gu Yunyun finally understood. No wonder Manager Zhang had immediately asked what she was selling. When he saw the rabbits in the wicker basket, he didn't even ask the price. He offered to buy them all at once. So Zhengji restaurant was pulling strings on her behalf. Seeing how vividly the tall, thin woman was describing everything, Gu Yunyun simply confessed. This sister-in-law speaks quite sensibly. I have only set up my stall twice, yet I have already encountered 2 benefactors. This is truly my blessing. However, it is all thanks to this sister-in-law. Thank you so much for sharing the truth with me. Upon hearing Gu Yunyun's words, the tall and thin woman was so furious that she wished she could beat herself to death. You, she stammered repeatedly, but could not form a coherent sentence. Watching this, Gu Yunji felt thoroughly satisfied. Sister, let us cease engaging with those who do not concern us. Since she cannot comprehend human language, anyway, speaking to her would be in vain. Let us go purchase meat first. When we passed by the roasted chicken shop just now, Wanner's mouth was nearly watering. Gu Yunyun nodded and led the children away to purchase a whole roasted chicken, then went to the pork shop beside her stall to buy 2 jin of pork belly. Before long it reached noon. Not to mention the children, even Gu Yunyun herself was ravenously hungry. In the morning when she left home, she had merely eaten something hastily. She had been hoping to enjoy a proper meal at noon. Yunji, I am so hungry my eyes are blurring. Why don't we eat in town before heading back? Gu Yunji raised his gaze, looking earnestly at Gu Yunyun, and furrowed his brows as he replied, I remember that noodle stall last time was quite good. Shall we go there? Seeing the worry etched all over Gu Yunji's face, Gu Yunyun's heart softened. This child was simply too endearing in his own way. At such a tender age, he already carried such maturity. She wondered what he would look like when he grew up. Yunji, you are so young, yet already so capable. I fear that within 2 years, we might be welcoming a new family member soon. Although Gu Yunji was perceptive, he was still too young to grasp the deeper meaning behind Gu Yunyun's words. He simply assumed she was rambling from hunger and did not give it serious thought, instead offering perfunctory agreement, while one hand held Xiao Qingwan and the other supported Gu Yunyun, leading them toward the noodle stall they had visited last time. Boss, 2 large bowls of plain noodles, please. Right away. Sit for a moment. The noodles will be right out. Before Gu Yunyun could even take a seat, Gu Yunji had already ordered plain noodles, leaving her both exasperated and amused. This child remained as frugal as ever. Yunji, we really do not need to be so stingy with our expenses. There are things we simply must spend on. The food we need to eat should not be saved either. There is no need to be frugal when it comes to eating. Rest assured, sister can support all of you. Gu Yunji naturally believed that Gu Yunyun was not making empty boasts. He also sincerely believed that for their large family to have food for the long term, the first principle must be diligence and thrift. If one can do something themselves, there is no need to ask others for help. Moreover, were these not the very words she had been nagging him about since childhood? Gu Yunji did not understand how his sister could undergo such a profound transformation. Yet he chose not to dwell on it too deeply. All that mattered to him was knowing that the person beside him was still his sister, who had raised him since childhood. Other matters were truly not that important. Gu Yunyun could sense that Gu Yunji had something weighing on his mind, yet she could not fathom it. How could such a small child harbor so many concerns in his heart? Lost in thought, the siblings sat in silence, gazing at each other. Fortunately, this slightly awkward atmosphere was quickly broken. The boss truly kept his word. In less than a few minutes, 2 large bowls of plain noodles were served on the table. He had even thoughtfully prepared a small bowl for Xiao Qingwan, which made Gu Yunyun unable to resist taking another glance at the boss. At a glance, his appearance struck her as somewhat familiar. It seemed as though she had seen him somewhere before, yet upon closer reflection, she could not recall where. Gu Yunyun, how could you be here? Just as Gu Yunyun was pondering where she might have seen the owner of this noodle stall before, Xiao Lili unexpectedly appeared from somewhere, pointing at Gu Yunyun's nose and launching into an imperious interrogation. Gu Yunyun thought this girl's mind must have serious problems. Where she was, what she was doing, what business was that of a former sister-in-law? Have you gotten something stuck in your eyes? Can't you see I'm simply here to eat noodles? Xiao Lili raised her eyebrow, looking at Gu Yunyun and Gu Yunji with a mocking expression. Her gaze darted back and forth between the brother and sister. Your family still has money to eat noodles. Don't tell me Brother Zhang is treating you out of respect for my third brother. After all, you're just riding on my third brother's coattails. You slut, how dare you deny it? Xiao Lili grew angrier by the moment. Since Gu Yunyun had married into the Xiao family, her already lowly status within the Xiao family had only worsened. Even her third brother, who always doted on her, told her to yield to Gu Yunyun. Years of past grievances surged up in an instant. Enraged, Xiao Lili snatched the bowl of noodles from the table, heedless of how scalding they were. With a swing of her arm, she was about to fling them at Gu Yunyun. Miss Xiao, stop. The noodle stall owner, witnessing this, immediately set down what he was doing and dashed over in 3 quick strides. He grabbed Xiao Lili's arm to restrain her. Miss Xiao, there's been a misunderstanding. These guests have eaten noodles at my stall more than once. They've paid every time. Besides, if you hadn't just mentioned it, I would never have recalled that this lady is actually third Master Zhao's widow. Boss Zhang had only intended to clear up the misunderstanding between Xiao Lili and Gu Yunyun. Yet he could never have imagined that those few words would instantly escalate the conflict between them. What? You slut, you've been here before. Where did you get the money? Was it from my third brother's inheritance? Oh, perfect. Gu Yunyun, you truly are shamelessly invincible. Even after being cast out of the house, you still have the audacity to spend the money my third brother left behind. You're even using it to support your own natal family brothers. You really do take the Xiao family for fools, don't you? Seeing Xiao Lili's astonishing logic, Gu Yunyun actually laughed in disbelief, sheer anger rising within her. This girl was truly a rare specimen. One wondered what on earth was going on inside her head. Within the Xiao household, in front of Meng Guizhi and Meng Hongmei, she never dared to utter a single word. She remained ever submissive and timid, perpetually fearing physical punishment and harsh scolding. She even went out of her way to please her own nephew, Xiao Dazhuang. But in front of her, Gu Yunyun, and her second sister-in-law, Xiang Xiumei, she was an entirely different person. She behaved as though she suffered from some form of mental fracture. Now away from the oppressive presence of Meng Guizhi and Meng Hongmei, her impudence knew no bounds whatsoever. What belongs to your Xiao family? What money left by your third brother? Wasn't I already driven out by your Xiao family long ago? When you threw me out, I couldn't even take a single piece of my own clothing with me. It was clearly your Xiao family that bullied us beyond endurance. And now you come here to further torment a widow and her child. As Gu Yiyun spoke, tears silently slid down her cheeks. Her voice began to tremble with suppressed sobs. Paired with her naturally beautiful and captivating features, she looked as though painted, a sight so heartbreakingly lovely that it could move stones. Xiao Lily's shouting had already drawn in everyone nearby, eating noodles and passers-by alike. The gathered crowd began whispering amongst themselves. Now with Gu Yiyun weeping, the scene stirred even deeper pity, bitter to hear and heartbreaking to witness. Now that everyone is gathered here, this humble woman dares to ask you all to be the judge. The matter is as follows. My late husband served as a centurion under the Southern General. 3 years ago, we had been married for only 3 days when the enemy invaded, and he returned to the army overnight. By the time he came back, our daughter was already over a year old. He was away for over 2 years, home for less than 2 months before leaving once more. But this time he never returned. Only a bundle of tattered clothes made the journey back. When I heard the news of his death, my world crumbled. Wu. Gu Yiyun wiped her nose, sobbing so hard she could hardly breathe. Looking up to gauge the crowd's reaction, she trembled and choked back sobs. Seeing everyone was moved, she decided to press on without restraint. To make this scandal public, along with my husband's burial clothes, they sent a bereavement payment. According to reason, as his widow, I should receive a portion of it. And my children, they deserve their share as well. But the Xiao family swallowed that money whole. They even spread rumors claiming I had cursed their son to death. I was on the verge of giving birth, and they callously drove me out. If it weren't for my 10-year-old younger brother, who took me in, I would have died alongside my unborn son. The onlookers at first did not understand what was happening. They thought it was merely a common sister-in-law dispute. But after hearing Gu Yiyun's impassioned, tearful account, who could fail to understand? Everyone gasped in shock. Some pointed fingers in condemnation, others spat in disgust, and a few were already secretly asking which family this concerned. This family is truly ruthless. To avoid handing over money, they not only drove away their daughter-in-law, but also abandoned their own grandson. So merciless. Exactly. They have lost all conscience. Aren't they afraid their son will come back at midnight to haunt them? Hey, haven't you noticed yet? That girl shows no sense of wrongdoing for casting out her sister-in-law and nieces and nephews from their home. She even intends to demand the belongings her brother left behind. How could such a family have any conscience at all? Gu Yiyun saw that her words were beginning to take effect. A sense of satisfaction stirred within her. The pressure of public opinion was no trifling matter. Since the Xiao family had once twisted right and wrong to drive her out, she could naturally employ the same tactics against them. She had originally planned to deal with the Xiao family's mess after this busy period passed. But unexpectedly, the Xiao family had come knocking on their own. Although Xiao Lily alone could not represent the entire Xiao family, she was ultimately the beloved daughter of Meng Guizhi, the chief culprit. When Gu Yiyun was cast out of the Xiao family, Xiao Lily had played a significant role. Gu Yiyun was not so merciful as to spare her enemies. Around Xiao Lily, the crowd had grown thick with indignant onlookers. She felt a deep sense of foreboding. She had originally come to cause trouble for Gu Yiyun, only to find that the one being targeted was herself. In an instant, Xiao Lily panicked. As the crowd pressed ever closer, all manner of vile words drifted incessantly into her ears. The once arrogant Xiao Lily was now so anxious she was on the verge of tears. Her gaze frantically searched through the crowd, praying that someone would step forward to help her. Just then inspiration struck her. Sister-in-law, I never wanted this to happen. I was wrong to have treated you that way back then, but I had no choice. My mother. She insisted on driving you out, and I couldn't stop her. You know well enough that in her eyes I'm nothing but an unwanted daughter worth less than a dog. My life at home hasn't been any easier than yours. But you, even if you were cast out by your husband's family, you at least have your natal home to return to. What about me? If she drives me out of this house, then I'll have nowhere to go at all. Wah wah wah. Xiao Lily completely shifted her demeanor, transforming from aggressor into yet another victim. The role of the perpetrator had now fallen upon Meng Guizhi. The onlookers hesitated. Some tender-hearted women even began to feel sympathy for Xiao Lili. Looking at Xiao Lili's skin and bones with bruised marks covering her face and arms, she certainly didn't appear to be a favored daughter at home. Sigh. What a pitiful woman. Indeed, she is pitiful. But no matter how unfortunate her situation, that's no excuse for publicly insulting her sister-in-law in the middle of the street. The onlookers were divided in their opinions about what Xiao Lili had said. Some condemned her behavior, while others expressed sympathy. In any case, the emotional intensity had cooled considerably from before. Seeing that her crisis had temporarily passed, Xiao Lili cast a provocative glance at Gu Yunyun. It was as if they were silently dueling. How could Gu Yunyun be afraid of her? Wah, I know your life hasn't been easy either, but you shouldn't take your frustration out on a widow and her child. Your mother treated you poorly. I'm not your mother. If you seek revenge, at least aim at the right target. My younger brother copied manuscripts at the town scriptorium and earned money to bring my mother and me out for a bowl of noodles to improve our meal. Yet in your mouth, it becomes me using my deceased husband's name to come here and scam free food and drink from Boss Zhang. The moment Boss Zhang confirmed we had paid for our noodles, you changed your tune and claimed I was extravagantly squandering the wealth left by my late husband. Can you blame me for feeling wronged? You repeatedly accused my third brother of leaving me money, claiming I ate it all myself. Time and again you slander me. Doesn't your conscience ache at all? And how I was driven out of the Xiao family. Do you think anyone could hide that from the heavens? Public opinion shifted once again with Gu Yunyun's words. However, just as everyone was buzzing with discussion, several constables suddenly squeezed through the crowd from outside. What's going on here? Why is everyone blocking the way? Boss Zhang, is someone causing trouble at your stall? Zhang Dafa's family had operated this noodle stall for over 10 years. It had originally been his father's, and in recent years, he had taken over management. He was already well acquainted with the town constables. Seeing the constables approach, he quickly pulled them aside and whispered a brief explanation. The onlookers, the moment they saw the constables arrive, promptly scattered like birds and beasts. Xiao Lili panicked at heart when she realized constables had been summoned today. Since childhood, she had heard her mother whisper in her ear about selling this unwanted daughter to the constables as a concubine. This had filled her with deep fear of the word constable. She lived in constant terror of being sold away by her mother at the slightest slip. Watching as the constable was about to turn around, Xiao Lili's legs trembled with panic. Swallowing her fear, she clung to the wall and slipped into a narrow alley. At this moment, Xiao Lili had no idea that everything she had done from the moment she arrived had already fallen into the eyes of those who were watching closely. After all the commotion, the noodles in the bowl had long gone cold. Gu Yining had lost her appetite as well. She left the copper coins on the table and took the children to leave. After seeing the officials off, Zhang Dafa turned around and could only see the copper coins on the table. He shook his head with a sigh, gathered the coins, and returned to the kitchen to continue his work. On the way home, passing by the grain and oil shop, Gu Yining stopped in to buy some vegetable seeds. She was thinking of planting them either in her courtyard or in her spatial space. She wanted to make a comparison and see whether ordinary vegetable seeds would undergo some unexpected changes, much like the wild rabbits. Walking home, Gu Yunji thought about what had just transpired, a sense of indignation simmering within him. He could see that Gu Yining had been absent-minded all the way home, so he simply chose to keep those matters locked away in his heart. He did not wish to bring up those events again, fearing it would sadden his sister. By the time they arrived home, under the scorching sun, the hour of Wei had already passed, and their clothes were drenched with sweat. As a mother of 2 children, Gu Yining rarely had any time for herself. She had barely paused to catch her breath before she needed to unfasten her clothes, to nurse her son, and change her daughter. By the time everything was attended to, the sun had already begun to sink toward the west. Noticing the weather had cooled somewhat, Gu Yining took out the vegetable seeds and divided them into 3 portions. She scattered 2 of those portions evenly across the freshly tilled vegetable patches in her courtyard. She then ran to the kitchen and fetched 2 buckets of water. One bucket held ordinary well water, while the other carried the spiritual spring water from her spatial realm. She watered each plot separately. To keep the 2 plots distinct for observation, Gu Yining carefully marked them. She also meticulously recorded her watering times and quantities in a notebook. She busied herself from morning till evening, finally tending to the vegetable garden. As the sun was about to set, Gu Yining returned to the kitchen to begin preparing dinner. She washed the rice, thoroughly added water, and set the pot on the stove to boil. Once the rice reached about 70% doneness, she quickly strained it through a bamboo sieve, separating the rice water from the grains. The rice water was set aside while the undercooked rice was returned to the steamer. While the rice steamed, Gu Yining cleaned the pork belly she had purchased earlier that day. She cut it into 3 large pieces. Taking one piece, she placed it in a pot of cold water along with ginger, scallions, and garlic to boil. The remaining 2 pieces were stored in her spatial space. While the meat was boiling, she carved the roast chicken and prepared the seasonings for braised pork. Only when the meat could be easily pierced through with chopsticks did she remove it from the pot. While the meat was still warm, she sliced it into neat uniform cubes and set them aside. In a cold wok, she added a small amount of water and white sugar. Once the sugar caramelized to the perfect hue, Gu Yining promptly added the cubed pork, stir-frying until it was evenly coated, then added water and spices to braise. In the distance, the rosy clouds glowed crimson, casting the entire world in a warm amber light. When Gu Yining emerged from the kitchen, her clothes carrying the rich aroma of braised pork and the subtle fragrance of rice, the crimson sun had sunk a little further. Watching that great fiery orb slowly descend, she felt a fleeting sense of peace settle within her heart. A brief tranquility finally graced Gu Yining's heart. The quarrel with Xiao Lily in town that noon had suddenly made her realize many things. There were times when certain people, even if you did not provoke them, would still come seeking you out. Why not turn the tide from passive to active? Seize the initiative and grant yourself more authority over your own destiny. As the savory aroma from the pot grew ever richer, Gu Yining's thoughts became increasingly clear. There was still much to accomplish in the days ahead. She must resolve those troubling matters as soon as possible. By the time the braised pork was done simmering in the pot, Gu Yun had already made up her mind about something. Yunji, Qingwan, come eat. Gu Yun carried the freshly cooked braised pork out of the kitchen and called into the courtyard. Coming. We're coming. At the sound, Gu Yunji quickly led Xiao Qingwan out of the house. A heaping platter of braised pork, a whole roasted chicken, and a massive pot of steamed rice. Setting aside the meat and chicken, even just that enormous pot of white rice alone made this dinner the finest feast in all of Qingchuan village. Wow. Meat. So much meat. Qingwan loves eating meat the most. The moment Xiao Qingwan stepped into the kitchen, she hurried to her usual seat. She gazed longingly at the meat on the table and sat quietly waiting for Gu Yun to serve her rice. Such a good girl, Qingwan. Gu Yun smiled and gently ruffled the little girl's hair. The child's hair was impossibly soft, so pleasant to stroke. Once she had touched it, she simply could not resist. Xiao Qingwan beamed sweetly, her small spoon raised in her hand. Seeing Gu Yun finish serving her rice, she quickly stood up to take it. Thank you, mother. You are the best. Qingwan loves mother the most. Hearing this, Gu Yun burst into laughter. And here you were just saying you loved meat the most. Now you love mother best. As she spoke, Gu Yun could not resist pinching Xiao Qingwan's chubby little cheeks. Recently the family had been eating well, and she gave the little girl spirit spring water to drink every day. She also bathed her in diluted spirit spring water. After days of nourishment, Xiao Qingwan's cheeks had gradually grown round and plump. Such a soft, rosy little creature was simply irresistible. Xiao Qingwan blinked her big eyes looking at the meat in her bowl, then at Gu Yun. She seemed torn between the two choices. Her little head bobbed from side to side, melting Gu Yun's heart. You silly girl, can't you say you love eating mother's cooking the most? That way everyone wins. Gu Yunji shook his head helplessly. He leaned close to Xiao Qingwan's ear and began whispering suggestions. Qingwan loves mother, and she also loves eating meat. The best thing in the world is mother's cooking. Gu Yun pretended not to see her brother's scheming. Her heart melted completely. How adorable was her little Qingwan. Gu Yun set down her bowl and chopsticks, cupped Xiao Qingwan's small face in both hands, and kissed her vigorously. Moi, my little Qingwan is the most precious, most beautiful treasure in the whole world. Kissed like that, Xiao Qingwan's eyes crinkled into happy crescents. Her pearly little milk teeth flashed as bell-like laughter spilled from her cherry-red lips. All right, my little darling, eat your food quickly. If you don't eat, your uncle will finish all the meat. Upon hearing Gu Yunji's words, Xiao Qingwan could not bear it. She immediately raised her little spoon and began devouring the meat by the spoonful. No, Qingwan has her share of the meat too. Uncle cannot eat it all. Gu Yun shook her head, watching her daughter and brother with exasperated affection. They had bought 2 caddies of pork belly today, using nearly 1 caddy for this single meal, plus a whole roasted chicken. There were only 3 people at their table. How could they possibly finish it all in one sitting? Enough. Stop fighting over it. Eat slowly. We have plenty of meat now. Gu Yunji turned to Gu Yun, winked mischievously, and grinned. At that very moment, at the Xiao family residence in the western part of Qingchuan village, the scene was entirely different. Xiao Lili stood frozen before the front gate, hesitating, afraid to step across the threshold. The matter of Xiao Lili and Gu Yunyun arguing in town spread throughout the entire settlement within a single afternoon. Residents from neighboring villages even came to Qingchuan village to inquire about the incident. This was something Xiao Lili could never have imagined in her wildest dreams. Just as Xiao Lili cautiously poked her head out, peering into the Xiao family courtyard, a pudgy hand suddenly emerged from behind the door. It grabbed her hair and yanked hard. Xiao Lili screamed in agony. Mother! Mother! Let go of me quickly! Aya! It hurts! Woo-woo! The moment Meng Guizhi heard Xiao Lili cry out in pain, she not only refused to let go, but used her other hand to drag Xiao Lili right inside the doorway. Che! So you know it hurts now? You damn good for nothing. And here you are coming back. Why didn't you just die out there, you worthless thing? What do you think you're doing coming home? You've made me so angry I forgot to cook lunch. You actually went to town and shamed the family. Useless creature. Meng Guizhi grew angrier with each word, her hand like a palm leaf fan, striking Xiao Lili's face repeatedly and savagely. In an instant, Xiao Lili's already swollen cheeks puffed up again like a pig's head. Mother, I won't dare again. I really won't dare. Please stop hitting me. Woo-woo. Father, come save me. Woo-woo. Despite exerting all her strength, Xiao Lili couldn't break free from Meng Guizhi's iron grip. Meng Guizhi's hand was as if welded to her hair. No matter how much she struggled, it was futile. At this moment, Xiao Lili's first thought was of the one person who could save her, Xiao Yongfeng. The sun on the horizon had exhausted all its radiance, and the sky gradually darkened. Normally at this hour, the entire Xiao family would already be gathered around the main hall, beginning their evening meal. But today something was strange. Xiao Lili called out for a long time, yet she saw no sign of Xiao Yongfeng. Nor did she see any of the other Xiao family members. After dozens of slaps, Meng Guizhi's hand finally came to a stop, just when Xiao Lili thought this disaster was over. Meng Guizhi suddenly grabbed the broom, leaning by the door. She struck her again and again. While beating her, Meng Guizhi's mouth never stopped spewing filthy curses, as if Xiao Lili weren't her own flesh and blood. Each word was harsher than the last. Any outsider hearing them would shake their head in disbelief. Xiao Lili had already exhausted her strength struggling, yet Meng Guizhi's blows continued without pause. Gradually, despair began to take root in Xiao Lili's heart. Her voice had grown hoarse from crying long ago. She had no strength left even to cry for help. In this moment, Xiao Lili couldn't help but feel envious of Gu Yunyun. Since childhood, she had deeply envied Gu Yunyun. As a child, she had parents who loved and doted on her, received an education, and developed beautiful handwriting. Growing up, she had a husband who cherished and protected her lovely children, and a younger brother who, at only 10 years old, already knew how to shield her. All of these things were hers to envy. She envied and resented her even more at this moment. Yet now she suddenly felt her hatred had lost all meaning. From beginning to end, it was never Gu Yunyun who made her life so unbearable. Xiao Lili felt as though she were dying. Every joint, every inch of skin ached so violently she wanted to scream. All of this because of her mother. Yes, all her suffering, all her pain came from her mother, Meng Guizhi. The tearful words she had poured out during the argument with Gu Yunyun at the noodle stall that day were in truth her deepest feelings. She truly envied Gu Yunyun. Even if driven out of the Xiao family, she still had a younger brother willing to take her back. But what of her Xiao Lili? If she were driven out of the Xiao family, where would she go? The world was vast. Yet where was her home? It was not until noon that Xiao Yongfeng learned Xiao Lili had left home and never returned. so anxious that he abandoned his meal and neglected all field work. He grabbed his two sons and dashed toward the town, searching everywhere for Xiao Lily. Like headless flies, they searched the entire afternoon, but found no sign of her. As dusk approached, his desperation grew unbearable. Xiao Yinyi saw his father drenched in sweat from anxiety and could bear it no longer. "Father, perhaps we should return home first. It is nearly dark. Sister is not a 3-year-old child anymore. When it grows dark, she will know to come home." Hearing this, Xiao Yinzhong quickly joined in to urge Xiao Yongfeng to return home. "Indeed, father. Second brother speaks truly. Sister has always been fond of playing. Mother keeps her closely confined at home and rarely lets her go out. Today, having secretly slipped out at last, she likely simply forgot the time while enjoying herself. She knows her limits. She is a young lady now, as surely she knows when to return home." Xiao Yongfeng, seeing both his sons urging him on, and having found nothing after a whole afternoon of searching in town, began to secretly agree with their reasoning. "Then let us hurry home and check. If she is not there upon our return, we shall report it to the authorities at once." The two Xiao brothers sighed with relief when their father finally accepted their suggestion. This was not the first time they had proposed it. Previous times he had rebuked them sharply, so to be agreed to now was indeed cause for celebration. Nevertheless, a daughter going missing was no trivial matter. The 3 men of the Xiao family ran all the way from the town back to Qingchuan village, calling out Xiao Lily's name as they went. Lu Ernyang had just finished her evening meal and stepped out to take a walk for digestion. She overheard the Xiao family men shouting for Xiao Lily. Approaching with curiosity, she asked, "What is the matter with you all? Hasn't Lily returned home long ago? What are you shouting for?" Xiao Yongfeng heard this and immediately felt his heart sink. "What? She has returned. When did this happen?" Lu Ernyang furrowed her brows, pondering. "She returned before dusk. Didn't you know?" Xiao Yongfeng's head spun with dread. Curse it. Abandoning all else, he immediately turned and sprinted toward the Xiao residence in the western part of the village. Xiao Yinzhong and his brother followed closely behind. As expected, before the 3 Xiao men even reached their doorstep, they could already hear Meng Guizhi's powerful, fury-filled curses. Meng Hongmei had long ago taken her child and returned to town overnight. Early that morning, Xiang Shuamei had also made an excuse to take her child back to her maiden home. Now only Meng Guizhi and Xiao Lily, mother and daughter, remained at home. Even if Meng Guizhi in a fit of madness beat Xiao Lily to death, no one would dare intervene. The neighbors around the Xiao family had long been terrified of Meng Guizhi, who would dare step forward. Xiao Yongfeng saw the villagers densely packed in layers inside and outside the courtyard gate, his teeth nearly grinding to dust in fury. "Elder brother Xiao, you are finally back. Where have you been? Why did it take so long? Quick, quick. Everyone make way. Elder brother Xiao is back." Neighbor Old Man Zheng, near the Xiao house, rushed forward as soon as he spotted the 3 Xiao men pulling Xiao Yongfeng toward the inner crowd. The onlooking villagers quickly parted to clear a path. "Elder brother Xiao, you're finally back. Where have you been? Why so late? Quick, everyone make way. Elder brother Xiao is back." Neighbor Old Man Zheng, near the Xiao residence, rushed forward upon spotting the 3 of them pulling Xiao Yongfeng deeper into the crowd. The gathered villagers quickly stepped aside to clear a path. Lu Erliang noticed the 3 men from the Xiao family hurrying home in a panic. Something felt wrong in her heart, and it was only when she reached near the Gu residence that she suddenly pieced it together. She hurriedly ran to the Gu house and knocked on the door. "Yun Yun, come out quickly. Something has happened." Gu Yunyun had just finished bathing the children. She was just about to return to her room and rest when she heard Lu Erliang's voice outside. She hurriedly opened the door. "Second mother, what's wrong? Why are you so flustered?" Lu Erliang saw that Gu Yunyun was wearing only a thin inner garment with damp hair. She hurriedly urged Gu Yunyun to go back and dress properly. "Alas, you probably don't know yet. The incident of you and Lily Girl quarreling in town this noon has already spread throughout the entire town. It was told with such vivid detail. I wonder if it was because of this matter that Lily Girl didn't return until after dark. Her father and 2 eldest brothers were just searching for her outside. When they heard I said she had already returned, they bolted off as if their butts were on fire." Ingshu. For the words that followed, Lu Erliang was somewhat uncertain, so she dared not say them aloud. But Gu Yunyun had already understood the implication. She hurriedly ran back to her room and dressed neatly. Grabbing a cloth strip, she hastily tied up her damp hair. After instructing Gu Yunji to watch over Xiao Qingwan and Xiao Anjuan at home, she quickly followed Lu Erliang toward the Xiao residence. Second mother, when did this happen? Oh, just now. I only thought of this possibility when I reached your doorstep. That's why I came to fetch you right away. From the eastern end to the western end of Qingchuan village it wasn't far, but it still took a few minutes to walk. By the time Gu Yunyun and Lu Erliang arrived at the Xiao residence, Xiao Lili was already lying on the ground with her eyes tightly shut, motionless as a piece of tattered cloth. There wasn't a single unblemished spot on her body. Her face was swollen, her clothes torn, and her hair in complete disarray. She looked like a completely different person from the one who had been quarreling with Gu Yunyun in town at noon. Xiao Yongfeng was overwhelmed with anxiety and rage. Gazing at his breathless daughter on the ground and his cold-faced wife, this nearly 50-year-old man felt an overwhelming sense of powerlessness deep within his heart. He fixed an angry stare on Meng Guizhi, and a heavy slap landed hard on her plump cheek. You poisonous woman. Lily is your own flesh and blood. How could you bring yourself to do this? She's only in her teens. She hasn't even had the chance to marry yet. Upon hearing this, Meng Guizhi tilted her head slightly, showing not a shred of remorse, and even let out a cold sneer. She deserved to die. It's because of this worthless girl that I can never bear a son again. Let me tell you the truth. As early as over a decade ago, when she was first born, I wanted to strangle her to death. If I hadn't thought she'd still be useful somehow, would she even be alive until now? Hearing this, everyone present gasped sharply. The villagers had long known that Meng Guizhi favored boys over girls and utterly detested Xiao Lili. Yet no one could have imagined that she had harbored murderous intentions toward her own daughter all along. Looking back, now driving away her daughter-in-law and granddaughter under the pretext of her son's death in battle had almost seemed merciful by comparison. Pa, Meng Guizhi, you venomous old witch, may you meet a terrible end. If you can bring yourself to harm your own daughter, what will you do to us, ordinary villagers? That's right. We can't keep such a poisonous woman. I'll go fetch the village head right now. Let him drive this cruel woman out of our Qingchuan village. Exactly. Drive her out. Get out. Get out. Once someone started, others quickly chimed in with relentless echoes. Just then Gu Yunyun closed her eyes and sensed Xiao Lili's breathing. She suddenly realized she was still alive. Gu Yunyun couldn't say she particularly liked Xiao Lili, nor could she claim any real disgust for her. From beginning to end, Xiao Lili had never gained the upper hand against her. Whether in a physical fight or a heated argument, it was always Gu Yunyun who prevailed. Now she watched the lifeless form lying on the ground like a broken cloth doll, deprived of breath and all its former vitality. This very person had been quarreling with her in town just that very noon. It had only been one afternoon. A living, breathing human being had suddenly just died. This was hard for Gu Yunyun to accept all at once. But when she discovered that Xiao Lili still had a faint breath lingering, she hurried over. She scooped her up in her arms. Meanwhile, on the other side, the quarrel between Xiao Yongfeng and Meng Guizhi continued unabated. Brothers Xiao Yinzhong and Xiao Yini were likewise preoccupied with pulling their fighting parents apart. They had no time to pay attention to Xiao Lili, whom they considered long dead. Just as Gu Yunyun was preparing to leave with Xiao Lili in her arms, Gu Huaye arrived accompanied by Dr. Zhang. The old physician, sharp of hearing and keen of sight, immediately discerned that Xiao Lili, cradled in Gu Yunyun's arms, had already lost all signs of life. Still uneasy, he stepped closer to carefully check her breath. His findings confirmed his suspicion. Under the watchful eyes of the village head and assembled villagers, he sighed and shook his head before departing. Though he spoke not a word, everyone present understood his meaning. Instantly, emotions ran high among the crowd. They clamored and urged the village head to make a decision quickly. They demanded that Meng Guizhi, that venomous woman, be driven out of Qingchuan village. Meng Guizhi, who had initially disregarded the villagers' words, finally grew panicked at this moment. Some days prior, she had already fallen out with her natal family over the matter of Meng Hongmei. If she were expelled from Qingchuan village, her natal family was already off limits. Where could an old woman nearing 50 possibly go? The Meng Guizhi, who had just been at each other's throats with Xiao Yongfeng, boasting and utterly arrogant, had suddenly assumed an entirely different demeanor at this moment. She dropped to her knees abruptly, repeatedly bowing her head before Xiao Yongfeng. "Husband, save me. Please plead on my behalf. After all these years as your wife, after raising so many children, have I not earned my keep if not my merits? And now they all want to drive me away. I beg you help me." Wah! Watching Meng Guizhi sobbing uncontrollably, her lips begging for mercy. Yet her words carried not a shred of genuine remorse. Instead, her tone seemed to blame the villagers for overstepping their bounds, for meddling in the affairs of the Xiao family. Gu Yinyun found herself wanting to laugh. Even fierce beasts would not devour their own young, a principle known to all creatures. Yet Meng Guizhi as a human being consistently acted without regard for ethics or the law. Meng Shi, do you realize the gravity of your offense? It carries the death penalty. Qingchuan village has stood for over a century, and never before have we encountered an outcast such as yourself. You could bring yourself to harm your own flesh and blood daughter. How much more merciless would you be toward others, eh? Gu Huaiye felt a headache coming on. Why did the affairs of the Xiao family never seem to end? They stirred up trouble every other day, costing him the village head both face and dignity. And now a murder. I didn't kill anyone. That wretched girl is faking death. She's got too strong a will to die. When she was only a few months old, I strangled her. She refused to die. She won't die now either. Meng Guizhi was entirely convinced that Xiao Lili was deliberately holding her breath, feigning death merely to win the crowd's sympathy. Yet at that moment, everyone present, save for Gu Yunyun, refused to believe a single word she spoke. Dr. Zhang himself had come up to confirm just moments before, and it was clear Xiao Lili had already drawn her last breath. You lie? Dr. Zhang examined her personally not long ago. He left only sighing and shaking his head. He had already made up his mind. The girl Lily was dead. Everything you're saying now is nothing but a desperate attempt to escape suspicion of murder. Exactly. We villagers know Meng Guizhi all too well. What kind of scheme she's capable of. She's only spouting nonsense because she's terrified of being driven out of the village. Meng Guizhi's words instantly ignited the fury of the gathered villagers. Not a single person stepped forward to speak in her defense. Not even her own son dared to utter a half-word on her behalf. The facts were laid bare before everyone's eyes. Even if the Xiao brothers wanted to say something, the situation left them speechless. Their younger sister lay dead, and their own mother was the suspected murderer. No matter which side they chose to support, it would be a devastating decision for them. In the end, they simply followed their father's example, standing apart in silence, saying nothing at all. They waited for the village head's judgment, wondering how he would handle the affair. Gu Huaiye observed the villagers, each one seething with barely contained rage, eager to drive Meng Guizhi out on the spot. As village head, he dared not show favoritism toward anyone. Hesitating, he approached Gu Yunyun. Child Yunyun, in your opinion, how should this matter be handled? Though a life has been lost, this is ultimately the Xiao family's own affair. Even if we cast Meng Guizhi out of the village, she would likely find some pretext to return. Upon hearing this, Gu Yunyun offered a faint smile. Was this really such a difficult matter to resolve? Turning her gaze toward Meng Guizhi, whose forehead was battered and bleeding, she spoke with striking composure. After all, human life is at stake. If Uncle finds yourself unable to handle this, why not simply report it to the authorities? Let the government take over from here. You needn't bear the role of the villain and invite the Xiao family's resentment, yet you'll earn a reputation for impartial justice. Would that not be the finest of both worlds? Gu Huaiye had only intended to ask casually, never expecting Gu Yunyun to present him with such a brilliant solution. Exactly. Reporting to the authorities is indeed the best course. This way I won't have to further entangle myself in the Xiao family's tedious troubles. Gu Huaiye had long been overwhelmed and exasperated by the endless complications surrounding the Xiao household. That very morning, as he combed his hair, he discovered handfuls of hair falling from his scalp. Thanks to the Xiao family's relentless drama, he was nearly going bald. Having found his solution, Gu Huaiye waved his hand decisively and summoned two burly men from the crowd. He instructed them to fetch ropes and bind Meng Guizhi immediately. He then called upon Luo Dahu to bring the family's ox cart. They would report the matter to the authorities that very night. The moment Meng Guizhi heard Gu Huaiye's words, she collapsed to the ground in sheer terror. She had lived her entire life in arrogance and dominance, never imagining she would ultimately be undone by her own daughter's hands. The mere thought of her daughter seemed to summon some forgotten reserve of strength from within Meng Guizhi. She suddenly scrambled to her feet, her swollen, blood-streaked face contorted into a ghastly mask, and charged straight toward Gu Yunyun. The sudden lunge caught even the two burly men off guard, and they failed to restrain her in time. Her long claw-like nails were mere moments away from raking across Gu Yunyun and Xiao Lili. Every onlooker held their breath, trembling with dread. Unexpectedly, just as Meng Guizhi's hand was about to clutch Xiao Lili's face, Gu Yunyun struck. As before, she decisively pressed several acupoints on Meng Guizhi's body with swift, practiced movements. In the blink of an eye, Meng Guizhi's body went rigid, utterly immobilized. Not only could she not move a muscle, she could not even utter a single word. All she could manage was a series of muffled whimpers. Any bystander unfamiliar with the situation might have mistaken her for a mute. Watching Meng Guizhi frozen, once more the Xiao family members remained silent. Xiao Yongfeng even found himself involuntarily exhaling a sigh of relief. His daughter had already endured enough misery in this life. Abused by her own mother from the moment of birth, she had now breathed her last. And even Meng Guizhi refused to leave her in peace. "Brother Gu, please take her away as soon as possible. I cannot bear to look at that heartless woman for another moment." Xiao Yongfeng closed his eyes, refusing to look at Meng Guizhi any longer, nor dared he gaze upon Xiao Lili. After more than 2 decades as husband and wife, they had arrived at this final moment. Beneath Xiao Yongfeng's sorrow lingered a faint thread of reluctant attachment. But whenever his mind drifted to his tragically slain daughter, that subtle reluctance vanished instantly. Everyone was right. Should they spare a menace like Meng Guizhi, who knew who would suffer next? Perhaps the next to perish at her hands would be himself, or some other villager. By now Meng Guizhi was no different from the madwomen wandering the streets. Paralyzed and voiceless, she could only submit to whatever fate others decreed. The terrifying sensation of being the fish upon the chopping board while others held the knife swept over Meng Guizhi like an overwhelming tide. At last a flicker of fear stirred within her, and as 2 burly men bound her with hemp rope and hurled her onto the ox cart, her heart pounded wildly with sheer panic. Thud, thud, thud. Stroke after stroke, Meng Guizhi felt as though her ears had ceased to function entirely. All she could hear was the thundering of her own heartbeat resonating through her bones. By then the last faint glow on the horizon had faded away. Complete darkness had fallen. Even the moon, as though frightened, hesitated to reveal its face. Gu Huaiye had ordered several torches to be prepared. He lit one first and raised it high, then led the 2 strong men and boarded the ox cart. The aging ox pulling the cart knew the way on its own. At Luo Dahua's command, they set off into the darkness toward the village outskirts. The remaining villagers gradually dispersed. Xiao Yongfeng and his 2 sons stood motionless where they were. Their minds were in turmoil, their thoughts as confused as thick paste. In merely a few short days, their family had been shattered beyond repair. The women and children either returned to their natal families, died, or were handed over to the authorities. In an instant, the entire Xiao household was reduced to just the 3 of them, father and 2 sons. Gu Yunyun watched Xiao Yongfeng and his 2 sons with a touch of compassion. At the same time, she felt that if Xiao Lili were to perish now, it would be an utter waste. A girl of 17 or 18. In her original world, she would have been nothing more than a rebellious teenager. To be beaten to death in such a manner, anyone would inevitably feel a sense of grievous loss. Taking advantage of the Xiao family's inattention, Gu Yunyun placed her hand gently upon Xiao Lili's chest. Secretly, she began circulating the spiritual energy within her body. She concentrated all her spiritual power into her palm. Through the point of contact on Xiao Lili's chest, she steadily transmitted streams of spiritual energy into her body. Gu Yunyun was uncertain whether what she was doing was right or whether she could truly save Xiao Lili. At this moment, she could only think if Xiao Yanliang were truly still alive. He surely would not bear to watch his younger sister die so helplessly. Xiao Lili felt as though she should already be dead. Her entire being floated in a weightless state, and the wounds on her body had inexplicably ceased to ache. She felt as though she had entered some ethereal barren realm. Surrounding her was nothing but in immaculate pristine whiteness. Was this the afterlife? Oh, she had finally found her deliverance. She no longer needed to fear her mother selling her to a government official as a concubine, nor did she have to dread further abuse. With that thought, Xiao Lily's entire body relaxed. Yet the moment she let go, she realized the wounds inflicted before her death had begun to grow warm. Moreover, a gentle, welcoming power flowed through her veins like the mild warmth of spring sunlight. What was going on? Was she not supposed to be dead? Xiao Lily began struggling, desperately attempting to break free from this whited-out expanse to see what new predicament had befallen her. Gu Yunyun had long been uncertain whether her actions would yield any result. But when she sensed Xiao Lily's fingers begin to move, overwhelming joy surged through her. Knowing all her previous efforts had not been in vain, Gu Yunyun hastily intensified her spiritual energy output. Nearly a quarter of an hour's continuous expenditure left her thoroughly drained. The spiritual energy within her body was nearly depleted. If she did not swiftly rouse Xiao Lily, she might never awaken again. Xiao Lily, wake up at once. Don't you want to scold me? Then get up and continue. You're still holding a grudge over childhood trifles after all these years. What a petty person you are. Was it so terrible that I played a prank on you, dangled a little frog before your eyes, and made you cry? Do you really need to harbor resentment for an entire lifetime? Even if you truly resent me for this matter, fine. But I will never apologize to you. Within that impenetrable expanse of pure white, Xiao Lily listened to Gu Yunyun's voice drifting past her ears. She struggled even more fiercely, gritting her teeth in indignation, her lips churning with relentless curses toward Gu Yunyun. Damned Gu Yunyun. You have the nerve to say that. You clearly threw a huge toad. What little frog? You're nothing but a blind fool who can't even tell a frog from a toad. Between her curses, Xiao Lily couldn't help but burst into tears. Indeed, these were merely childhood memories. Why hold such resentment for a lifetime? Now that she was already dead, there was no reason to continue harboring hatred. She certainly didn't wish to encounter another scoundrel like Gu Yunyun in her next reincarnation. Hearing Xiao Lily's faint cursing, Gu Yunyun was overjoyed. She immediately poured her last remaining wisp of spiritual energy into her. Xiao Lily, wake up quickly. The first thing Xiao Lily saw upon opening her eyes was Gu Yunyun's face. She was momentarily dumbfounded. Hadn't she died? How could she still see Gu Yunyun? Had she died as well? Gu Yunyun, have you died too? Upon hearing this, Gu Yunyun gritted her teeth in fury. All that effort she had expended rescuing Xiao Lily only to hear her curse her with death. You're the one who hasn't died. I'm perfectly fine and alive. Just shut that foul mouth of yours. Xiao Lily blinked, glancing around. Suddenly her brow furrowed. My wounds. Why don't they hurt anymore? Gu Yunyun couldn't help but roll her eyes. Of course they didn't hurt. They had all been healed by her. How could they possibly still ache? Gu Yunyun. Wait, this isn't Gu Yunyun. Xiao Lily suddenly realized, desperately breaking free from Gu Yunyun's grip. Her eyes widened in sheer terror as she stared at Gu Yunyun, her face contorted with dread. That wretched Gu Yunyun would sooner see me dead than help me. How could she possibly save my life? Speak. Who on earth are you? As soon as Xiao Lily regained consciousness, she pointed at Gu Yunyun and demanded answers. Having brushed against the gates of death, one truly undergoes a profound transformation. At least that was something Gu Yunyun observed in Xiao Lily. Who am I? I am a wandering specter. Should you dare seek me out to cause trouble again, I shall devour you. Since I had the courage to save you, I certainly dare to deal with you. Xiao Lily received Gu Yunyun's unequivocal reply. Instantly, she broke down, her heart wrung with sorrow. Though she and Gu Yunyun had been at odds since childhood, her lips ever ready to wish death upon the other. Deep within her heart, she harbored a venomous hatred. Yet upon suddenly hearing of her demise, Xiao Lily could not help but feel a pang of grief. After all, they had grown up together, some measure of affection must have existed between them. Moreover, she had already resolved to let go of her hatred toward Gu Yunyun. What have you done to Gu Yunyun? How have you taken over her body? Has she gone on to reincarnation? Xiao Yongfeng had just finished preparing the morning hall for Xiao Lily alongside his two sons, when he heard voices approaching from outside. The conversation between Xiao Lily and Gu Yunyun, accompanied by Xiao Lily's weeping. He initially believed his ears were deceiving him. But as he emerged from the morning hall preparing to carry Xiao Lily and lay her down, he was astounded to see her sitting upright. And she was weeping as though her heart were breaking apart. Could this be a corpse reanimating? Or was this merely a hallucination? Xiao Yongfeng could scarcely believe his own eyes. He rubbed his eyes several times, yet the scene before him remained unchanged. In his agitation, he hurriedly called for his two sons to come and witness it. At that very moment, Xiao Lili unexpectedly turned her head. Her hair was a disheveled mess, her tattered garments splattered with dried blood, and her face still partially swollen. After lingering behind the clouds for so long, the moon finally revealed itself. The pale moonlight fell upon Xiao Lili's face, rendering her appearance all the more harrowing. At first glance, she resembled a malevolent specter come to claim a life. "Father! Wah! I am not dead. Look, I am still alive. She saved me." Xiao Lili could tell that her actions had thoroughly terrified Xiao Yongfeng. She hurriedly rose from the ground, stifling her inner turmoil, and pointed at Gu Yunyun, claiming she had been the one to save her. The result was that not only was Xiao Yongfeng nearly frightened out of his wits, but brothers Xiao Yinzhong and Xiao Yini were also shocked to the brink of fainting. Of course they had hoped Xiao Lili was alive. Yet just moments prior, physician Zhang had clearly declared her beyond saving. How could she have come back to life in the space of a single breath? And now she claimed Gu Yunyun had rescued her. Xiao Lili truly is not dead. Her heart is still beating. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yongfeng rushed over at once. He grasped Xiao Lili's hand in his. Instantly his sorrow transformed into joy. She has warmth. Her hands are warm. Lili truly lives. Eldest son, second son, come and see quickly. Brothers Xiao Yinzhong and Xiao Yini hurried over upon hearing the call. They extended their hands before Xiao Lili's nose to test for her breath. She is truly alive. Little sister is still with us. This is wonderful. Overcome with emotion, Xiao Yini held Xiao Lili's hand, his eyes growing wet as he spoke. Indeed, little sister lives. This is truly a blessing. Does this mean mother will be able to return? Xiao Yinzhong suddenly realized that if Xiao Lili had not died, then it meant Meng Guizhi had not committed murder. If that were the case, would they no longer need to involve the authorities? Upon hearing these words, both Xiao Yongfeng and Xiao Yini fell silent. Today's affair was far from simple. Father, let me say this plainly up front. If you intend to bring mother back, I won't object. However, if she does return, then I shall leave the Xiao family at once. Xiao Lili had come to a clear understanding after today's events. Meng Guizhi harbored nothing but a malicious desire for her death. If today's incident had not occurred, she might have forced herself to remain in the Xiao family. But now she no longer dared entertain such thoughts. Meng Guizhi was nothing short of a deranged woman possessed by madness. If she stayed, she could never be certain of not meeting her demise one day. By contrast, Gu Yunyun. She alone had brought Xiao Lili back from the brink of death. Whether she was truly Gu Yunyun or, as she claimed, a wandering spirit, Xiao Lili owed her very life to her. I don't care what you think. I have decided to follow my third sister-in-law. She saved my life, and even if it means serving her as a cow or horse, I will repay her. Gu Yunyun observed Xiao Lili's sudden transformation with some discomfort. Every time they met, Xiao Lili had always been the first to provoke her. Now she spoke of repaying her with gratitude. Gu Yunyun's slender brows furrowed slightly as she glanced between Xiao Lili and Xiao Yongfeng and his son. Ultimately, she decided it best to distance herself from the Xiao family matters. She turned and departed without a word, fading into the moonlight. Upon returning home, Xiao Qingwan was already asleep. Gu Yunji, however, wore a grave expression as he paced the room, cradling Xiao Junin and gently patting his back to soothe him. Seeing Gu Yunyun return, the sternness melted from Gu Yunji's face instantly. Sister, you're finally back? What happened? It seemed as though all the villagers had gathered in the western part of the village. Gu Yunyun took Xiao Junin, who was blinking his eyes and gazing about curiously from Gu Yunji's arms. Noticing Gu Yunji's curiosity, Gu Yunyun did not hold back. She recounted the events that had unfolded at the Xiao family, selecting those details she felt comfortable sharing. Gu Yunji's originally relaxed expression grew increasingly tense as Gu Yunyun narrated the story. When he heard Xiao Lili declare her willingness to serve as a servant in their home, his brows knit tightly together. How can this be? We know all too well what sort of person Xiao Lili is. How can we allow her to come live in our home? Besides, You are no longer her sister-in-law now, and she is an unmarried young woman. What sort of talk would spread if she resided elsewhere? Gu Yunyun, however, was not particularly concerned about whether Xiao Lili would come to live with them. The Gu family's humble dwelling lacked many things, but empty rooms were plentiful. If Xiao Lili wished to stay, there was no reason they could not spare a room. Yet, as Gu Yunji had pointed out, as an unmarried girl, if she chooses not to live in her own home and instead stays with us long-term, it will surely invite gossip. Let us discuss this further. Xiao Lili may not dare to come living with us anyway. By the time the siblings finished their conversation, the moon had reached its zenith. Gu Yunji, yawning, retreated to his room to sleep. Gu Yunyun noticed it was time for feeding and quickly undressed to nurse Xiao Junin. Having never been a mother in her past life, she found herself surprisingly adept at these tasks. This proficiency was largely thanks to the memories left behind by the original host. Once Xiao Junin gradually fell asleep, Gu Yunyun tenderly kissed and stroked both children's cheeks. Only then did she slip into her spatial realm to begin her cultivation. She possessed a 5-element spiritual root, commonly known as a mixed spiritual root. Such a constitution demanded exceptionally large quantities of spiritual energy during cultivation. In the golden age of cultivation, such a spiritual root was highly coveted, a true treasure. Every sect would compete fiercely to recruit such a prodigy. Yet now on the Lingbao continent, spiritual energy was sparse, and most cultivation sects had withdrawn into seclusion. A miscellaneous spiritual root encompasses all 5 elements, requiring its host to absorb a greater variety of spiritual energy attributes than ordinary single attribute or dual attribute roots. Cultivation at such a root also demands considerably more time. In an age where spiritual energy had grown scarce, this made her somewhat of an awkward existence. Today, in her rush to rescue Xiao Lili, Gu Yunyun had expended every ounce of spiritual power stored within her body. Were it not for the spring of spiritual water sustaining her, she feared she would have already fainted from spiritual depletion. As soon as she returned to the spatial realm, Gu Yunyun promptly took a seated position upon the ground and began her meditation and cultivation. Her eyes gently closed, hands resting naturally upon her thighs. At this moment she appeared less like a cultivator and more like a serene meditator. Wave after wave of spiritual energy flowed continuously into her body with each breath she drew. 5 distinct types of spiritual energy, differing in color and attribute, wove together without conflict, circulating autonomously through Gu Yunyun's meridians. 1 cycle, 2 cycles, 3 cycles. By the time Gu Yunyun finally concluded her cultivation, she was startled to discover that 5 full cycles had passed without her even noticing. Such an unprecedented record. She surmised it was likely because of the tremendous expenditure earlier that day. Once Gu Yunyun had reasoned through the matter, she let it go without further concern. Seizing the rare free moment, she intended to browse through those ancient tomes in the spatial realm, once more hoping for new discoveries. Just then a thunderous tiger roar abruptly disrupted her plans. She suddenly remembered the tiger and wild boar she had rescued from the mountains days prior, neither of which she had yet dealt with. The boar had died on the spot, and she had intended to butcher it once she returned home. But now, following the direction of the tiger roar, Gu Yunyun made her way over. She found the young tiger lying with its mouth wide open, tearing ferociously at the wild boar. When devouring its feast contentedly, it resembled nothing more than a large house cat, its tail and ears perking up in playful motion. Quite charming. Were one to disregard its size, it truly did resemble a mischievous feline. Before Gu Yunyun could draw near, the young tiger seemed to sense imminent danger. It raised its head warily and fixed its gaze upon her. Fierce tiger eyes glared directly at Gu Yunyun, as though recognizing this very person who had brought it to this unfamiliar realm. A trembling growl rumbled from its throat. Upon seeing this, Gu Yunyun remained entirely unfazed. After all, this spatial realm was her own domain, and this young tiger had been thrown into the space by her very own hand. Why should she fear anything within her own territory? When facing a ferocious beast, words were useless. The most effective approach was always brute force. As long as one's strength was sufficient, whether it were winged creatures, 4-legged beasts, or any manner of demon and spirit, they were all but paper tigers. However, just as Gu Yunyun prepared to charge forth, and unleash a flurry of blows upon the young tiger. The creature actually spoke. "Please spare me. I will be obedient. Should you permit me to cultivate here, I shall obey your every command." Gu Yunyun was utterly dumbfounded. What on earth was this? "You can speak. Are you a spiritual beast?" Gu Yunyun stood frozen in place. Though she had gathered from the original owner's memories that the Lingbao continent had once been plagued by spiritual beasts and demonic creatures, given how nearly depleted the spiritual energy had become in this era, could there still possibly be a spiritual beast? Did you always possess the ability to speak, or did you only learn it after coming here? The little tiger tilted its head, clearly unprepared for Gu Yunyun's endless questions. After a moment of thought, it finally spoke. "Your guess is correct. I am indeed a spirit beast. However, the spiritual energy on this continent has become too thin nowadays, causing most of our kind to have lost the ability to cultivate. The only innate ability we retain is the power of speech." Gu Yunyun studied the young tiger's face, lost in contemplation. From its furry face, she couldn't read any expression or determine how much of what it said was true. "Is what you're saying really true? Then why did you appear behind the mountain?" Upon hearing this, the young tiger tilted its head in confusion. "What back mountain? Isn't that mountain range called Nanjia Mountain? When did it change its name?" Gu Yunyun was surprised. According to her memories, the mountains behind Qingchuan village were only called the Back Mountain after the village was established. The mountain's original name was indeed Nanjia, as the young tiger had said. That meant, "How long have you lived there?" Unfazed by Gu Yunyun's refusal to answer, the young tiger focused on what mattered, winning over the owner of this blessed land, so it could continue cultivating here. After all, she held the advantage as the territory's master, and there was no threat it posed to her. "How long? I'm not sure. All I recall is that before I fell asleep, there was still some trace of spiritual energy moving through those mountains, not the dead stillness that fills them now. Not a wisp of spiritual energy remains. It's prevented me from even revealing my true form." Gu Yunyun, upon hearing this, finally pieced together what was happening. It was straightforward. The spirit beast had been drawn to the rich spiritual energy in her space, and now intended to stay put. In simple terms, it had decided to cling to her. "Gu Yunyun. True form? You mean this appearance is just a disguise of yours?" Noticing her curiosity, the young tiger lifted its head proudly, its voice dripping with self-satisfaction. "Naturally. I belong to the White Tiger clan. How could I be compared to an ordinary spirit beast?" "White Tiger? Wasn't that one of the 4 divine beasts?" Gu Yunyun's interest spiked instantly. Sensing her attitude soften, the young tiger seized the moment and shook its head vigorously to break free from the illusion spell. Was this some kind of magical transformation? Gu Yunyun rushed over, eagerly grabbing the young tiger's head to examine it closely from every angle. She couldn't spot any difference at all. "Isn't this just a regular tiger? What's so remarkable about it? Even if it is a white tiger, it's simply an albino Bengal. Just a variant with the brownish-yellow stripes faded from albinism. I've seen plenty of those before." Disappointed, Gu Yunyun turned away. But when she watched the white tiger before her suddenly double in size before her eyes, she was completely dumbfounded. And then, as a pair of 3-meter-long wings erupted from the white tiger's back, her pupils dilated and her mouth fell open in sheer amazement. "Good heavens! What on earth is this creature?" The white tiger spirit beast let out a cold snort. Its ancestors were the white tiger deity, one of the 4 divine beasts from ancient times. Though their lineage had fallen to mere spirit beasts through various circumstances, they remained the most coveted mounts that cultivators could only dream of possessing. The fact that it had willingly submitted to become the mount of this mere chi refining stage cultivator was already granting her an immense honor. And yet she dared to question it. To call it a monster. What kind of absurd logic was this? The spiritual beast white tiger flipped its head away arrogantly, clearly unwilling to condescend to someone like Gu Yunyun, a mere chi condensation novice with limited experience. Gu Yunyun too could discern the little scheme behind its prideful demeanor. It was simply trying to showcase itself, hoping she would recognize its extraordinary nature and allow it to stay. Prior to discovering the white tiger's true identity, Gu Yunyun had indeed considered selling it for a profit. But now, having seen its remarkable appearance, a new idea had taken root within her. "It's not impossible for you to remain here. However, as you know, I am but a lowly chi condensation cultivator. On top of that, I have a large family to support. With an additional spirit beast like you, my funds are somewhat, well, how should I put it? Gu Yinyun feigned hesitation while looking at White Tiger, yet her thumbs and index fingers rubbed together incessantly. White Tiger, having lived for many years, understood the meaning behind that gesture instinctively despite rarely venturing into the mortal realm. It involuntarily rolled its eyes and gave its twin wings a gentle flick. A gust of wind erupted and countless treasures of gold and silver jewels cascaded forth. Gu Yinyun's eyes widened once again. Could White Tiger's wings serve as a spatial storage? Before she could approach to examine it further, White Tiger spoke once more. You may take all of these. They hold no use for me anyway. These sparkling things should suffice to sustain your lineage in the mortal realm for generations. All treasure I acquire henceforth shall be yours as well. All I ask is that you let me remain here and cultivate. Seeing White Tiger's generosity made Gu Yinyun somewhat embarrassed. However, upon hearing what followed, she inwardly cursed, despicable and shameless. Do you demand I keep you merely for a handful of gold and silver? Of course not. Beyond wealth, this spiritual beast will also serve as your mount, until you no longer need me. To prove my sincerity, I will willingly enter into a spirit beast contract with you. Terms entirely at your discretion. Only then did Gu Yinyun realize she had wrongly judged the gentleman by a petty mind. This spiritual beast before her did not appear to be insatiably greedy. Very well. Upon receiving Gu Yinyun's consent, White Tiger erupted in jubilation. On the surface, a descendant of a divine beast submitting to a mere chi condensation cultivator for the sake of cultivation might seem disadvantageous. It appeared to be a poor bargain. Yet it had long perceived that this young cultivator was no ordinary soul, though she had only just entered the cultivation world. Having practiced for merely a few days, to reach this stage in such a brief span was nothing short of remarkable. In this current era, or even during the cultivation world's golden age, she would undoubtedly be hailed as a genius. Moreover, this young cultivator possessed the rare 5 spiritual roots, complete with all 5 elemental affinities. If she were to cultivate in a region with sparse spiritual energy, she might exhaust her entire life and attain only this modest chi condensation realm. Yet such was not the case here. This small 5-spirit root cultivator in chi condensation actually possessed a spiritual cave heaven with extraordinarily dense spiritual energy. When would her ascension not be imminent? By the time she ascended, wouldn't he as her mount ascend alongside her? White Tiger seemed to already envision the moment of his own ascension, his tail swishing excitedly behind him as his wings began unconsciously fluttering. Gu Yinyun had initially been puzzled as to why this White Tiger spirit beast was willing to become a mere mount just to stay. But now, seeing it so excited, how could she not understand? It was simply seeking something else. Upon reflection, she herself had agreed to it with ulterior motives. In comparison, they were both the same. Thus, she no longer dwelled on the details. The spirit beast contract was simple. It required the blood of the spirit beast as a covenant and the spiritual energy of the cultivator as a guide. The cultivator would infuse their spiritual energy into the blood of the spirit beast. Once the blood and the spiritual energy merged completely, and the spiritual energy fully enveloped the aura of the beast's blood, the contract would be sealed. As a cultivator's mount, the spirit beast could not make any decisions against its master's will. Everything was bound by the master's command. Gu Yinyun closed her eyes, sensing the detailed contents of the spirit beast contract that suddenly emerged in her sea of consciousness. A violent shock struck her heart. What kind of mount contract was this? It was clearly an indenture. You are truly willing to do this? Gu Yinyun opened her eyes, looking at the White Tiger spirit beast, somewhat perplexed. She admitted that she harbored no grand ambitions, nor did she possess a formidable background. All she had now was this portable space. If the White Tiger spirit beast would go to such lengths for her merely because of the space, no matter how she looked at it, she felt it was excessive. The White Tiger spirit beast lowered its head in submission, its tone sincere. Yes, my master, by Mu of the White Tiger spirit beast clan, is willing to do so. I only hope that my master will diligently cultivate and ascend soon. At this moment, Gu Yinyun finally understood the White Tiger spirit beast's thoughts. She laughed bitterly. Ascension? How easy was that? She was merely a small cultivator at the Qi refining stage. The Lingbao continent was vast and rich in history. Yet even so, over the millennia, only a few dozen cultivators had managed to ascend. How could Shi Gunyun be worthy of being one of those few? As if sensing her thoughts, the white tiger spirit beast gently shook its head. Master, you are different from others. You possess an extraordinarily powerful soul force. Your spiritual root is a 5-element root, complete in all 5 elements. With the blessing of this spiritual spring space filled with dense spiritual energy, you can reach in a mere 100 years heights that ordinary cultivators cannot achieve in centuries. The day of ascension is truly within reach. Gu Yunyun frowned slightly, then nearly jumped with joy. The white tiger spirit beast was now spiritually connected to her, so it dared not deceive her. In her previous life, she had been an ordinary person. Matters of cultivation and ascension were merely myths and legends to her. But in this life, she had truly come into contact with the path of immortality. At this very moment, learning from the white tiger spirit beast that she possessed the potential to ascend and become an immortal, how could she not be excited? If not for sensing footsteps outside the door, Gu Yunyun would have wished to continue cultivating right away. Seeing that Gu Yunyun was about to leave the space, the white tiger spirit beast quickly followed. Master, I want to go out too. As it spoke, Bai Mu's body shrank dozens of times, becoming the size of an ordinary kitten. The black stripes on its body also changed along with its size. Gradually, the black stripes turned into a yellowish-orange color. In the blink of an eye, the white tiger spirit beast Bai Mu had transformed into a small orange cat. Seeing this, Gu Yunyun finally felt relieved. She picked up the little orange cat Bai Mu and left the space. Sister, come out quickly. Xiao Lily is at our door knocking. Where did this little cat come from? Gu Yunji was somewhat puzzled to see his sister Gu Yunyun coming out of her room, carrying a kitten. But what was happening right now was far more important. Sister, go take a look. I tried to persuade her to leave, but she wouldn't listen. She insisted on having you come over. Gu Yunyun felt a headache coming on. She had just dealt with the spirit beast white tiger that had latched onto her, and now there was Xiao Lily again. Could this life ever be at peace? Suddenly an idea struck her. She quickly sent word to Bai Mu asking it to teach her a few spells and their incantations. Only after memorizing the incantations and hand seals did she finally set down the little orange kitten in her arms. She walked across the courtyard and opened the front gate, then said calmly to Xiao Lily, who stood in the morning light carrying bags and packages, "Come in." I should say this first. If you want to stay at my house, you must follow the rules. You cannot keep causing me trouble as you did before. Moreover, I can ask you to leave at any time with no reason needed. Upon hearing this, Xiao Lily nodded nonchalantly. As soon as she entered, she wandered around the courtyard on her own, glancing about and examining things here and there, as if she were searching for something. Gu Yunyun let her be. But Gu Yunji grew impatient. Xiao Lily, what do you think you're doing? My sister has already agreed to let you stay at our home. If you had any gratitude, you would not be here, yet here you are rummaging through my house. What is the meaning of this? Are you treating my home like a thief's den? There is nothing belonging to your Xiao family on Gu family grounds. Gu Yunji had always believed that Xiao Lily came to the Gu residence for the belongings left by Xiao Yanliang. Seeing her wandering about touching things here and there only reinforced his conviction. Xiao Lily was not at all afraid of this mere child. She turned her head and rolled her eyes. What's the matter? I'm only checking whether your house has been cleaned properly. Why are you getting so worked up? Perhaps you have a guilty conscience. Gu Yunyun noticed her brother was growing defiant and on the verge of arguing with Xiao Lily, so she quickly grabbed him to hold him back. Yunji, a true man, does not feud with women. I will handle this. Go back to your room and read. I will call you when breakfast is ready. With no choice, Gu Yunji stormed off in a huff. Xiao Lily, since you came to find me today, you must know something. In that case, I will not hide anything from you. Let me tell you the truth. I am indeed no longer the Gu Yunyun I once was. Seeing the knowing expression on Xiao Lily's face, Gu Yunyun gave a mischievous, mysterious smile before continuing. The me of today has received guidance from an immortal and has already embarked upon the path of cultivation. Naturally, I am no longer the original Gu Yunyun. As she spoke amidst Xiao Lily's astonished expression, Gu Yunyun casually formed a hand seal with both hands and silently recited a few incantations. A palm-sized flame burst forth from her fingertips with a pop. You? That is no immortal technique. It is clearly demonic magic. I will go fetch the Taoist priest from the temple to subdue you, Demonis. Gu Yunyun let out a cold snort. What demonic magic? This is truly an immortal technique. Go ahead if you wish. I will not stop you. But once you walk out of my Gu family's gate, do not ever return. Do you really think the Gu residence is some sort of shelter? A place where you can come and go as you please? Besides, if you can find a Taoist priest to vindicate me, I would welcome that all the more. Xiao Lili noticed that Gu Yunyun showed absolutely no fear. If anything, there was a subtle undertone of encouragement. She could not help but begin to doubt her own judgment. She slowly came to a halt. Thinking to herself, she could not simply let Gu Yunyun have her way. However, what could Xiao Lili possibly know? Gu Yunyun was merely using this opportunity to intimidate her. You wish. If you want the Taoist to set things right, go find him yourself. Xiao Lili turned on her heel and strode toward Gu Yunyun's room, carrying her things. But before she could even step inside, the half-open door slammed shut with a sharp bang, the two panels nearly catching her hand in the process. This is my room. Your quarters are over there. Gu Yunyun strolled over, casually extending her arm to point at the west wing, indicating that Xiao Lili should go there. Xiao Lili followed her gesture and looked over. Her brows immediately knitted together, and she opened her mouth as if to say something, but then thought better of it, lost in some unspoken thought. She huffed and turned away. Gu Yunyun was no longer afraid of Xiao Lili's schemes. After all, the entire Gu household was under her watchful eye. With Baimu the spirit beast guarding the house, a mere mortal could hardly stir up trouble. Finish your room and go fetch water. Fill the tank completely. Remember, I do not keep idle hands in the Gu household. With those words, Gu Yunyun pushed open the door and entered her room. The two children were still sleeping inside. Seeing Gu Yunyun retreat into her room, Xiao Lili stomped her feet in frustration and dragged her belongings into the west wing. She had expected Gu Yunyun to ask about the Xiao family matters. She had even prepared her answers in advance. Yet Gu Yunyun hadn't deigned to ask a single question. After packing her things, Xiao Lili left the room. Following Gu Yunyun's instructions, she set out with the carrying pole. Shortly after Gu Yunyun returned to her room, she heard the sound of Xiao Lili departing. A faint smile crossed her lips. Though Xiao Lili was sharp-tongued and her heart not particularly kind, she was not entirely beyond redemption. Seeing the children sleeping soundly undisturbed by the commotion in the courtyard, she felt somewhat reassured. She kissed the little one's hands and tucked the blankets around them. Only then did Gu Yunyun make her way to the kitchen. With an extra person and a spirit beast now sharing meals at home, breakfast naturally required more provisions. Gu Yunyun worked deftly and soon prepared a table laden with food, thick white porridge, refreshing pickled vegetables, a small plate of miniature meatballs cooked especially for the children, and over a dozen deviled eggs. "Want our time to rise. The sun is burning your bottom." Blinking sleepily, Xiao Qingwan pouted and climbed out of bed. Groggy-eyed, she looked at Gu Yunyun. "Mother, what time is it? Is it breakfast time?" Gu Yunyun gazed at her little glutton with helpless affection and tapped her round little nose. "You only care about eating. Won't even wake up unless it's mealtime." Xiao Qingwan blushed and giggled, her laughter ringing like silver bells. The noise stirred young Xiao Junin from his slumber as well. The well-behaved infant did not cry when awakened by his sister. Instead, he simply opened his round dark eyes and blinked about curiously. "Oh, little Anan has woken too. Such a good boy." While dressing Xiao Qingwan, Gu Yunyun coaxed Xiao Junin along. His grin revealed even his gumless mouth, and his round eyes curved into crescents. Once the children were fully dressed, Gu Yunyun led them toward the kitchen. Xiao Lili had not yet reached the Gu family gate with her water when the aroma of cooking food drifted toward her. At the Xiao residence, among the female servants, cooking duties were shared in rotation. She knew well how skilled Gu Yunyun was at preparing meals. Now, with the tantalizing scents wafting from the Gu household kitchen, her already rumbling stomach grew even more insistent. Her steps instinctively quickened, but upon recalling her present predicament, she slowed again. "You are back. Wash your hands and eat. And do be sure to call out to Yunji as well." Upon hearing this, Xiao Lili promptly set down the shoulder pole and quickly poured the water from the bucket into the water vat. Although the Gu family was large, most of them were children, so their daily water consumption was naturally modest. Moreover, with the spiritual spring in Gu Yunyun's possession, the family's daily cooking primarily used water from it. The Gu family hardly ever drew water from the village's communal well. They only occasionally fetched a couple of buckets of water to keep up appearances. The Gu family's water vats were neither large nor small. Without at least 10 buckets, they would not be filled. Yet as Xiao Lili was pouring, only 2 buckets had been emptied before the vat was already full. This left her feeling somewhat uneasy, suspecting that Gu Yunyun was deliberately making things difficult for her. But now was not the time for her to grumble about such things. When living under another's roof, one must bear the weight of that dependence. The Gu family's storage room happened to be right next to Gu Yunji's quarters. As Xiao Lili passed by carrying the shoulder pole and bucket, she casually tapped on the door. Gu Yunji, come out quickly. Your sister wants you to come eat breakfast. She called out without much thought, not caring whether he heard her. Setting down the pole and bucket, she turned and left. Gu Yunji heard Xiao Lili's voice, but did not respond. He simply set down the book in his hands and walked out of the room. Stepping outside, he happened to cross paths with Xiao Lili. Oh, you finally decided to come out. Scholars are indeed different from the rest. Not a sound when they walk. How do we compare to your sort of country bumpkin? Gu Yunji listened to Xiao Lili's sarcastic barbs and nearly lost his temper. But then he thought, if she considered herself uncouth, who was he to argue? Alas, there's no helping it. My sister and I have read the classics since childhood under our father's tutelage. Otherwise, I suppose we'd be like certain people, shamelessly squatting in others' homes, too ignorant to even offer basic courtesy. Xiao Lili never expected that the boy barely reaching her elbow could speak with such sharpness. His tongue was as clean as it was cutting. You. But before she could finish her retort, the kitten Gu Yunyun had been holding that morning emerged from the kitchen. It fixed her with cold, nut-shaped pupils like a venomous serpent. The chill in those eyes seemed almost tangible, sending shivers through her. Right. She had nearly forgotten. She was in the Gu household on Gu Yunyun's turf. Like owner, like pet. Never mind. I won't waste my breath on a child. Seeing the situation, Xiao Lili quickly turned and walked away without another word. At breakfast, Xiao Lili eyed the cat sprawled across the only empty chair and dared not sit. She ladled a small bowl of porridge, picked at some pickled vegetables, and carried her meal out of the kitchen. She didn't even dare reach for the fried eggs on the platter. Watching this, Gu Yunyun couldn't help but find it amusing. This girl was quite interesting. Want her take these 2 eggs to your aunt? Xiao Qingwan tilted her head, glancing between Gu Yunji and Xiao Lili. Her tiny face was clouded with confusion, but she set down her spoon and wiped her hands on the small handkerchief on the table. She rose on her tiptoes and presented the plate of fried eggs to Xiao Lili. Auntie, please eat the eggs. Xiao Lili, crouching by the kitchen doorway, turned at the sound. She looked at the eggs in Xiao Qingwan's hands, then at the child's face, so much like Xiao Yinliang's. Her throat tightened, and she could barely speak. Auntie, what's wrong? Do you not like eggs? Xiao Qingwan stared at her with wide eyes, puzzled. In a child's eyes there was no complexity, only pure and simple questioning. Why would Annie not like eating eggs? Eggs are delicious. Mother's fried eggs are the most delicious in the world. Xiao Qingwan opened her big eyes, looked at the eggs on the plate, then glanced at the silent Xiao Lili. Her tiny face, no bigger than a palm, was filled with regret. It was unclear whether she felt sorry that Xiao Lili didn't show interest in the eggs, or whether she was sad because Xiao Lili was ignoring her. Throughout her life, Xiao Yinliang had always been the kindest to Xiao Lili. Since birth, she had endured Meng Guizhi's cold disdain. Even on festival occasions, she rarely had the chance to enjoy eggs. Her third brother would often save half his own egg to secretly pass to her. Looking at the plate Xiao Qingwan was holding, which contained 2 perfectly fried eggs, and seeing her face, which bore such a striking resemblance to Xiao Yinliang's, Xiao Lili ultimately could not hold herself together. She pulled Xiao Qingwan, still clutching the plate, into a tight embrace. Tears burst forth from her eyes like a breached dam. Wanner, Auntie is the one who's wronged you. I shouldn't have treated you that way. The young Xiao Qingwan tilted her head, her eyes full of confusion. She simply couldn't understand what Xiao Lili was saying, nor why her aunt was apologizing to her. All she knew was that Auntie was crying very sadly and must need comfort. So, imitating how Gu Yunyun used to comfort her and her younger brother, she freed one small hand and gently patted Xiao Lily on the back. There, there. Be a good Annie and stop crying. If you keep sniffing, no one will love you anymore. Mother says only quiet children who don't throw tantrums will be loved by more people. Hearing those words so similar to what her third brother used to say, Xiao Lily's defenses crumbled instantly. What had been silent weeping erupted into heart-wrenching wails. Xiao Qingwan was at a loss. At only 2 years old, how could she possibly understand the complicated affairs between adults? She was so frightened by Xiao Lily's outburst that she loudly called out for Gu Yunyun. Gu Yunyun's current cultivation had only reached the first layer of qi condensation. She had not yet achieved the stage of projecting her divine sense. Yet every whisper and stir within the entire Gu estate had long since come to her awareness through the eyes of her spiritual beast, the white tiger. She did not rush over. Instead, she calmly sipped her porridge, carefully picking up each piece of pickled vegetable from her plate one by one. Mouthful after mouthful, each more refined and elegant than the last. Sister, Waner is calling. Let me go see. Gu Yunji had always doted most upon his niece, Xiao Qingwan. Now that he had heard her cry out Gu Yunyun, the mother, remained perfectly composed while he, the uncle, could no longer sit still. Seeing this, Gu Yunyun quickly reached out to restrain him. She shook her head at him without further explanation. This is a matter between Waner and her aunt. Let us not interfere. Trust that Waner will handle things on her own. Gu Yunji grew anxious. In his eyes, Xiao Qingwan was merely a toddler of 2 years. How could she possibly manage anything by herself? Couldn't even dress herself in the morning. Hadn't her sister dressed her every day? Waner is only 2 years old. Upon hearing this, Gu Yunyun smiled and shook her head. We must believe in her. Every child possesses an innate charm. I am certain Xiao Lily will also be captivated by Waner's magic, just as you and I were. Seeing Gu Yunyun's resolute attitude, Gu Yunji had no choice but to sit back down and say no more. Not long after, both Xiao Qingwan's calls and Xiao Lily's sobs fell silent. What drifted through the door was nothing but the sound of conversation and Xiao Qingwan's bell-like laughter. Only then did Gu Yunji finally feel at ease. Meanwhile, Gu Yunyun's face still wore a faint, knowing smile, as though everything was entirely within her grasp. Auntie, come in and eat with Waner. It's so cold outside but warm inside. The tray held by Xiao Qingwan was passed into Xiao Lily's hands. Little hands tugged at Xiao Lily's clothes, big eyes blinking as she pouted and coaxed. Having no choice but to give in, Xiao Lily finally agreed. Following Xiao Qingwan's pace, they stepped one by one into the kitchen. Upon reaching the dining table, Xiao Qingwan proactively fetched a stool for Xiao Lily, letting her sit beside herself. This deeply moved Xiao Lily. Tears welling in her eyes, she took her seat. Since you're seated, now eat properly. Only after both Xiao Lily and Xiao Qingwan had taken their seats did Gu Yunyun speak in a flat tone, then fell silent. In the past, Xiao Lily might have certainly retorted. But now, in front of Xiao Qingwan, she forcibly suppressed her discomfort. Silently, she ate the porridge from her bowl. Silence reigned throughout the meal. Only the faint clinking of utensils, the sound of chewing, and Xiao Junan's quiet swallowing as he nursed could be heard. After breakfast, Xiao Lily immediately stood up and volunteered to wash the dishes. Xiao Qingwan, once Gu Yunyun's little shadow, became Xiao Lily's devoted follower. This deeply wounded Gu Yunji. Gu Yunyun, however, thought it quite fine. Xiao Qingwan could follow anyone in the house for once. She entered the home, she was family. She was glad to be spared the trouble and took Xiao Junan back to the room. A baby's world is wonderfully simple, always eating and sleeping, sleeping and eating. Within this endless cycle, he grew day by day. His waking hours became longer each passing day. Before long, Xiao Junan was nearly 2 months old. Gu Yunyun had arrived at Lingbao continent nearly a month ago. After nearly a month of cultivation, her realm had advanced to the second layer of qi condensation. Her mastery of various minor spells had become more precise. The 2 vegetable plots planted in the courtyard had also reached the time for harvest. Gu Yunyun looked at the 2 vegetable plots, which looked distinctly different, as well as the plot in her spatial realm that had long been harvested countless times. She already had a clear judgment in her heart. With Baimu, a naturally born spiritual beast who had cultivated for many years as her helper, she was like a tiger given wings when hunting in the mountains. She had already treated the back mountain as her own backyard, coming and going freely. Now with Baimu by her side, she was even more fearless. She had even raided several nearby mountain ranges multiple times. Regrettably, apart from Baimu, she had not discovered any traces of other spiritual beasts. The fact that Xiao Lili was still alive had spread throughout the entire Qingchuan village by the morning of her arrival at the Gu household. That same early morning, the culprit Meng Guizhi appeared before the authorities. Though the crime deserved death since Xiao Lili had survived, and with the two Xiao sons pleading on her behalf, the county magistrate could only spare her death penalty. She was sentenced to 50 heavy bamboo strokes. That afternoon, Meng Guizhi, her skin torn and flesh exposed from the beating, was sent back to the Xiao family by Gu Huaiye and the others. Gu Yunyun had specifically gone to witness the spectacle. Only after returning to the Xiao home did Meng Guizhi learn that Xiao Lili was now at the Gu family, not even knowing that her own mother had returned home, let alone coming to visit. She was instantly enraged, smoke rising from all 7 orifices. Lying in the morning hall originally arranged by the Xiao father and son for Xiao Lili with no woman to come and care for her, Meng Guizhi felt uncomfortable everywhere on her body. Within a few days she fell ill. After that incident where Meng Guizhi had slapped her, Meng Hongmei had harbored a deep grudge against her. Even though she was her own flesh and blood, Aunt Meng Hongmei would never readily forgive her. Upon learning that Meng Guizhi had been beaten with 50 heavy strokes and subsequently fell gravely ill, Meng Hongmei felt a tangled mixture of worry and secret satisfaction within her heart. She could hardly believe that Meng Guizhi's robust constitution would claim her life over this. Refusing to speak a word about Xiao Yinzhong's decree of divorce, she took her son and rushed back to Qingchuan village at dawn. No sooner had they arrived at the village entrance than she spotted Xiao Lili drawing water by the well. "Sister-in-law, I heard mother has fallen ill. Is it serious?" Meng Hongmei urged Xiao Dazhuang to return home first to check on the situation. She herself remained by the well, questioning Xiao Lili, hoping to draw some information from her. A few days prior, when Xiao Lili had fallen into a heated argument with Gu Yunyun, she had been present at the scene. Back then, witnessing the ferocity of their quarrel, Meng Hongmei had secretly rejoiced for quite some time. Now that she had the chance to see Xiao Lili again, she naturally would not let slip those details from that day. "I heard mother was beaten by the county magistrate because of the quarrel between you and Gu Yunyun in town. Is that true?" Xiao Lili had never held any fondness for Meng Hongmei, that gossip-mongering busybody. In the days when she still belonged to the Xiao family, she had at least needed to curry favor with her. However, now there was no such necessity. She silently went about her tasks, securing the buckets tightly onto the carrying pole with rope. With a half squat and a burst of strength, she hoisted the 2 full buckets onto her shoulder. Then she set off, wordlessly walking in the exact opposite direction from the Xiao household. Meng Hongmei, puzzled, frowned and wanted to press further. Seeing that Xiao Lili had no intention of speaking to her at all, she seethed with anger inside. After cursing under her breath a few times, she ran toward the west side of the village. Rather than that petty girl Xiao Lili, Meng Hongmei was far more interested in that old woman Meng Guizhi. Before even entering the Xiao family gate, Meng Hongmei stopped in her tracks. She moistened her finger with saliva and smudged it beneath her eyes. Clutching a handkerchief, she feigned wiping her face while wailing her way through the doorway. "Mother, what has happened to you? How could you have fallen ill?" "Wah." Meng Guizhi lay prostrate on the wooden floor of the main hall, covered with a thin quilt. Whether from cold or from bodily pain, her entire frame was shivering uncontrollably. She grasped her eldest grandson Xiao Dawang's hand, so agitated that she could scarcely form coherent words. The first thing Meng Hongmei saw upon entering was Meng Guizhi's trembling, quivering lips. Her heart gave a violent start. This did not look like a minor illness at all. All those fleeting thoughts of schadenfreude instantly dissolved. After all, she was her own blood relative. "Mother, what has happened to you? Where is that girl Lili? Why hasn't she come back to tend to you?" Upon hearing Xiao Lili's name, the hatred in Meng Guizhi's eyes was entirely bare, completely unmasked. It gave Meng Hongmei a sudden jolt of fright. She had always known that Meng Guizhi despised Xiao Lili, had even wished her dead. Yet she had never before witnessed such a deranged, unhinged glare from her aunt. "Her, that damned whore. I wish I had never given birth to her." Meng Guizhi stuttered, nearly hissing these words through clenched teeth. Both Meng Hongmei and Xiao Dazhuang were once again startled. Grandmother! Grandmother! What is wrong with you? How can you say such things? The moment Meng Guizhi heard Xiao Dazhuang's descent, some inexplicable strength surged within her. She violently threw off his hand and glared fiercely at her beloved eldest grandson. You go die too. All of you go die. Ha ha ha. They're all a bunch of traitors. Go to hell, you bastards. Ha ha ha. Meng Hongmei was so frightened that she quickly pulled Xiao Dazhuang backward several meters. She looked at Meng Guizhi's mad state in utter disbelief. Mother, what's wrong with you? It's me, Hongmei. I'm back. Don't scare me like this, okay? Meng Guizhi clearly could not hear anything anymore. She was completely immersed in her own world, endlessly repeating the same few phrases. The Xiao father and son heard the commotion in the main hall and assumed Xiao Liyili had returned. They rushed over from the kitchen at once, only to discover that the visitors were actually Meng Hongmei and Xiao Dazhuang. Xiao Yinzhong's expression darkened immediately. Why are you back? Don't you think you've already agitated my mother enough? Meng Hongmei turned around at his words, tears already welling in her eyes. Ignoring whatever Xiao Yinzhong had just said, she darted forward in a flash and threw herself into his arms, covering her face and sobbing uncontrollably. Xiao Yinzhong's heart, which he had worked so hard to harden, instantly softened after Meng Hongmei's tears. All right, stop crying now. Everyone is watching. Hearing this, Meng Hongmei cried even harder. All the grievances she had endured over the past few days burst forth in an instant. She wept and pounded her fists against Xiao Yinzhong's chest. Meng Guizhi's furious curses never ceased for a moment. If anything, her intensity only grew stronger. The sight was vastly different from before, as if she were at her deathbed. As expected, after relying on medication to cling to life for several more days, the gravely ill Meng Guizhi finally drew her last breath. In her final moments, her eyes were filled with boundless hatred toward Xiao Liyili, and indeed the entire Xiao family. When Xiao Liyili learned of Meng Guizhi's death, she was watering vegetables in the courtyard. She paused for a brief moment and quickly composed herself. She didn't even attend Meng Guizhi's funeral properly. She merely cast a single glance and returned to the Gu residence. Gu Yunyun asked her if she felt any regret. She replied, "It's not about regret or not. In her heart, my birth was a mistake from the very beginning. A mistake she needed to rectify by every means possible. She wished for my death her entire life. Now I am still alive, and she is dead. That must count as her regret." Gu Yunyun stepped forward and patted Xiao Liyili on the shoulder. After nearly a month together, their relationship was not particularly close, but Xiao Liyili could at least speak properly when facing Gu Yunyun. Gu Yunyun found it difficult to offer comforting words, so she showed her care through actions instead. Gu Yunyun occasionally ventured into the mountains, earning quite a bit of money from raising rabbits and selling game. Added to the gold and silver treasures surrendered by Bai Mu, the Gu family's life grew better and better by the day. Xiao Liyili also quietly thanked her luck for the decision she had made, gradually becoming more integrated into the family atmosphere of the Gu household. Every day, besides helping care for the two children at home, she assisted with household chores. Although the tasks were the same as what she had done in the Xiao family. In the Gu household, no one wished for her to die. No one would shout curses at her, nor lay a single blow upon her. In such an environment, while she felt at ease, she occasionally experienced an inexplicable unease. At present, the Gu household consisted only of herself, Gu Yunyun, and the siblings, Xiao Qingwan. Gu Yunji had already entered the town school more than 10 days ago, returning only once every 10 days. Gu Yunyun had left home early that morning. As twilight approached, and she still had not returned, a sense of panic arose inexplicably in Xiao Liyili's heart. The little cat at home was also nowhere to be found. Since acquiring a mount, Gu Yunyun rarely dismounted during their mountain climbs. It was not that she refused to walk. Bai Mu was simply too eager and affectionate. At first, Gu Yunyun had been uneasy riding Bai Mu's back and reluctant to sit atop the creature. But with each journey, she gradually grew accustomed to it. Her bond with Bai Mu deepened with every flight, and her courage grew alongside it, until she dared to ask him to soar through the skies. After all, from high above, even if someone on the ground happened to glimpse them passing overhead, they would never recognize who she was. It was only when she witnessed the people below falling to their knees and chanting "Immortal" at the sight of them flying past, that she learned the truth from Bai Mu. Even during the golden age of cultivation, the gap between immortals and mortals had always been as vast as heaven and earth. Moreover, only those cultivators at the nascent soul stage or above could command a spirit beast of Bai Mu's caliber as a mount. It was far beyond what a mere qi condensation second-layer cultivator like Gu Yunyun could ever hope to control. Gu Yunyun had been riding on Bai Mu's back for nearly an entire day, and they were now drawing close to the spiritual or deposit Bai Mu had sensed. As dusk gradually fell, Bai Mu continued flying without any sign of fatigue. Since following Gu Yunyun, it had been able to cultivate alongside her in the spatial realm every night. She even let it drink freely from the spiritual spring water. After approximately 10 days of cultivation, its innate talent, treasure detection, finally awakened. When it first sensed the general direction of the spiritual or deposit, it had been somewhat skeptical. But after multiple confirmations, it could no longer contain its excitement. For cultivators, as well as spirit beasts and demon beasts undergoing cultivation, spirit stones, or infused with spiritual energy, were treasures born of heaven and earth. Like spiritual energy itself, they were gifts bestowed by the cosmos, both absolutely indispensable for cultivation. Within the cultivation world, spirit stones also served as the universal currency among cultivators. They could be used to trade with others for talismans, spiritual artifacts, pills, and other resources. Categorized by the density of spiritual energy, they contained spirit stones were divided into low-grade, mid-grade, high-grade, and the supreme top-grade variety. Additionally, spirit stones were broadly classified according to their elemental affinity within the 5 elements: wood, fire, earth, metal, and water. Beyond the standard 5 elements, variant types also emerged, such as ice attribute spirit stones mutated from the water element, or thunder attribute spirit stones arising from similar elemental mutations. The rarer the attribute, and the greater the concentration of spiritual energy, the more valuable the spirit stone became. Under normal circumstances, 100 low-grade spirit stones could be exchanged for 1 mid-grade spirit stone, and 100 mid-grade stones could be traded for a single high-grade spirit stone. As for the most prestigious top-grade spirit stones, a single one was equivalent to 100 high-grade stones. A small-scale spirit stone mine could roughly yield between 80 and 100 spirit stones. The grade of spirit stones also varied depending on the abundance of deposits within the mine. In other words, spirit stones from the peripheral zones were generally inferior in grade compared to those from the central region. The closer to the center, the higher the grade, the purer the spiritual energy, and the scarcer the stones. Conversely, the farther toward the edges, the thinner the spiritual energy, and the more abundant the stones. Upon learning of the existence of a spirit stone mine, how could Gu Yunyun possibly wait? Long before arriving on this Lingbao continent, she had encountered mentions of spirit stones in various web novels. She had long been eager to witness their existence firsthand. Unfortunately, though her spatial realm contained numerous cultivation manuals and spiritual herbs, there was not a single trace of any spirit stone. She had once attempted to bring ordinary stones from outside the spatial realm into it, wondering whether they might mutate like plants and wild rabbits. Perhaps they would transform into spirit stones imbued with spiritual energy. However, Bai Mu halted the experiment after just 1 or 2 days. Initially unwilling to give up, she continued watering the stones with spiritual spring water each day. After approximately 10 days of experimentation, the stones remained completely unchanged, showing absolutely no trace of spiritual energy. Only then did Gu Yunyun abandon the effort. Now, upon hearing that an unmined spirit stone mine existed, she could hardly contain herself. How could she possibly delay? She set out immediately. Thus at dawn that day, Gu Yunyun departed alongside Bai Mu. Before leaving, she had reminded Xiao Lily to take good care of the 2 children. However, what Gu Yunyun had not anticipated was that she was far from the only one rushing toward the spirit stone mine at that very moment. On the Lingbao continent, where spiritual energy was gradually diminishing, even a single sprig of spiritual herb could spark fierce contention among countless cultivators, let alone a completely unmined spirit stone mine. Before they even neared the deposit, Bai Mu had already detected the presence of cultivators. Master, there are at least 3 cultivators ahead. Gu Yunyun remained composed, her expression serene. It seems they have come for the same reason. Of course, good things would naturally draw competition. That was nothing surprising to her. What did surprise Bai Mu, however, was that among these three individuals one was actually an early-stage foundation establishment cultivator. After all, on the current Lingbao continent, merely setting foot on the path of cultivation was already a formidable achievement. And this person had actually succeeded in breaking through to foundation establishment. The spiritual herbs, medicinal ingredients, and foundation establishment pills required for such a breakthrough were enough to drain even a small sect of all its resources. The other two were merely at the qi condensation stage. Bai Mu barely registered them. It was only the foundation establishment cultivator who had truly captured its attention. Master, one of those three ahead is formidable. If fighting breaks out, remember to keep your distance. It would be safest to return to the spatial realm and wait. Let me handle the rest. Gu Yunyun's cultivation was limited as she could sense the presence of cultivators ahead, but had no way to discern their exact cultivation levels. Hearing Bai Mu's warning, she initially felt a sense of urgency. But after composing herself, she gently patted Bai Mu's back and shook her head softly. This was the first time since she had embarked on her cultivation journey that she had encountered anyone other than Taoist Qinglan. Regardless, she needed to broaden her horizons, didn't she? Bai Mu turned his head, and Gu Yunyun's hair was blown onto his nose by the wind. It tickled, making him sneeze abruptly. It nearly caused Gu Yunyun to fall off his back. Bai Mu, I only nagged a few words. Is it necessary for you to retaliate like this? After steadying herself, Gu Yunyun patted Bai Mu's tiger head in frustration. Bai Mu grinned embarrassingly, revealing his white fangs with a human-like smile. Before long, the girl and her spirit beast had bypassed the three people ahead and reached the outer edge of the spirit stone mine first. At the base of the cliff, Bai Mu folded his wings. Master, please move aside first. I will shatter this mountain with my palm force. Upon hearing this, Gu Yunyun quickly stepped back. She was merely at the qi condensation stage with her frail physique. Her body could barely withstand more than mortals. How could she endure the impact of the mountain collapsing? Bai Mu made sure Gu Yunyun was in a safe location before extending his tiger paw and smashing it forcefully against the mountain. In the instant his paw struck, the entire mountain trembled. The birds and beasts on the mountain had already started scattering in all directions when the spirit beast white tiger circled overhead. At that moment, when the mountain quaked, Gu Yunyun felt her entire center of gravity shift. Even standing within the safe zone, she couldn't keep her footing. She had no choice but to find a level spot and sit down. Roar! With a mighty tiger's roar, Bai Mu delivered several forceful strikes in rapid succession. Finally, he managed to split open the hard mountain, creating a deep cavern. Meanwhile, far away at Qingyun Temple, Taoist Qinglan furrowed his brow. After a quick calculation with his fingers, he cursed inwardly and dashed out of the temple. His sudden departure left the temple's priests bewildered, sighing in despair. When Taoist Qinglan arrived at the scene, he only found a pile of rubble that had tumbled down from the mountain. Where was the deep cave entrance now? There wasn't a single trace of a struggle at the site. Taoist Qinglan frowned, his expression grave, so different from his usual eccentric self. He swiftly retrieved a treasure-detecting talisman from his person and tossed it forward. The thin paper talisman shot straight toward the mountainside. At just about a centimeter from the mountain, the talisman came to an abrupt halt. Taoist Qinglan formed a hand seal with one hand while pointing at the paper talisman with the other. His eyes narrowed slightly as his head moved involuntarily, as if sensing something. His already furrowed brow tightened even further. Not even a fly could be squeezed through such a gap. After several moments, Taoist Qinglan finally withdrew his hand seal, and at the same time the treasure-detecting talisman burned to ashes. How could this be? The moon rose higher, and the birds and beasts on the mountain sensed the danger had passed. They gradually returned to the forest. As soon as these uncivilized beasts returned, they immediately sensed the difference. The very thing that had brought them such immense comfort and peace had simply vanished. This matter soon caused a tremendous stir among the beasts. Meanwhile, the girl and her spirit beast who had benefited from it were on their way home. Gu Yunyun never imagined that acquiring spirit stones would be so effortless. She had originally thought that Bai Mu's commotion would inevitably attract other cultivators to come and seize them. Setting aside those from afar, Just those three individuals they nearly encountered on the road alone were by no means simple opponents. What she hadn't anticipated at all was, while mining spirit stones from the deposit, she accidentally cut her hand, and a drop of blood fell onto the spirit stone vein, unexpectedly binding her to it as its master. Gu Yunyun sat on Bai Mu's back, closing her eyes to feel the gentle autumn evening breeze. She hummed a tune contentedly. Master, is that the most popular melody humming these days? Hey, it sounds quite pleasant. What's it called? Bai Mu's question made Gu Yunyun fall into deep thought instantly. What was wrong with her? How could she start humming this song? Gu Yunyun shook her head, casting away all the sudden intrusive thoughts rising in her heart. She forced a smile. Nothing, I was just humming randomly. It's not some popular tune these days. Seeing that Gu Yunyun didn't want to talk about it, Bai Mu naturally didn't press further. They were both people who had lived for many years. It was natural to have things weighed on one's heart. Watching Gu Yunyun fall silent, Bai Mu also gave up the thought of continuing the conversation. He focused entirely on making progress. His wings beat without pause as he flew along the path they had come. By the time they reached the outskirts of Qingchuan village, the sky was already showing the first light of dawn. A faint haze of cooking smoke drifted over the village with starlight like glows kindled in the houses below. The misty village was adorned with an exceptionally charming beauty. This was what the phrase 10,000 lights of 10,000 homes meant, wasn't it? As Bai Mu flew closer, the horizon gradually began to whiten. Gu Yunyun stepped down from Bai Mu's back, walking in the dim morning light. The moment her foot touched the ground, she heard sounds coming from her room. Who's there? This was followed by Xiao Lily's sharp, questioning voice. The voice sounded thick with drowsiness and exhaustion. Gu Yunyun felt deeply guilty. She hadn't expected that simply going out would delay her for an entire day and night. Before leaving, she only had time to prepare rations for her son without properly saying goodbye to her daughter. This was the first time she had been away from her two children for so long. Lily, it's me. Xiao Lily heard the voice and hurried over to open the door. But before she could step out, she spotted a small figure. Whoosh! That darted out. By the time Xiao Lily looked over, that small figure had already latched onto Gu Yunyun, as if it had become a permanent leg ornament. Mother, where have you been? I thought you had abandoned me, my younger brother, and Andy. Just like Uncle. After he went to town, he never came back. Gu Yunyun listened to her daughter's crying complaint, her heart softening with guilt. She had never realized that in Xiao Qingwan's mind, leaving was equivalent to never returning. Heartbroken, she scooped Xiao Qingwan into her arms and gently wiped the tears from her face. My good daughter, how could I possibly abandon you, your brother and auntie? We are family. Family members should take care of one another. How could we just casually give each other up? Gu Yunyun's words at that moment were not only for Xiao Qingwan to hear. They were also a promise to Xiao Lily. Family means taking care of each other, understanding each other. They were beings who should never be casually abandoned. Gu Yunyun's words, sentence by sentence, fell directly into Xiao Lily's ears and struck hard at her heart. Xiao Lily felt she must be crazy to be reduced to tears by such simple words from Gu Yunyun. Her heart was deeply moved. Wana, your mother speaks the truth. We are family. With double reassurance from both her mother and Aunt, Xiao Qingwan gradually stopped crying. Then Wana won't cry anymore. But mother must also tell Wana why you're only returning now. Gu Yunyun watched Xiao Qingwan, who had flawlessly inherited the head stewardess role once held by Gu Yunji. Speechless, she could only stare. The little girl carried herself with impressive authority, yet tears still shimmered in her eyes, clinging stubbornly and refusing to fade. Gu Yunyun was certain that if her answer failed to convince the child, the consequence would be nothing short of an earth-shattering scene. Would you like to see something, Wana? Gu Yunyun asked with a mysterious smile, instantly sparking Xiao Qingwan's curiosity. Yes, yes, yes. She nodded fervently like a pestle pounding rice. The tears gathering in her eyes had mysteriously vanished, or at the very least diminished considerably. Gu Yunyun pretended to be nervous, glancing about the courtyard before scooping up Xiao Qingwan and hurrying back indoors. Xiao Lily had absolutely no interest in Gu Yunyun's antics. Having gone an entire night without sleep, her body felt utterly hollowed out. If she didn't rest, soon she swore she would perish swiftly. Dying from sheer exhaustion due to lack of sleep was truly unheard of. You two play as long as you like. I'm going to sleep now. Junin should be waking up shortly as well. Last night you weren't home, and the two children couldn't sleep soundly. Leaving those words behind, Xiao Lili trudged back to the west wing with weary steps. Gu Yunyun quickly retrieved a small bread from her spatial storage and tossed it toward her. Eat something before you sleep. Xiao Lili eyed the small bread wrapped in a transparent plastic package with suspicion. Can you even eat this? Half convinced, she retreated to her room, tossed the bread aside, and collapsed onto the bed, falling into an instant slumber. Upon seeing the palm-sized, beautifully glowing pale green stone that Gu Yunyun produced, Xiao Qingwan was so overjoyed that she nearly jumped into the air. She had never encountered such a magnificent stone. Encouraged by Gu Yunyun's gaze, she cautiously reached out to touch it, and when she felt the power emanating from within the stone, she burst into an impromptu dance. There was a suction force, just like that magnet stone Uncle had discovered some days prior. A young child could scarcely comprehend the power concealed within this stone, nor why she was being drawn to it. She didn't even know what this stone was called. She simply followed her heart's instincts, letting her feelings guide her. Mother, what is this thing? It's so beautiful, and it's so strange. The moment my hand touched it, I felt as though something was pulling me. If I had been even a moment slower, I fear I wouldn't have been able to pull my hand away. This thing is truly magical. Could you give it to me to play with? Xiao Qingwan stared with wide eyes, pouted her lips, and tugged at Gu Yunyun's clothing in a coaxing manner. What ill intentions could a child possibly harbor? She merely wished to claim this beautiful stone as her own. Gu Yunyun was too lazy to expose her daughter's little scheme. She casually handed the spirit stone over. Master, the young miss appears to be extremely sensitive to wood attribute's spiritual energy. She likely possesses a wood attribute or a related spiritual root. By human lifespan standards, Bai Mu was already a 200-year-old elder. Yet by the longevity of their spiritual beast White Tiger clan, he remained nothing more than an immature cub. Setting aside all else, among the 10 innate talents of the spiritual White Tiger clan, he had only awakened to so far the ability to speak and treasure detection. Nothing more beyond that. If not for his meager abilities and crude cultivation, how could he have been injured by an ordinary wild boar in the first place, and subsequently ambushed successfully by someone as insignificant as Gu Yunyun, a mere qi condensation cultivator? However, compared to Bai Mu, Gu Yunyun was undoubtedly far weaker. She could only faintly perceive her daughter's fondness for this spirit stone, completely unable to sense the tremendous attraction the stone held for Xiao Qingwan. Nevertheless, since Bai Mu had said so, Gu Yunyun harbored no doubts. Overcome with joy, she promptly brought Xiao Qingwan into the spatial realm. Want to try closing your eyes and sensing it? Does this place also have that pulling force you spoke of? In the blink of an eye, Xiao Qingwan found her surroundings transform from the dilapidated small room into a verdant plain overflowing with flowers and grass. Nearby stood 3 brand-new thatched cottages. Behind them rose a towering mountain, its massive trees densely laden with fruit. At the mountain's foot, a spring bubbled steadily, its waters gradually converging along the low-lying terrain to form a pond. Xiao Qingwan marveled at everything within the spatial realm, her curiosity unchecked. She would touch a blade of grass here, then dash over to inspect the thatched cottages there. An endless stream of questions bubbled up. Mother, where is this place? How did we get here? Can we go back? What if we can't return? Gu Yunyun suddenly felt a twinge of regret. How had she impulsively brought this little girl in without thinking? She hadn't even begun the important matter, yet the questions were already piling up. Little one, rest assured. Would your mother ever harm you? Stop looking around everywhere. Hurry and close both your eyes and mouth. Then carefully feel everything here with your heart. Xiao Qingwan was always well-behaved and most obedient to Gu Yunyun. Naturally, she was no different now. After closing her eyes, Xiao Qingwan felt as though she were floating in a soft, warm embrace. The sensation felt familiar, as if she were still nestled within her mother's womb. The sole difference was that she could now sense something moving near her feet. Gently prodding, as if tickling her, it made her burst into giggles. Gu Yunyun's eyes never left Xiao Qingwan for a single moment. She dared not miss the slightest anomaly. When she herself had begun cultivating, she had felt her way forward step by step with many questions she had nowhere to ask. She did not want her daughter to endure the same arduous solitary path. Watching Xiao Qingwan giggle, the corners of Gu Yunyun's mouth gradually curved upward. Master, the young miss has an extraordinarily bright future. At merely 2 years old, she has already awakened her spiritual root. Given time, she will surely stand at the absolute peak of the entire continent. Gu Yunyun believed it would certainly come to pass. In fact, that day was not far away at all. Waner, tell mother what you are feeling right now. Xiao Qingwan's eyes remained tightly shut. Until Gu Yunyun told her to open them, she kept them closed. Mother, my feet are so ticklish. Could you please check what it is? Gu Yunyun chuckled softly, walked over, and gently tapped her head. Can't you just open your eyes and look yourself? You silly girl. If I don't tell you to open them, you simply want them. Xiao Qingwan opened her eyes and was astonished to find flowers and grass crawling all around her feet. Upon closer inspection, the leaves of those plants even bore crystal-clear dewdrops glistening upon them. What was happening? A profound confusion plastered across Xiao Qingwan's small face. Silly child, these flowers and plants, as well as the dewdrops upon them, have been shaped by your subconscious will. Should you wish for them to cease their entanglement, you need only speak to them in your heart. Xiao Qingwan's small palm-sized face was etched with wonder. She could scarcely comprehend how she had suddenly come into possession of such extraordinary power. She had certainly not possessed it when she played in her family's vegetable patch the day before. Was it possible that, astute as she was, she immediately grasped the crux of the matter? She hurriedly took out the glistening green stone that Gu Yunyun had given her. The stone that had once radiated a soft, emerald glow was now utterly bereft of luster. Its once faint hue had now faded to nothing but a shadow at its core. The stone that had been the size of her palm had shrunk to merely the size of her tiny palm. Xiao Qingwan was shocked pale. Clasping the beautiful stone she had only just received, she gazed helplessly at Gu Yunyun, terrified of being reprimanded. This was mother's precious treasure, hard won with such difficulty. Mother, I didn't mean to. Seeing the pitiful Xiao Qingwan, Gu Yunyun's heart ached. The child was only 2 years old. How could she be so understanding? Wasn't this truly defying the heavens? Coupled with her innate talent for cultivation, wasn't she the very incarnation of those legendary prodigies other mothers bragged about? The more Gu Yunyun thought about it, the more exhilarated she became. This legendary other people's child was actually her own daughter. Waner, don't cry. For stones like these, mother has plenty. If you like them, mother will take you to pick another one right now. Hand in hand with Xiao Qingwan, Gu Yunyun led her into the thatched cottage beside them. 3 thatched cottages, one a storeroom, one a library of scriptures, and the remaining one serving as a bedroom. From the outside, each appeared as an ordinary little house, but only upon entering did one discover the truth. Each of these 3 thatched cottages concealed a profound secret. Xiao Qingwan gazed at the dozens of spirit stones of various sizes placed before her. Each stone varied slightly in coloration. There were green ones, blue ones, red ones. Each color of spirit stone was sorted and separated according to the depth and intensity of its hue. Xiao Qingwan's eyes immediately fell upon a fist-sized spirit stone, radiating a faint emerald glow. Gu Yunyun's lips curled into a gratified smile. She had known her daughter had exceptional discernment. Look, she had picked a top-grade spirit stone at first glance. Waner likes this one the most. Xiao Qingwan nodded. Then take it. The spiritual energy within these spirit stones can be absorbed to aid cultivation or quickly replenish one's internal reserves of spiritual energy. Worried Xiao Qingwan wouldn't understand, Gu Yunyun rephrased. Do you know what spiritual energy is, Waner? It is the very essence you are constantly absorbing within your body right now. In the outside world, the Lingbao continent where we reside, this substance has already become exceedingly rare. And this precious spatial realm that Mother stumbled upon. This is precisely the miniature world we now inhabit. Within this small world, whether spiritual energy, spirit plants, or spirit springs, all are abundantly plentiful. However, because this space is an extraordinarily important treasure of our family, Waner must never reveal it to anyone, understood? Otherwise, our family's peaceful life would surely be shattered. As she spoke, Gu Yunyun's thoughts began to wander. She seemed to have already envisioned the dire consequences should someone discover her spatial realm, shuddering involuntarily at the mere thought. Though young in years, Xiao Qingwan could still understand the gravity behind her mother's words. Then mother, may I tell auntie and uncle? They are our family too. Gu Yunyun hesitated. At present she had yet to determine whether Xiao Lili and Gu Yunji could awaken their spiritual roots like mother and daughter, thereby embarking upon the path of cultivation. If she were to reveal this secret before matters were clear, she feared it would invite countless unnecessary troubles. To avoid any complications, Gu Yunyun could only tell Xiao Qingwan for now, not yet. We wish to give auntie and uncle a surprise, understood? Xiao Qingwan smiled, her small face overflowing with childish innocence. This filled Gu Yunyun with guilt. She silently apologized in her heart to Xiao Qingwan, Xiao Lili, and Gu Yunji. She then led Xiao Qingwan around the spatial realm, introducing its various functions and purposes. Just as Gu Yunyun was enthusiastically explaining, she heard Xiao Junan's crying from outside the space. She suddenly jolted back to reality, realizing she had been so absorbed with her daughter that she had forgotten her son entirely. Returning to the real world instantly, Xiao Qingwan still felt somewhat disoriented. After all, it was her first time entering the spatial realm. Having experienced all its wonders, returning to the mundane world inevitably created a tremendous sense of disparity. Gu Yunyun picked up her son, checked his trousers, and then began unfastening her clothing to feed the fussing child. Wana, you are still too young. For now, simply continue experiencing the mysteries of spiritual energy alongside mother. Do not rush into formal cultivation. Once mother finds a way to ascertain your spiritual roots, specific attribute, and grade, we shall begin training. Grasping the spirit stone, Xiao Qingwan obediently nodded. Yet her body continued to unconsciously absorb the spiritual energy from the stone. How could Gu Yunyun miss such a detail? Yet what could she do now? She herself was but a low-level cultivator at the second layer of qi condensation. She had not even worked out a complete cultivation method for herself. How could she dare recklessly teach her daughter? Would that not only harm her? Gu Yunyun had her own inescapable helplessness. Her knowledge of the cultivation world came solely from legends and Baomu's accounts. Whether these tales held truth or falsehood, she herself could not accurately judge. Just as Gu Yunyun pondered anxiously, unsure of how to proceed, an unexpected guest arrived at the Gu residence. Master, that mad Taoist from Qingyun Temple has come. Gu Yunyun was startled. Taoist Qinglan. What was he doing here? Could it be that he had come after noticing something on the previous day? Gu Yunyun grew uneasy. Regarding Taoist Qinglan, it was not merely in Qingchuan village. He was a legend throughout the entirety of Nanjia City. Some claimed he was a cultivator of genuine ability, others dismissed him as an old Taoist with only superficial knowledge. Still more boldly declared him an outright fraud. Yet regardless of the various tales, one common thread ran through them all: he was a madman. However, after their previous encounter, Gu Yunyun had come to realize that this man was not mad at all. In fact, he was remarkably lucid. This clarity was not merely superficial, it penetrated to a profoundly deeper level of spiritual awakening. At that time, overcome by panic, she had entirely forgotten she was already a cultivator who had stepped into the cultivation world. She had only thought of her two children and charged outward without so much as a glance. Had Taoist Qinglan not offered his warning, she truly would have regarded Xiao Yanliang as long dead. Before Gu Yunyun could dwell further on these thoughts, Taoist Qinglan was already standing outside the Gu family gate. Xiao Qingwan gazed at the dozens of spirit stones of various sizes placed before her, each exhibiting subtle differences in coloration. Her eyes immediately fixed upon a fist-sized spirit stone radiating a faint emerald glow. Miss Gu, why haven't you opened the door yet? Since you know the old man has arrived, there's no need to hide anymore. The old man doesn't eat people. Taoist Qinglan stroked his long beard with one hand while holding a wine gourd in the other. As he knocked on the door, he didn't forget to take a sip for himself. Upon hearing this, Gu Yunyun knew there was no escaping it. After settling Xiao Junan, she steeled herself and hurried to open the door. Oh, it's Taoist Qinglan. In just these few days you seem even more vibrant and energetic. Gu Yunyun smiled and welcomed him forward. One should never strike a smiling face. Though she didn't know what business had brought Taoist Qinglan to her door, being courteous and pleasant with a smile was always the right approach. Ha ha ha. Naturally. Huh. Your little girl has already awakened at such a young age. Before even entering, Daoist Qinglan had already sensed something unusual. When he saw Xiao Qingwan standing beneath the eaves, understanding dawned upon him. I see now. Ha ha. The younger generation is truly formidable. It's true that one cannot refuse to grow old. Gu Yunyun noticed Daoist Qinglan alternating between laughter and deep contemplation as he looked at Xiao Qingwan. Panic surged within her. The smile on her face froze instantly. She immediately pulled Xiao Qingwan behind her. What do you mean, Daoist? Seeing Gu Yunyun's guard-filled expression, Daoist Qinglan chuckled carelessly. Miss Gu, there's no need to be nervous. I merely noticed that your little girl is a fine candidate. Could you perhaps discern my daughter Wanner's spiritual root? Gu Yunyun couldn't help but harbor doubts. Although Daoist Qinglan was well known throughout Nanjia City, his cultivation level should still fall short of Bai Mu, an innate spirit beast, right? Even when the white tiger spirit beast employed its innate power, it could only faintly perceive that Xiao Qingwan's spiritual root had mutated water and wood attributes. Yet it couldn't determine in which direction the mutation was heading. Could a mad Daoist like Qinglan really discern such details? Daoist Qinglan seemed to have already seen through Gu Yunyun's suspicion. Rather than offering any defense, he simply shrugged dismissively. He casually produced a magical artifact embedded with spirit stones. This is a tool specially used by various major sects to verify their disciples' cultivation aptitude. Seeing that you're in need of this now, I'll sell it to you. Just 3 mid-grade spirit stones. Take it if you wish. What? 3 mid-grade spirit stones? Though Gu Yunyun was unfamiliar with the pricing in the cultivation world, the immediate mention of 3 mid-grade spirit stones made her find the price somewhat hard to accept. Although she had only acquired a spirit stone mine the night before, and its output was not insignificant. A spirit stone mine was ultimately not an inexhaustible resource. She knew nothing whatsoever about the cultivation world. How could she dare to recklessly produce spirit stones? Ha ha ha. You jest, Daoist. What mid-grade spirit stones? I'm afraid I don't understand what you're saying. Seeing Gu Yunyun dodging the issue, Daoist Qinglan didn't take offense. Instead, he laughed even more heartily. He simply enjoyed dealing with interesting people. Gu Yunyun, it seemed, had perfectly caught his interest. Girl, consider it carefully. By now there's no need to play dumb. After all, such treasures are becoming scarce. I acquired this from a certain sect through force. If you don't want it, others will be lining up to claim it. 3 mid-grade spirit stones. The price is fair and reasonable. You won't be shortchanged. Consider it a profit simply from acquiring it. As Daoist Qinglan spoke, he grinned mysteriously at Gu Yunyun. For ordinary people, I wouldn't even tell them that I possess such a treasure. Gu Yunyun looked at Daoist Qinglan, who now resembled some health product salesman. Doubt began to stir within her. Could this person also be a soul transmigrated from another world? A few days ago when I saw you, I noticed you were already at the first layer of qi condensation. In just these few days, your cultivation has risen to the second layer. If you hadn't obtained a heaven-defying treasure, then you must have a renowned master assisting you. If so, how could you possibly be unable to spare 3 mid-grade spirit stones? Daoist Qinglan's words struck the mark. He had directly torn away half of Gu Yunyun's pretense. Yet the remaining shred of dignity she clung to was still barely intact. Gu Yunyun found herself embarrassed. She hadn't anticipated that before this Daoist Qinglan her pretenses would be seen through at a single glance. But before she could speak, Daoist Qinglan decisively took that precious artifact from his mouth and pressed it into Gu Yunyun's embrace. Come, Miss Gu, take this artifact and experience its purpose firsthand. Without personal experience, anything I say would be in vain. As he spoke, Daoist Qinglan even imparted the incantation for using the artifact to Gu Yunyun. It was as though he had already predetermined that Gu Yunyun would certainly buy it. Though the artifact appeared to be only the size of a fist, once grasped it felt as heavy as 1,000 caddies. The oppressive weight made Gu Yunyun struggle to bear it. Since the item was now in her possession, Gu Yunyun naturally wouldn't waste this opportunity. She quickly turned and aimed the artifact at Xiao Qingwan, chanting the incantation. Almost the moment the incantation began, Gu Yunyun had already detected a change. The artifact gradually became lighter as the chant flowed and even rose visibly into the air. It hovered directly between Gu Yunyun and Xiao Qingwan. The spirit stones embedded on all four faces of the artifact began to slowly deplete. As they did, the massive crystal at the center of the artifact began to emit a dazzling radiance. The light possessed extraordinary penetrating power. It was brilliant even under the noon sun, let alone in the pale morning light of early dawn. The dazzling radiance was nearly enough to rouse the sleeping Shao Lily in the west wing. Soon the light gradually faded. Two lines of common script from the Lingbao continent began to appear on the crystal. Mutated Waterwood Dual Spiritual Root, and it's mutating toward the devouring aspect. This little girl's talent is simply heaven-defying. Upon reading those two lines, Daoist Qinglan jumped in astonishment. He didn't even care that his most treasured wine gourd had fallen to the ground. He rushed over and closely examined Shao Qingwan as though expecting to find something extraordinary. Gu Yunyun frowned. The mutated Waterwood Dual Spiritual Root was something she had already known from Bai Mu. As for the devouring type mutation, she hadn't entirely lacked suspicion. From all the prior signs, it had long been indicated. Shao Qingwan showed great interest in spirit stones. Moreover, the moment her spiritual root had first awakened her body had unconsciously drawn spiritual energy from the spirit stones. Daoist, does this devouring mutation cause any harm to my daughter's body? Is there something wrong? Gu Yunyun was after all a cultivation novice. Not knowing matters of the cultivation world was one thing, but even mutated spiritual roots were only something she had read about in fantasy novels from her past life. How could she possibly understand them in depth? Even had she seen them, she had never truly witnessed one in person. Harm. Qinglan Daoist master was so furious that his beard bristled. He lashed out at Gu Yunyun. How could it possibly harm her? For her, this is clearly a great benefit, a tremendous opportunity. As long as she is in a place with spiritual energy, even if this little girl doesn't actively cultivate, spiritual energy will automatically flow into her body. This is a great boon that countless people would beg for, but cannot obtain. And you dare to speak of harm? Gu Yunyun hadn't expected Qinglan Daoist master to react so strongly, and was at a loss. But before she could gather her wits, Qinglan Daoist master burst into manic laughter, tilting his head back to the sky. Ha! This little girl is clearly the one who will harm others. You as her mother actually think she could be harmed. Now not only Gu Yunyun, but even Shao Qingwan was puzzled. What was going on? Could it be that this matter was not as simple as Qinglan Daoist master had made it seem? But before Gu Yunyun could ask, Qinglan Daoist master directly addressed Bai Mu, who was lying on a nearby stool licking his paws and washing his face. You tell them the answer. Bai Mu froze his tongue, pausing on his paw pad, even forgetting to retract it. How could this mad Daoist before him have seen through his true form? He was only at the Qi refinement peak, not even comparable to the Foundation establishment cultivator he encountered last night. Yet he could see through his true form at a single glance. This was utterly ridiculous. At the same time, Gu Yunyun and her daughter were also stunned. Daoist master. What do you mean? Qinglan Daoist master blinked. What? Did I just say something? I seem to have forgotten it all. Sigh. Truly one must admit to old age. After heaving a sigh, Qinglan Daoist master shook his head. Forget it. Consider this magical treasure a gift for the little girl. I won't charge you 3 medium-grade spirit stones. Just give me 2. Gu Yunyun clicked her tongue. This man was truly calculating. He had just said he would give this magical artifact to Shao Qingwan as a meeting gift. Before his words even settled, he immediately demanded 2 medium-grade spirit stones. Gu Yunyun now understood. The purpose of Qinglan Daoist master's visit to the Gu family today was probably to extract spirit stones from her. Oh well. Gu Yunyun was somewhat intimidated by him. It was useless to pretend she didn't know what spirit stones were now. Since he could even see through Bai Mu's true form, how could he be a mere mad Daoist? He might even be a major figure in the cultivation world. Fine. 2 then. Gu Yunyun no longer wished to continue the entanglement, so she decisively took out the spirit stones. The smile on Qinglan Daoist master's face never ceased. Gu girl, dropping the act already. Why didn't you take them out earlier? Why so stingy? Your husband is much more straightforward than you. With that, Qinglan Daoist master took the spirit stones, and before Gu Yunyun could react, sprinted away, as if afraid Gu Yunyun would chase after him. Mu, did he just mention my husband? Gu Yunyun feared she had misheard. She hurriedly sought confirmation from Mu. After receiving his answer, Gu Yunyun's confusion deepened. Who exactly was this Qinglong Taoist master? Friend or foe? Did he really know Xiao Yinliang? By now, Qinglong Taoist master had already vanished without a trace. Gu Yunyun hurriedly chased after him to Qingyun Temple. But upon arriving, she learned that Qinglong Taoist master had already left the night before and hadn't returned all night. He was a wandering Taoist by nature. Now that he had left Qingyun Temple, who knew where he had gone? Gu Yunyun was disappointed. For the next several days, she would go to Qingyun Temple to wait for Qinglong Taoist master. But the result was obvious. The man had come unexpectedly and left just as decisively without any hesitation. During these days, Xiao Lili felt that Gu Yunyun was becoming obsessed. Gu Yunyun, are you out of your mind? Why do you still refuse to believe that my third brother is gone? The court has already issued death benefits. How could it be false? Though I also don't wish for third brother to die and hope he returns alive, but after all, the dead cannot be revived. You? Xiao Lili had wanted to persuade further, but seeing Gu Yunyun completely unmoved, she stopped herself. She truly couldn't understand now whether the current Gu Yunyun was the same as the original. If you said she was still deeply in love with Xiao Yinliang. If you said she had undergone earth-shattering changes compared to the original Gu Yunyun. Unable to figure it out, Xiao Lili stopped thinking about it. After all, life in the Gu family was better than her original life in the Xiao family. The current Gu Yunyun was also very good to the two children. Why should she bother about trivial matters? Just as Gu Yunyun was still thinking about when to go to Qingyun Temple again to find Qinglong Taoist master, Gu Yunji returned home on his day off. She then realized that for a single sentence from Qinglong Taoist master, she had actually neglected her family. Truly improper. Coming to her senses, Gu Yunyun finally pulled herself together and prepared a table full of delicious dishes. The family sat happily together. But just as everyone was about to enjoy the meal, another uninvited guest arrived. The visitor was none other than Xiao family's eldest daughter-in-law, Meng Hongmei. Since the death of the old Xiao matriarch Meng Guizhi, the power of the Xiao family had fallen into the hands of Xiao Yongfeng. As a man who had never managed the household in his life, upon Meng Guizhi's death, he ascended to a high position instantly, giving him a sense of elation. The exhilaration of giving orders quickly intoxicated him. This greatly displeased Meng Hongmei, the eldest daughter-in-law of the Xiao family senior branch. She had originally thought that after Meng Guizhi's death, the household power would fall into her hands as the eldest daughter-in-law. If not for the aim of managing the household, why would she have willingly married the worthless Xiao Yinzhong back then? There were men who liked her and whose family backgrounds were better than the Xiao family. But now, after her mother-in-law's death, her father-in-law had taken charge. How could she swallow this humiliation? The second son's wife, since returning from her maternal home last time, was no longer as weak as before. Now, with the old man's support, she showed no fear of her. How could she bear it? Thus, she quickly turned her spearhead toward Xiao Lili, the unmarried daughter of the Xiao family. From then on, she would come to find Xiao Lili every few days, taking advantage of Gu Yunyun's absence. She alternated between gentle persuasion and coercion. Her aim was to make Xiao Lili return to the Xiao family. If not to join forces with her against Xiang Xuemei, then at least to smooth things over in the Xiao family. Gu Yunyun heard the commotion outside the door and immediately looked at Xiao Lili. She had been away from home often these days, so normally no one would come looking for her. Thus the person outside must be here for Xiao Lili. Ignore her. Those women from the Meng family are all mad. Gu Yunyun naturally had no leisure to meddle in the affairs of the Xiao family. However, since Xiao Lili had now come to the Gu household, she was one of them now, and with people from the Xiao family having arrived at their doorstep. How could she just stand by and do nothing? But Xiao Lili had told her not to interfere, trusting that she could handle things herself. In that case, there was no need for Gu Yunyun to meddle further. Meng Honghong, standing outside the main gate, had no idea that everyone in the Gu household had already reached a consensus to simply ignore the troublemaker. Xiao Lili, you ungrateful, disloyal wretch. How could my aunt have given birth to such a daughter? If her spirit in heaven knew what you are doing now, she would never let you off. Meng Honghong's voice grew hoarse from shouting at the gate, yet Xiao Lili never came out to respond. Enraged beyond restraint, she let fly with every vile word she could find. Meanwhile, inside the house, Xiao Lily continued to calmly eat her meal, even finishing an extra full bowl more than usual. After finishing, she hummed a tune while clearing the table. She paid not the slightest heed to Meng Honghong's shrieks and curses outside. Gu Yunji knew Xiao Lily's true nature well. She was a woman who held grudges and possessed an exceedingly narrow mind. Yet seeing her being cursed at so viciously without opening her mouth in retaliation left him thoroughly bewildered. He could only suspect that either her wits had gone astray or her ears had stopped working. Otherwise, how could she possibly be humming a song? "Sister Lily, are you all right? Are you just going to let her curse at us from outside?" Xiao Lily raised an eyebrow, glanced toward the gate, and smiled. The sight of that smile sent a shiver down Gu Yunji's spine. "Of course not. I Xiao Lily the sort to be bullied. Just wait until I finish these chores, and I'll go settle scores with her." The moment the words left her lips, the last bowl in her hands was already washed clean. The time had come to settle all outstanding matters. Xiao Lily put away the dishes, shook the water from her hands, and with a sneer lifted the slop bucket and strode toward the main gate. Flinging the door open, she upended the entire bucket of slops right outside. Perfectly aimed, a full bucket of swamp water drenched Meng Honghong from head to toe. The current weather was no match for midsummer. A chill autumn rain had fallen the night before, and today was biting cold. This slop had been accumulating since the day Meng Honghong first paid her unwelcome visit. It had been stewing for 2 or 3 days now. Though the cool weather kept the food from spoiling too quickly, Xiao Lily had deliberately added rotten leaves and a handful of stinking eggs to the mixture. Now a full bucket of putrid slop was poured directly over Meng Honghong, sending her screaming and leaping into the air. "Ah, what is this filth? It reeks to death. Xiao Lily, you wicked witch. What on earth have you done?" Just as Meng Honghong was hopping and cursing, Xiao Lily had already shut the Gu family gate firmly behind her. People are social creatures and naturally curious about commotions nearby. Upon hearing the uproar at the Gu residence, the surrounding neighbors all poked their heads out to investigate. But the moment they caught sight of Meng Honghong's stench, they recoiled in disgust and withdrew into their homes. Witnessing the villagers' reactions, Meng Honghong's face burned with shame and fury. "Xiao Lily, you harlot, running away from home before you're even married and slinking over to the Gu household. I'll bet you've set your sights on Gu Yunji, that young pup, and plan to run off with him. How utterly shameless. You've disgraced the entire Xiao family. And now you dare to splash swill upon me. You've grown bold indeed." With a furious slam, Xiao Lily dropped the empty bucket. Every word Meng Honghong spoke fueled her wrath to its breaking point. Being cursed at herself mattered little. It was hardly the first time. Back at the Xiao residence, both Meng Honghong and Meng Guizhi had regularly spewed all manner of vicious abuse toward her. She had endured it all before, and she could simply pretend not to hear it now. But that Meng Honghong should never ever have dragged her reputation and Gu Yunji's good name into this filth. Meng Honghong was a woman herself. How could she not understand how crucial a young, unmarried woman's reputation was? Gu Yunji was still young, a scholar devoted to his studies. He was destined to sit the imperial examinations and bring honor to the Gu family. His reputation meant everything to him. When Xiao Lily had resolutely left the Xiao household, it had not been merely to escape Meng Guizhi. She had also intended to sever all ties with the women bearing the surname Meng. And now, despite Meng Guizhi's death, Meng Honghong still stalked about the Xiao estate, brazenly stepping over boundaries and bullying her into the Gu household. Could she possibly continue to endure this in silence? Xiao Lily picked up the swill bucket lying on the ground and strode straight to the water vat, filling it to the brim with cold water. She then returned to the doorway. She flung open the door. All traces of anger had vanished from her face, replaced by sheer astonishment. "Oh, who is this person babbling nonsense at my third sister-in-law's house?" She covered her nose and mouth with her hands, speaking in a muffled tone. Did she fall into a pigsty? Why does she reek so badly? Which family's madwoman is this? Why hasn't anyone come to drag her away? Hey, whose business is this? Someone come take her away at once. Meng Hongmei looked at Xiao Lily's face, so strikingly different from what she remembered, fair and delicate, For a moment she was taken aback and began to doubt whether she had mistaken someone else. It was only when Xiao Lili spoke and Meng Hongmei heard that unmistakable voice that she realized her error. Since leaving the Xiao household, Xiao Lili appeared to be faring much better at the Gu residence. Her figure seemed a little fuller than before. Yet none of this diminished Meng Hongmei's determination to confront her. Xiao Lili, you wretched creature, how dare you splash manure water on me? I am not done with you. Speaking, Meng Hongmei charged at Xiao Lili with claws outstretched, her body reeking of filth. Xiao Lili smirked inwardly. Seizing the opportunity, she hoisted the swill bucket and doused Meng Hongmei with a full load of cold water once more. What kind of shrew are you? How dare you claim to be my mother? Truly overstepping your bounds. Today I shall deliver justice in heaven's name. Meng Hongmei had barely recovered from the previous bucket of swill, still shivering from the cold, when Xiao Lili drenched her again with a full load of icy water. When Xiao Lili and Gu Yunyun had been at the Xiao household, Meng Hongmei had never even touched cold water. Now she not only washed clothes herself, but had also been thoroughly soaked by Xiao Lili. This only deepened Meng Hongmei's rage and resentment toward Xiao Lili. She secretly plotted how she would torment Xiao Lili once she returned to the Xiao household, desperate to vent her fury. Yet she never once considered whether Xiao Lili would actually return to the Xiao family as she envisioned. More importantly, she failed to realize that after today, whether she herself could even cross the threshold of the Xiao home again. Xiao Lili, you wretched creature. Even if you refuse to acknowledge me as your elder sister-in-law, I am still your blood cousin. Do you truly think now that you have left the Xiao household someone like me, both your elder sister-in-law and your cousin, cannot discipline you? Let me tell you, as long as I Meng Hongmei remain in the Xiao family, you Xiao Lili will forever be at my beck and call, destined to serve me and my son like beasts of burden. If I say you should die, then die you shall. Xiao Lili sneered. Was this woman out of her mind? Did she truly believe she wielded such absolute power? And to call herself mother to Xiao Lili's face. Did she not know that Xiao Lili's own mother was her dear aunt? The audacity was breathtaking, as if she feared no karmic retribution. Xiao Lili chuckled. Oh, it turns out to be Cousin Meng. How unfortunate for you. I have no intention of returning to the Xiao household to slave away for you and your son. Nor do I possess such leisure. I am living comfortably enough at my third sister-in-law's residence. What madness would drive me back? Have I lost my senses, or is some death wish compelling me to return? Besides, even if you are my cousin, so what? We are distant relatives at best. As the saying goes, third cousins are strangers beyond 3 miles. I fail to see how you could possibly claim authority over me. And as for elder sister-in-law, Watching Xiao Lili's mocking expression, Meng Hongmei felt her anger surge like flames. She had never imagined Xiao Lili's transformation would be so drastic. Only days at the Gu household, and she had undergone a complete about-face, a 360-degree change. She had even brushed aside Meng Hongmei's words with utter indifference. This only fueled Meng Hongmei's rage, though she failed to consider the situation rationally. Why would Xiao Lili, enjoying a comfortable life, voluntarily return to the Xiao household to suffer under Meng Hongmei's cruelty? That would be nothing short of self-abasement. Very well. You dare defy me. I will go fetch your eldest brother to deal with you, you wretched girl. Meng Hongmei had not anticipated that before her words had fully left her mouth, Xiao Yongfeng's voice echoed from behind. Eldest brother, quickly take your wife home and teach her some discipline. Meng Hongmei turned around and saw the 3 men of the Xiao family, father and sons alike, all wearing dark, menacing expressions. Beside them, second sister-in-law Xiang Xuemei wore a face brimming with schadenfreude. Even her own son Xiao Dazhuang regarded her with an expression fraught with complexity. A wave of panic struck Meng Hongmei's heart. She distinctly remembered that every time she came to the Gu household, she did so in secret. How had the entire Xiao family arrived so swiftly? Meng Hongmei seemed to realize something. She whipped around, locking her murderous gaze onto Xiao Lili. Her glare cut like a blade. If eyes could kill, she would have slit Xiao Lili and the entire Xiao clan to pieces in that instant. It's you. It's all because of you, you wicked girl. If not for you, my aunt would not have perished. I would not have come within a breath of being abandoned by my eldest husband. It's all your fault. All of this is your doing. You wretched cause of all this misery. Meng Hongmei lunged at Xiao Lili, once more claws and teeth bared. Not even Xiao Yinzhong could restrain her. Her talons were inches from Xiao Lili's face when inexplicably Meng Hongmei tripped over a stone on the ground. Her foot caught the stone, and she sprawled forward in an undignified tumble. Not a single person present had anticipated this turn of events. Yet somehow, despite the fall, Meng Hongmei showed no concern for her own injuries, enduring the searing pain in her knees, elbows, toes, and face. She clamped her hands around Xiao Lili's ankle, refusing to let go. Xiao Lili looked down at the scene, utterly bewildered. "Oh, Cousin Meng, what have I done that warrants such an elaborate display of respect?" With effortless strength, she pried Meng Hongmei's fingers from her ankle. She even stepped backwards several paces, creating distance, her entire demeanor suggesting she bore no responsibility. "Father, eldest brother, second sister-in-law, and Dazhuang, you all witnessed this, did you not? This has nothing to do with me." Cousin Meng tripped entirely on her own accord. Meng Hongmei gazed at Xiao Lili's expression of innocent denial, and her jaw ached from the force of her clenched teeth. The words erupted almost as a scream. "Xiao Lili, you wretch, spare me your hypocrisy. I see through your schemes entirely. You have merely noticed the Gu family's improved fortune and wish to cling to it desperately, groveling before Gu Yunyun, that shameless woman, and attaching yourself to that toddler Gu Yunji. And you won't even bother returning home. What a fine daughter of the Xiao family, what a wonderful little sister-in-law I have. For the sake of your own selfish interests, you have discarded all sense of dignity." Xiao Lili had heard such accusations from Meng Hongmei far too many times before. Inflamed with anger and on the verge of retorting, she glanced around at the assembled crowd. An idea struck her, and another plan took shape in her mind. Tears as large as soybeans fell freely. Xiao Lili did not even bother to close the door. She sidestepped Meng Hongmei and ran directly toward Xiao Yongfeng. Clutching at the hem of Xiao Yongfeng's garment, she began to wail loudly. As though she feared her neighbors could not hear, her cries grew ever more shrill. "Father, please, you must stand up for me. Whoa, my virtue and reputation cannot be so destroyed by that woman Meng. If both my reputation and chastity are ruined, I have no choice but to end my life. I would simply follow mother. Although my mother often struck and scolded me, she even frequently said she would sell me off. Yet she never once did anything to ruin my virtue. Whoa, but that woman Meng is different. Under the pretense of being the elder sister-in-law, she forcibly compelled me to return to the Xiao household to serve as her slave, claiming that if she desired my death, I should die. Though my mother has passed away, are you not still here, father? And are not my two elder brothers also still with us? How did it come to pass that she, a sister-in-law soon to be cast out by our family, should have the authority to speak? Must the daughters of the Xiao family truly be left to suffer abuse from others?" Xiao Lili's tearful account was utterly thunderous, her words earnest, and every sentence profound. Her words left Meng Hongmei utterly speechless and stripped of any defense. This only enraged Meng Hongmei further. She rolled over, scrambled to her feet, and immediately charged forward, pointing at Xiao Lili's nose and beginning to curse once more. "How dare you say I cannot make decisions for this household? I, Meng Hongmei, am the eldest daughter-in-law of the Xiao family. I am also your mother's own niece. How could I not inherit the position of head of this household from my own aunt? You, an unmarried sister-in-law, dare to leave the Xiao household without even greeting me and take residence at the Gu family home. I came with good intentions to remind you, yet you had the audacity to throw slop water at me. Absolutely reckless. Now I shall teach you a lesson right before everyone's eyes." Saying this, Meng Hongmei snatched up a tree branch from the roadside, raising it as though to strike Xiao Lili. She did not even consider Xiao Yongfeng, who stood beside Xiao Lili, regarding him with complete indifference. At this very moment, the gathered villagers had already completely surrounded the Gu household. Village head Gu Huaye had already arrived upon hearing the news. Upon learning it was yet another matter involving the Xiao family, Gu Huaye's head throbbed as though it might split. How many days of peace had the Xiao family enjoyed? Meng Guizhi was already dead, yet there were still troublemakers within the Xiao family. The moment he arrived at the Gu household entrance, Gu Huaye hurriedly pushed his way inside. What he saw was utterly shocking. The eldest daughter-in-law of the Xiao family was actually raising a tree branch to strike her own father-in-law and younger sister-in-law. Could this be tolerated? What if, as happened last time with Meng Guizhi, she beat someone half to death? Stop! Gu Huaiya shouted with stern authority. Yet he could never have imagined that Meng Hongmei would treat his words as if they were spoken to empty air. Not only did she not listen in the least, she did not even react. The tree branch in her hand continued its swing toward Xiao Yongfeng and Xiao Lili. Xiao Yinzhong had long been struck dumb with terror. He truly could never have imagined that Meng Hongmei now possessed such reckless courage, that she was so utterly unfilial. She dared to strike the man who was her father. How could such behavior be permitted? Xiao Yinzhong rushed forward in a frenzy and shoved Meng Hongmei away with all his strength. Xiao Dazhuang too had not expected this. However, his reaction was slightly slower. He could only manage to reach out and catch Meng Hongmei, who had been pushed by Xiao Yinzhong, preventing her from falling to the ground once more. Mother, are you all right? Meng Hongmei, seeing that it was Xiao Dazhuang who had caught her, was so overwhelmed with emotion that she nearly burst into tears. Now the entire Xiao household regarded her as a villain. Only her own son still cared for her in this manner. Truly, blood is thicker than water. But just as she was smiling tearfully at Xiao Dazhuang snatched the tree branch from her hand and hurled it far away, leaving her completely disarmed. Meng Hongmei stood stunned. She could not believe that her own flesh and blood had sided with Xiao Lili. You ungrateful wretch. I bore you and raised you, and this is how you repay me. All my years of sacrifice, only to produce a black-hearted ingrate. Xiao Dazhuang grew frantic. He wished to explain himself, but the situation left no room for explanation. Seeing that Meng Hongmei's position had collapsed entirely, Gu Huaiya immediately dispatched 2 men to tie Meng Hongmei's hands, preventing her from lashing out again. Now who will explain what has transpired? Gu Huaiya scanned the crowd. Finally, his gaze settled upon the entrance of the Gu household, hoping that Gu Yunyun would emerge to provide an account. Yet he waited for quite some time, without seeing Gu Yunyun. He could only abandon that hope and shift his gaze to Xiao Lili, who was still wiping her tears. Lili, tell us what happened. Hearing her name, Xiao Lili hurriedly wiped her tears with her sleeve, her face wearing an expression of profound grievance. I do not know what I did to provoke Madame Meng. She has come to harass us at my third sister-in-law's home for many days. And each time she deliberately chose moments when only I and the 2 children were at home. She would arrive and unleash all manner of vile language, words so offensive they made one's face burn with shame. Please forgive me, village head, an unmarried girl, for I cannot bring myself to repeat her exact words. Hearing this, Gu Huaiya said nothing. He merely shifted his gaze from Xiao Lili's face to the neighbors surrounding the Gu household. He wished for the neighbors to come forward and confirm whether this was true. Lu Ernyang hurriedly stepped forward to testify. Village head, what Lili says is absolutely true. Every time that woman Meng comes, she bangs violently on the Gu family gate. Not a single neighbor here has not complained about the noise. Moreover, her mouth is like poison itself. Her insults grow increasingly vicious with each word. Even an old woman like myself finds them difficult to endure, let alone an unmarried maiden like Lili. With Lu Ernyang's words, the surrounding neighbors also stepped forward one after another to testify. All of them pointed at Meng Hongmei and cursed her. Some with hot tempers nearly rushed forward to strike her themselves. Gu Huaiya hurriedly restrained them. He then turned to ask Meng Hongmei whether this was true. Yet how could Meng Hongmei possibly admit it? The entire village was present. One person's spittle would be enough to drown her. How would she dare to confess? Seeing Meng Hongmei flatly deny everything, the onlookers cursed even more fiercely. Some, even delighting in chaos, began to bring up the previous incident where Meng Hongmei had nearly been divorced by Xiao Yinzhong. Could Meng Hongmei possibly tolerate such remarks? She immediately launched into cursing that person's ancestors for 18 generations, even forgetting not to curse their descendants. Fate had it that the person she cursed had recently had a child who was unwell. How could anyone listen to such things? That woman broke free from the restraining embrace of those around her and charged in, delivering several sharp slaps to Meng Hongmei's face. She struck until Meng Hongmei's head buzzed. If Gu Huaiya had not timely intervened and pulled the woman away, Meng Hongmei's fate would likely have been dire. Gu Yunyun listened to the commotion outside the door and nearly burst out laughing. This Meng Hongmei was quite a character, truly the champion of sharp tongues. Even after being slapped, that mouth of hers showed no sign of backing down. Enough. Everyone be quiet. Gu Huaiye could feel his head splitting from the constant murmurs of the villagers. Already suffering from a headache, it throbbed even worse. Meng, stop twisting words. I am asking you a question. Do not bring up unrelated matters. Now tell me, why are you here harassing the Gu family? Upon hearing this, Meng Hongmei let out a mockery of a laugh, utterly arrogant and dismissive. She showed no respect whatsoever for Gu Huaiye, the village chief. Why am I here? Can't you go ask Xiao Lili yourself? That filthy woman is ruining the name of the Xiao family. At her age, she should be married off, yet she runs away from home instead of returning to her own home. She's obviously after the little brat of the Gu family. Hearing this, Xiao Lili's tears flowed even more bitterly. Her tearful eyes made everyone present feel a pang of sympathy. I didn't. Father, I didn't. She is speaking nonsense, trying to ruin my reputation. The Gu family has always been kind to me. How could I possibly have any designs on Gu Yunji? Tears fell one by one from Xiao Lili's eyes, piercing Xiao Yongfeng's heart. Back when Xiao Lili was still living in the Xiao household, she never had a single good day. Not only did she toil from dawn till dusk, but she also went hungry and poorly clothed. As her father, although he saw it all, he was powerless to improve her life. The guilt in his heart had taken root long ago and grown steadily. Nearly 18 years had passed since then. Even a small sapling would have grown into a towering tree by now. Besides, it had been Xiao Lili's own father who had given his approval for her to come to the Gu family. What did Meng Hongmei have to do with it? Brother Gu, don't listen to her nonsense. Back then, Lily came to the Gu family because of something that happened to her mother. The blow she suffered that day was devastating. How could she continue living normally in the Xiao household surrounded by familiar furnishings and familiar places? It was I who begged Gu Yunyun to let Lily stay at the Gu household on account of my late third son's memory. I didn't expect much for her, only that she lived safely and peacefully. The matter of Meng Guizhi attempting to kill Xiao Lili had long spread throughout the town and even farther. No one spoke of Xiao Lili without pity. From childhood, she had never known her mother's love, and worse, she lived under the constant threat of her own mother's murderous intent. What kind of life was that? Yet Xiao Lili had endured such her existence for over 10 years. If not for what happened that day, who would have known her suffering? Now through Xiao Yongfeng's retelling, the story was relived before everyone's eyes. As they listened, the way the villagers regarded Xiao Lili underwent a dramatic shift. Some with tender hearts were already secretly wiping away tears. Under such circumstances, who could still believe Meng Hongmei's shoddy lies? If Brother Xiao had already approved of this, then how is it that this Meng woman knows nothing of it? Gu Huaiye quickly seized upon the key point and raised it directly. Xiao Yongfeng snorted coldly and glanced at Meng Hongmei, but as an elderly man he hesitated to explain the details himself. Instead, he turned his gaze toward his second daughter-in-law. Xiang Xuemei received the signal and stepped forward to explain. Isn't this all because of my mother's passing? When she was still alive, everything in the household was in her hands. Now that she is gone, the Xiao family naturally cannot be without someone in charge. According to our local custom, the elder always manages the household. As long as there is an elder present, everyone must obey her arrangements. Xiang Xuemei sighed helplessly as she spoke. She paused briefly, and the surrounding villagers nodded in agreement. Seeing this, she continued, but my eldest sister-in-law refused to accept this. She claimed that before my mother passed, she had promised that upon her death the position of household manager would pass to the eldest sister-in-law. Now that my mother is gone, my eldest sister-in-law has jumped forward, insisting on taking control of the household. To demonstrate her authority, she even came to force my younger sister-in-law to return and serve as her slave. Who wouldn't be angered by such words? As Xiang Xuemei continued her account, the situation gradually became clear. The surrounding villagers' gazes toward Meng Hongmei also shifted. Meng Hongmei, feeling the weight of their stares, furrowed her brows and bit her lip in silence, neither admitting nor denying anything. She seemed to believe that by remaining silent, she could simply sweep the matter under the rug. But Xiao Lili was not about to let it go. Wah! My second sister-in-law speaks the truth. She wants to use me. She even said she wants me dead. How could I ever dare to return? At the Gu household, my third sister-in-law has never scolded or struck me. We have been playmates since childhood. Here at the Gu household, I am happy every single day. I can help my third sister-in-law with the child and cooking. I eat well and sleep well every night. In just these few days, I've even gained weight. Father, I don't want to go back. I'm so terrified. Xiao Yongfeng's heart clenched tightly as he looked at the tearful Xiao Lily. He could plainly see that Xiao Lily was living well at the Gu household, and he trusted that everyone present could see it too. It had been less than a month, yet his daughter was no longer the bitter, emaciated, scarred girl she had been before. As he watched, mist began to gather in Xiao Yongfeng's eyes. They say a man seldom sheds tears until the moment truly breaks his heart, and though tears now welled in his eyes, they were not tears of sorrow, but of joy. He had known all along that his decision to allow Xiao Lily to return to the Gu household with Gu Yunyun had been the right one. Lily, rest assured. As long as you do not wish to return, no one will force you. Even if they try, Father will handle it. Seeing the situation spiraling beyond her control, Meng Hongmei could no longer hold back. This is wrong. This is unfair. Why can Xiao Lily get everything she wants while I am opposed by the entire Xiao family, just for wanting to manage the household? Xiao Yinzhong looked at the clamoring Meng Hongmei with disgust, turning his head away sharply. He had grown deeply disappointed in his wife. His own sister had suffered so terribly and had only just managed to survive. She had finally escaped that home, and this woman still dared to demand she return. Worse still, she had viciously declared that she wanted his sister dead. Enough! Shut your mouth! Xiao Yinzhong finally erupted. Meng Hongmei froze, and so did everyone else present. Meng Shi, I have endured you for far too long. Back then I forgave you out of consideration for my son. Little did I expect that in such a brief span of time, you have begun causing trouble within this household once more. When my third brother's wife was driven out by mother, it was entirely your scheming behind the scenes. And now you turn your malicious gaze upon Lily. Your heart is truly vicious. How could the Xiao family tolerate someone like you? Upon hearing Xiao Yinliang's words, a dead silence fell over the crowd. The gathered villagers exchanged bewildered glances, wondering what was unfolding before them. So it was Meng Hongmei who had also played a hand in driving Gu Yunyun out of the Xiao family. Meng Hongmei never could have imagined that Xiao Yinliang would drag this matter into the open. Her mind went completely blank for a moment. But this was far from over. Xiao Yinliang's exposé continued unabated. It was precisely because you coveted the compensation pension meant for my third brother that you instigated my mother to abandon even her own flesh and blood. You insisted on driving a powerless widow out of our home. But have you ever stopped to consider what would happen if the imperial court were to learn of this? Meng Hongmei's pupils dilated involuntarily with terror. Panic overwhelmed her entire being. No, it was not me. It was not me who did this. This has nothing to do with me. This was entirely my mother-in-law's own scheme. She was the one who set her greedy designs upon the imperial compensation pension. It has absolutely nothing to do with me. This is not my doing. Although Meng Hongmei desperately denied everything at this critical juncture, who would believe a vicious woman whose mouth was filled with nothing but lies? For all her screaming, not a single villager stepped forward to vouch for her. And Xiao Yinzhong was renowned throughout the village as a man of unwavering honesty, much like his father Xiao Yongfeng. Watching the situation escalate to involve the imperial compensation pension, Gu Huaiya dared not take the matter lightly in the slightest. He feared that one careless misstep could bring disaster upon hundreds of families across the entire village, all tied to the Xiao household. Elder Xiao, the village head, is what you say truly genuine? Did this Ming woman harbor such wicked designs? Seeing the village head's eyes drill into her face with intensity, Meng Hongmei dared not speak another word. Uncle Village Head, I am absolutely certain. I swear by heaven, if I utter a single lie, may thunder strike me down, and may I meet a wretched end. The assembled crowd was visibly shaken. Such a grave oath. Without substance, how could Xiao Yinzhong possibly bring himself to speak it? Had he lost his mind? At this very moment, every pair of eyes in attendance was fixed upon Meng Hongmei, waiting for her response. By now, the matter of Meng Hongmei coming to the Gu residence to compel Xiao Lily to return to the Xiao family had become irrelevant. All attention now converged upon the compensation pension belonging to Xiao Yinzhong. Meng Hongmei had ignited universal outrage. This Ming woman is truly both greedy and vicious. When third brother Xiao was alive, how much glory did he bring to the Xiao family? Who would have imagined that even after death he could not ensure the compensation pension reached his own wife and child? They didn't even know their own family had been driven from their home. Alas, people always say that being alive is what truly matters. Once dead, one knows nothing and possesses nothing. Indeed, it is as you say. Poor third brother Xiao, how tragic. How many days did he ever spend at home while alive? He never even had the chance to see his son before he passed. What a pity. The Meng family truly knows how to raise their daughters. First Meng Guizhi and now Meng Hongmei. Aunt and niece. Neither one is any better than the other. The Xiao family was truly unfortunate to be entangled with such two women. Hearing the villagers' murmurs and accusations, Meng Hongmei finally began to lose her composure. No, it was not me. It truly was not me. As she spoke, Meng Hongmei burst into tears, sobbing uncontrollably. Meng Hongmei felt all eyes upon her. Though panic surged within, she still insisted on clearing her name. Yet she had forgotten one thing. It was none other than her husband of over a decade who had brought this to light. Not only was he her husband, but also her childhood cousin. The villagers began murmuring among themselves. Seeing Meng Hongmei only shake her head and cry out in protest without a shred of evidence to back her claims, and with village head Gu Huaiye having made his position clear. If the Xiao family dragged this matter to the imperial court, not only would the Xiaos be ruined, but the bystanders from their village would not escape unscathed either. Everyone has their selfish side. Moreover, what was at stake today concerned the entire Qingchuan village. Naturally, no one dared to be careless. Make sure you keep insisting you had no part in this. Can you produce any proof? And as for the eldest master, Xiao, you know perfectly well. Now that Meng Guizhi is dead, even if you pinned everything on Meng Hongmei, there would be no one left to contradict her. But the fact that you've suddenly unearthed this matter suggests you may have evidence, or else you're merely trying to shift blame recklessly. Gu Huaiye was always fair. Since the matter remained unclear, he naturally dared not jump to conclusions. Still, whether this was Meng Guizhi's fault or Meng Hongmei's, one thing was certain. The Xiao family could not extricate themselves from this. And so eldest master Zhao's stance at this moment became crucial. On one hand stood the mother who had raised him, on the other the wife who had borne him children. Both were the most important women in his life. Meng Hongmei now turned her gaze toward Xiao Yanzhong, fixing her eyes upon him with desperate intensity. There was resentment and shock in her eyes, even a touch of disbelief. She had never imagined Xiao Yanzhong would act thus. After sharing a bed with him for over 10 years, she had always believed that even if she had done wrong, it was all for the sake of the Xiao family. As the eldest son of the Xiao family, and her own husband surely, she ought to be forgiven regardless. Yet with Xiao Yanzhong's actions, Meng Hongmei's heart plummeted. Her eyes held only resentment, surprise, and a trace of hatred. All the onlookers watched as Xiao Yanzhong withdrew a red cord and half a piece of paper from his sleeve. Village head uncle, I found these in Madame Meng's bundle. If my guess is correct, the remaining half of the paper should be on Madame Meng herself. Gu Huaiye took the half sheet from Xiao Yanzhong and unfolded it. To his astonishment, it was an imperial letter of condolence. How did this come into your possession? Shouldn't this have been delivered to Miss Yunyun? How could it end up in the Xiao household? Gu Huaiye demanded of Meng Hongmei the imperial letter in hand. Meng Hongmei, who had been trembling with fear, suddenly broke into laughter. How did it come into my possession? Perhaps you should ask the deceased Meng Guizhi about that. Meng Hongmei spoke Meng Guizhi's full name without the slightest respect. This only deepened the suspicion in everyone's minds. The Xiao family's troubles never seemed to end. Even Gu Yunyun, content to remain an onlooker, could no longer sit idle. An imperial letter. I've never heard of such a thing before, she declared. All eyes turned to find Gu Yunyun, child in arms, now standing at the gate. Aunt Lu hurried over and whispered the events into Gu Yunyun's ear. Yunyun, you were in the house, tending the child earlier, so you may not have caught what transpired. Let me tell you. Ever since Gu Yunyun began cultivating her senses, had sharpened considerably. How could she possibly have missed the commotion? Yet she listened patiently, as Aunt Lu explained in good faith. Since we cannot resolve this ourselves, why not hand it over to the Yamen? It would save us all the trouble. Do we really need to spend our time going back and forth with no conclusion? When old Madame Xiao refused to confess, they sent her to the Yamen. After dozens of strokes, she confessed everything. She became much more obedient after that. Upon hearing this, Meng Hongmei panicked. Had she not suffered those 60 strokes at the Yamen, would Meng Guizhi have died so soon? At the time, she had even felt a dark satisfaction upon hearing how near to death Meng Guizhi had been. But now that the same fate threatened her, her thoughts shifted entirely. Damn you, Gu Yunyun. Why don't you take those 60 strokes yourself? Do you think the Yamen belongs to your family? You tell them to strike, and they strike. You cursed harlot. How can your heart be so black? You brought death upon your own husband, and now you're turning my own sister-in-law against our family. Instead, coming to serve at the home of a slut like you. Gu Yunyun listened calmly. Meng Hongmei would not survive much longer anyway. She saw no point in wasting breath arguing with her. The memory of being driven out by the Xiao family just days ago remained vivid in her mind. The villagers watched as Meng Hongmei brazenly slandered Gu Yunyun, while Gu Yunyun stood by with her child in arms, gentle and fragile. The more aggressive Meng Hongmei became, the more vulnerable Gu Yunyun appeared. Her words were simply too vicious. Most villagers were kind-hearted. How could they allow the delicate Gu Yunyun to be bullied? Meng Shi, you are the wicked woman with black face and black heart. Have you no sense of propriety? We watched Yunyun grow up. She is a virtuous girl from an honorable family. After marrying into the Xiao household, she devoted herself to serving them. It was clearly you venomous woman, who could not bear seeing another family whole and harmonious. Using Xiao Sanlang's death in battle as an excuse to drive that family of 3 out. And now in your mouth, she becomes a slut. Are you not afraid that Xiao Sanlang's spirit will return to settle this with you? Aunt Lu was always the first to defend Gu Yunyun, pointing at Meng Hongmei and delivering a righteous rebuke. The surrounding villagers chimed in as well. But worse still, even Xiao Yanzhong had risen to accuse Meng Hongmei. This was what wounded Meng Hongmei the most. Xiao Yanzhong, Wah, I admit I have done many wrong things. But I swear to you, not once have I wronged you. If the whole world has the right to curse me, you do not. You have no right to reproach me. Meng Hongmei could no longer care what others said. In that moment, the only person who mattered was the man beside her. If not for me, do you think you Xiao Yanzhong would be where you are today? Heh, it seems I was truly mistaken. I was wrong from the very beginning. One wrong step, and the entire game is lost. Seeing Meng Hongmei crying and laughing simultaneously, the first person everyone thought of was Meng Guizhi. The aunt and niece bore a slight resemblance to each other. Their personalities were also remarkably similar. Seeing Meng Hongmei's current state, it was as though Meng Guizhi had come back to life, sending an unsettling chill through everyone's hearts. Meng Shi, what in the world is going on? Gu Huaiye sharply reprimanded Meng Hongmei. Meng Hongmei finally stopped both her laughter and her tears. She seemed to have returned to her usual self once more. Yet something had fundamentally shifted. Perhaps I was the one in the wrong. I shouldn't have harbored thoughts about that compensation fund. I shouldn't have colluded with Meng Guizhi to suppress Gu Yunyun and force her out of the Xiao family. If you wish to hand me over to the authorities, then do so. My heart has already turned to dust. Even if I remain alive, there is nothing left for me. It's just that. Meng Hongmei's gaze settled on Xiao Dazhuang. Throughout it all, what she could never let go of was her own son. But now, facing the end, she had no choice but to release him. Xiao Dazhuang was not merely her child. He was also Xiao Yanzhong's son. A fierce tiger would never devour its own cub. No matter how merciless Xiao Yanzhong might be toward her now, he would never lay hands on Xiao Dazhuang. Never mind. Village headman, please arrange for someone to escort me to the magistrate at once. I am already so weary. Seeing this, Gu Huaiye felt he could say no more. He was but a humble village headman. There were matters he neither dared to interfere with nor had the authority to address. The way things had unfolded within the Xiao family was precisely what he least desired. Yet here they stood with events having spiraled beyond his control. There was nothing more he could say. Yunyun, since this Meng woman has confessed to her crimes, then. The original host had not truly valued that money. Only that being cast out in her husband's death had weighed heavily upon her heart. Caught a chill during her confinement period, which ultimately claimed her life far too soon. She had never placed any value on that pension money. Despite her gentle and filial nature, she had never once confronted the Xiao family over that sum even at the moment of her death. Gu Yunyun understood these sentiments and honored her wishes. Now that she inhabited this body, it was only fitting to follow her wishes. Uncle, let us deliver her to the authorities. We are but common farming folk. We know little of grand philosophies. We only know the magistrates will uncover the truth and render fair judgment. With that, Meng Hongmei was roughly shoved into an ox cart before the entire village and taken to the county yamen. What followed unfolded exactly as anticipated. Once before the magistrate, Meng Hongmei confessed everything. How she had conspired with Meng Guizhi and the steps they took to carry out their scheme. All her transgressions compounded together resulted in a sentence of 60 strokes with the heavy bamboo, followed by 3 months of imprisonment. Though she survived, she and Meng Guizhi were compelled to return the pension funds they had embezzled. On the very day Meng Hongmei was imprisoned, Xiao Yinzhong served her with divorce papers. Already despondent and broken, Meng Hongmei took the documents, gazed at him with hollow sorrow, and spoke not a word. She then followed the jailer into the cell without hesitation. News of the Meng family producing 2 generations of women who murdered for greed spread through the county like wildfire, becoming the talk of all. Meng Hongmei's parents were so mortified they dared not leave their homes, let alone conduct business. They lived in constant fear of being questioned about their family's shame. They couldn't even wait for her release from prison. Under the cover of a moonless, windswept night, the elderly Mengs fled with their sons, selling off their shop and abandoning everything behind. By the time Meng Hongmei was released, the Meng family possessed nothing in Qingchuan village but a dilapidated, crumbling house, and she stood utterly alone within it. Meng Hongmei had never imagined she would fall to a fate worse than Gu Yunshin's. Though Gu Yunshin had been driven out of the Xiao family, at least her reputation remained untarnished. Gu Yunshin still had her natal family with a younger brother willing to take her in. But she could now truly be said to have no home to return to. Meng Hongmei gazed upon the shabby, dilapidated Meng ancestral house. A wave of sorrow rose within her. The Meng ancestral house stood on the eastern side of Qingchuan village in the very same alley as the Gu residence, just a few dozen steps away from the Gu house. Whenever Gu Yunshin went to the village entrance, she would necessarily pass by the Meng family gate. How could Meng Hongmei still bear to live in the Meng ancestral house with such close quarters? They would be encountering each other every day, heads bowed and raised. Moreover, her reputation in the village had long been ruined. She now understood. Not only had her marital family cast her aside, but her natal family had abandoned her as well. Her father and mother, fearing association with her disgrace, had even sold their family shop. She had originally thought they had returned to the ancestral home. But now, Meng Hongmei looked at the crumbling, thatched roof houses. Where were any signs of her natal family? Back when she was in her marital home, she had skimped and saved to funnel resources to her natal family. She had always believed her parents would stand by her no matter what. She had treated her parents and younger brother with utmost devotion. She had even covered the bulk of her brother's betrothal gifts when he married. She had always assumed that by being so generous to her natal family they would protect her forever, just as they had constantly promised her back then. And now, reality had dealt her a devastating blow. In this world, who could truly be relied upon? First it was the mother-in-law who happened to be her aunt. And now it was her own birth parents and her full-blooded younger brother. These were people bound to her by the closest of familial ties. Sigh. Meng Hongmei glanced once more at the Meng ancestral house. She turned her head and walked away. She felt she would likely never set foot in Qingchuan village again in this lifetime. She had painstakingly built up her entire fortune over more than a decade in the Xiao household, only to have it all liquidated and handed over as compensation to Gu Yunshin's family of 3. All she had left now was the clothes on her back and a few copper coins in her purse. Gu Yunshin had just stepped out of the house when she caught sight of Meng Hongmei's desolate silhouette as she departed alone. Though Meng Hongmei's plight was pitiable, the deeds she had committed were truly atrocious. For her to end up ruined and abandoned by her entire family was a consequence she had brought upon herself. Good and evil shall surely be rewarded. Nothing happens without cause. The affair of Meng Hongmei stirred quite a stir throughout the entire county for a time. Afterward, things gradually settled into silence. Time flew by, and before long, it was nearly the new year. The township school had long since dismissed for the holidays. Gu Yunji had just stepped out of the schoolhouse when he spotted Gu Yunshin standing at the main gate peering inside the courtyard. Yunji. Before Gu Yunji could reach her, Gu Yunshin was already jogging over to take his belongings from his hands. Sister, didn't I tell you not to come pick me up? I can walk back on my own. Gu Yunshin waved her hand with a smile. It's almost the new year. I came to town today to purchase holiday supplies. I wasn't specifically coming to fetch you home. Only then did Gu Yunji notice a draft ox cart, where Gu Yunshin had been standing moments before. The cart was loaded with goods, all tightly wrapped in oilcloth. The Gu family's draft ox had been purchased with the compensation money from Meng Hongmei. In the entire Qingchuan village, only 2 families owned draft ox carts. The Gu family's ox was young and sturdy, a female water buffalo that had recently given birth. It was treated well at home day in and day out, for water buffalo milk was highly nutritious. When Gu Yunshin had originally chosen to buy a water buffalo nearing calving, it was precisely to achieve multiple benefits at once. There were many children in the family. Drinking milk every day could supplement calcium. Every morning, she would rise early, milk the cow, boil the milk, and call the children to drink. Occasionally, she would also have a bit herself. On ordinary days, Gu Yunyun would never have been willing to let the cow pull the cart. But today there were simply too many things to buy, and besides, Gu Yunji was on holiday. She figured that hiring someone else's ox cart would be too costly with so many goods. So she simply harnessed her own cow and set out. Sister, have we struck it rich? Isn't it just the new year? What difference does it make how we celebrate? Why buy so much stuff? There are only a few of us in the family. If you wanted to stock up on New Year goods, you could have waited until I was on holiday. I've grown a lot taller now, and I'm much stronger than before. I can help you carry quite a bit. Gu Yunji looked at the cart overflowing with New Year supplies. His heart ached. He ached both for the money spent and for the toil Gu Yunyun had endured. Gu Yunyun couldn't help but chuckle. She gave Gu Yunji a light slap on the shoulder. You rascal, you're never serious. There are many people in the family. They need to eat and drink every day. Does that mean we don't buy anything just because we haven't come into money? Besides, it just happened to be market day today. I thought I'd get the shopping done first. As the year draws to a close, the weather is getting colder by the day. It's time to hunker down at home for the winter. Once Gu Yunji was settled on the cart, Gu Yunyun picked up the whip beside her and gave a flick. The cow, receiving the command, pulled the Gu siblings toward Qingchuan village. The cart was laden with goods, and the cow had only calved a little over a month ago. Moreover, frost had formed on the road, and the biting wind was fierce, so Gu Yunyun dared not drive too fast. By the time the siblings reached home, it was already noon. As soon as they entered the yard, Xiao Lily and Xiao Qingwan hurried over. Mother, what delicious things did you buy today? Let Waner see. Gu Yunyun jumped down from the cart, scooped up Xiao Qingwan, and tapped her little nose. You little greedy cat. You always come to your mother asking for treats. Look how round your face has become these days. Don't you dare sneak snacks from your aunt anymore. Xiao Lily walked over looking quite indignant. What do you mean by sneak snacks? My Waner comes to my room to eat in broad daylight, fair and square. Humph. Am I right, Auntie? My lovely little Waner. As she spoke, Xiao Lily pinched Xiao Qingwan's chubby cheek. A few months ago, Xiao Qingwan had been skin and bones. But now she had grown into a plump, cherubic child, round-headed and round-faced, with crescent-shaped eyes that crinkled when she smiled. She bared her little teeth, revealing tiny white pearls. The clothes she wore were also clean and pretty. A new red padded jacket trimmed with pure white rabbit fur along the hem and cuffs. She looked absolutely festive and adorable. With her cheek pinched by Xiao Lily, Xiao Qingwan's voice came out garbled. Right. Mother, Auntie is right. Waner doesn't sneak. Those snacks were all given to me by Auntie herself. If you want to blame someone, blame Auntie. Xiao Qingwan's eyes twinkled mischievously. She pouted her little mouth and deftly shifted the blame onto Xiao Lily. It's all because Auntie indulged me that Waner accidentally ate too much and got fat. Gu Yunyun couldn't help but sigh. What a masterful diversion. This little girl was not only precociously intelligent, but also incredibly quick-witted. If it were anyone else, they might not be able to handle her. Fortunately, the child was still young. Gu Yunyun didn't interfere too much. After all, what child doesn't crave snacks? Even Gu Yunyun herself couldn't claim to resist the temptation of treats. Everyone present burst into laughter at Xiao Qingwan's adorable antics. Among the New Year supplies Gu Yunyun had bought at the market, pork was the most abundant, a full 50 caddies. All of it was intended for smoking into cured meat and sausages. The rest were staples like rice and flour, about 10 caddies of peanuts and sunflower seeds, and 2 caddies of pastries for the children. After all, it was the New Year, so there was no need to be too stingy. This was in fact the first New Year she had celebrated since arriving in this place, and also the first New Year the entire extended family would spend together. Naturally, it couldn't be too shabby. After lunch, Gu Yunyun and Xiao Lily began preparations for smoking the cured meat. For the meat to absorb the flavor, marinating was essential. Salt, liquor, and Sichuan peppercorns. These 3 ingredients were the simplest marinade seasonings. After toasting the salt and peppercorns in a pan, they set them aside to cool. The cleaned pork was rubbed with liquor, then evenly coated with the seasoned salt. Once coated, the meat was neatly stacked in a clean earthenware jar. After that, time would do the rest. Half a month later, when the meat had absorbed the flavors, it would be taken out for the next step. Out of the 50 caddies of pork, Gu Yunyun set aside 10 caddies for making sausages. The remaining 40 caddies were all marinated. 40 caddies wasn't a huge amount, but it still took Gu Yunyun and Xiao Lily about 2 hours to finish. By the time the pork was in the jar, it was already time to prepare dinner. In winter, it grew dark early. Gu Yunyun estimated that by her previous life's time, it was fully dark before 6 o'clock. By the time dinner was cooked, the moon had already climbed halfway up the sky. In ancient times, there were only wood-fired stoves and no modern conveniences. The same pot was used for both stir-frying and boiling rice. After the rice was steamed, the steamer had to be removed and the pot washed before stir-frying the dishes. At the same time, the fire had to be tended. If one person did it all, it would take an hour or 2 just to prepare a single meal. After eating their fill and cleaning up, Gu Yunyun took out more meat and small intestines. She and Xiao Lily divided the work, one cutting and marinating the meat, the other washing the casings. It took about half an hour just to stuff the first sausage. Without proper tools, the 2 sisters-in-law spent nearly 2 hours stuffing all 10 caddies of meat. By then, not only Xiao Lily, but even Gu Yunyun, who was a cultivator, felt exhausted. It was not just physical fatigue, but mental as well. The tedious steps had been repeated far too many times. The children had long since gone to bed. After hanging the sausages in front of the stove, Xiao Lily and Gu Yunyun each returned to their rooms to sleep. Sometime in the night, rain began to fall, accompanied by thunder and lightning. Gu Yunyun was jolted awake from her deep sleep. The 2 children beside her also kicked their little legs in fright. Gu Yunyun quickly had Bai Mu set up a soundproof barrier around the Gu residence. Once the thunder and rain were no longer audible, she fell back into a deep sleep. Tonight was destined to be an extraordinary night. Not long after Gu Yunyun's barrier was set, the sky gradually began to lighten. Villagers started to stir. Even in the dead of winter, poor families had to toil for their crops, all for the sake of feeding their families. Since the Meng Hongmei incident, perhaps out of guilt or some other reason, the Xiao family had actually called in the village head and the local official to sign a land deed. They had allocated 1 mu of fertile land and 2 mu of dry land to Gu Yunyun. Ever since her family had acquired the land, Gu Yunyun had begun tending to the crops. On the 2 mu of dry land, she had sown wheat across nearly 1.5 mu. The remaining half mu was planted with all sorts of vegetables. Every morning, as soon as dawn broke, Gu Yunyun would head to the fields to check on the wheat seedlings' germination. Today was no exception. Gu Yunyun rose, dressed herself, and stepped out of her room. She had a vague recollection that it seemed to have rained the night before. But when she came to the courtyard, it turned out to be bone dry. Not a single drop of water could be found on the ground. She had even mistaken her own hearing, only to discover upon opening the courtyard gate that the path outside was already brimming with puddles, truly a series of waterlogged hollows. What on earth was happening? Bai Mu hastened to reply, "Didn't you instruct me last night to erect a soundproofing barrier?" The rainfall was simply too heavy. I reasoned that if we were creating a soundproof enclosure, we certainly could not allow rainwater to reach the home, so I layered on a waterproof barrier as well. Gu Yunyun fell silent. It did not matter. She had been too drowsy and unclear in her instructions. The entrance was of little consequence. A few puddles here and there would not cause any real damage. But the wheat seeds and vegetable seedlings in the fields could not tolerate standing water. So Gu Yunyun charged through the puddles as fast as she could. Yet when she arrived at the wheat field and looked around, she was surprised to find that not only were the seeds dry, but even the straw covering them was completely parched, not a trace of moisture anywhere. Just then Lu Ernyang, who was busy organizing straw in the neighboring field, also noticed something amiss. This is most peculiar. Girl Yunyan, how is there no water at all on your land? Take a look at mine. I have been at it for ages and still have not finished. Could it be that even heaven knows your family has been struggling, so it deliberately spared your home? Well, that is something to be grateful for. Gu Huaiyun smiled, though she certainly did not. Instead, she attributed it to the spiritual beast. Perhaps White Tiger, while erecting the barrier for the house, had also covered the fields by chance. With Lu Ernyang saying the same thing, she simply went along with it rather than risk explaining back and forth, which would be both troublesome and likely reveal that she kept a spiritual beast at home. After all, no matter how sentient a spiritual beast might be, ordinary people would still regard it as merely a wild animal. And any beast posed a grave danger to defenseless villagers. Gu Huaiyun surveyed the area, but found nothing unusual, so she headed back. However, the moment she crossed the gate, a major incident had occurred at the wheat field. By the time she received word, it was already noon. At that very moment, Gu Huaiyun was still busy dressing the two children, and after feeding her son, had moved to the kitchen. When the news broke, Gu Huaiyun was still occupied in the kitchen preparing lunch. In rural courtyards, doors were never locked during the day as long as someone was at home. Village neighbors wishing to visit would simply call out from outside the courtyard gate and enter on their own. The Gu family was no exception. As Lu Ernyang was about to call out at the gate, she happened to spot Gu Yunji playing in the courtyard with Xiao Qingwan. Yunji, how can you still have the mind to play at home? Good heavens! Such a tremendous thing has happened. Where is your elder sister? Is she also at home? Gu Yunji looked at the bustling Lu Ernyang and felt nothing unusual, for in the eyes of everyone in the village, Lu Ernyang simply possessed a fiery temperament. If she ever became composed and steady, that would be the real strangeness. Second, Aunt, what has happened? Gu Yunyun heard Lu Ernyang's voice and quickly walked out of the kitchen, still wearing her apron and holding a spatula. Lu Ernyang saw Gu Yunyun coming out and didn't bother to speak. She jogged over, grabbed Gu Yunyun's hand, and pulled her outside the courtyard. Second, Aunt, you haven't even told me what the matter is yet. And there's food in the pot. Wait a moment. Lu Ernyang frowned immediately and scolded angrily. At a time like this, you still care about the food in the pot. Which is more important, your husband or the vegetables? Gu Yunyun no longer cared about the food. She hurriedly asked what was going on. But Lu Ernyang suddenly became as silent as a gourd with its mouth sawed off, not uttering a word for a long time. She only focused on pulling her toward Dr. Zhang's house in the village. Xiao Lili in the kitchen had naturally also heard this news. She quickly extinguished the fire in the stove, covered the large iron wok with a lid, and followed, running out. In the courtyard, Gu Yunji stayed behind to take care of the two children at home. By the time Lu Ernyang brought Gu Yunyun and Xiao Lili to Dr. Zhang's house, nearly a quarter of an hour had passed. Dr. Zhang's doorstep was already crowded with villagers who had gathered to watch the spectacle. Among them were the Xiao father and son. As soon as Xiao Yongfeng saw Gu Yunyun and her party, he immediately called out to the surrounding people to make way for them. Gu Yunyun smiled gratefully at Xiao Yongfeng and walked in without hesitation. Yunyun, you're finally here? I can't even free my hands. I want you to take care of Xiao Sanling first. Dr. Zhang's eyesight was particularly sharp. As soon as Gu Yunyun entered the door, he grabbed her as conscripted labor. Dr. Zhang, what's going on? Gu Yunyun frowned as she looked at Xiao Yinliang, who was wrapped only in torn strips of cloth stained dark red with blood. Whether it was due to the residual emotions left by the original body at this moment, she actually felt a sharp pain stabbing at her heart. The tears in her eyes gushed out like a broken dam, unstoppable. Dr. Zhang sighed. It looks like he was struck by lightning. Speaking, the elderly man past his 70s shook his head. Yesterday night, there was thunder and lightning. I don't know how Sanling came back. At this time, after Gu Yunyun left the Gu family, the hurriedly arrived Bai Mu spoke. Master, it seems this, male master, by some coincidence obtained the destiny of immortality. Having undergone the lightning tribulation, he has now reached the early stage of foundation establishment. Gu Yunyun pondered thoughtfully. Lightning tribulation. Isn't that something only experienced during the tribulation transcendent stage? Why does foundation establishment also require undergoing a lightning tribulation? Bai Mu tilted his head. In his inherited memories, every time human cultivators break through a major realm, they must face different tribulations. Whether lightning tribulation or emotional tribulation, life tribulation or death tribulation. Each tribulation survived not only brings substantial improvement in cultivation, but also causes dramatic changes in one's state of mind. Longevity increases accordingly. According to Gu Yunyun's current cultivation of Qi training 3rd stage, it would only add 3 years to her original lifespan. That is to say, during the Qi training period, each minor advancement extends life by 1 year. However, if she successfully achieves foundation establishment, each stage advancement directly adds 10 years to her lifespan. Reaching the late stage of foundation establishment would grant 90 years of life. Added to her natural lifespan, she could live nearly 200 years in total. Conversely, if the tribulation fails, the fortunate might retain partial cultivation, but the unlucky could face complete dissolution of soul and spirit. After hearing Bai Mu's explanation, Gu Yunyun suddenly understood. The truth became clear in her heart. Cultivation goes against the heavens after all. If no price is paid, how could success be achieved? Speaking not of cultivation, even farming requires 10 or 100 times the hardship. What such wonderful thing as overnight success exists in this world? Even if it did exist, Gu Yunyun wouldn't believe it would happen to her. Cough, cough, cough. The unconscious Xiao Yinliang suddenly began to cough violently. With each opening of his mouth came mouthfuls of dark red blood. This horrified all onlookers. Meanwhile, someone lurking in the shadows began to stir up trouble. Sigh, wasn't this Xiao Sanlang said to have died on the battlefield? How did he come back? And in such a state? He must have been a deserter, hasn't he? If the authorities find out, our entire Qingchuan village might not survive. That's true. The government pension has been distributed for months. There's no reason he could still be alive. Could it be? This person isn't Xiao Sanlang. Or perhaps. Before he could finish, an inexplicable cold wind swept through, sending chills down everyone's spines and raising goosebumps all over their bodies. Xiao Yongfeng, hearing these words, grew furious and slammed his smoking pipe against the wall. Click, click, click. Each strike louder than the last. As the saying goes, even a rabbit will bite when cornered, and a dog will leap over a wall when desperate. Even an honest person pushed to the brink can do anything. Upon hearing this, the instigator finally realized with shock that Xiao Yongfeng was standing right behind them. She hastily forced a flattering smile and fell silent. Meanwhile, Xiao Yinliang, lying on the sickbed, continued to cough. His eyes remained tightly shut with no sign of waking. The blood he spat had turned from dark red to bright red. Gu Yunyun continuously wiped the blood from Xiao Yinliang's mouth with a cloth. Unknowingly, she had already changed 6 or 7 towels. She could now sense the aura of a cultivator emanating from Xiao Yinliang. She also knew he had successfully achieved foundation establishment. The initial worry had naturally dissipated. Dr. Zhang observed Gu Yunyun handling the crisis calmly and efficiently, caring for Xiao Yinliang. He silently nodded, his gaze toward her filled with growing appreciation. Girl Yunyun, stop wiping Xiao Sanlang's face for now. Come help me turn his body over. Gu Yunyun, harboring no suspicion, immediately complied. Dr. Zhang fetched a small pair of scissors, sterilized them in hot water, and began cutting away the tattered cloth strips from Xiao Yinliang's body. Swish, swish, swish. In just a few moments, all the cloth strips were removed. Seeing the crowd of onlookers still growing, Dr. Zhang blew on his beard. Without another word, he began shooing everyone away. Not only were the villagers driven out, but even the Xiao family members were escorted outside the house. Once the room was cleared, Dr. Zhang took out silver needles, sterilized them over a candle flame, and began acupuncture treatment on Xiao Yinliang. The speed of his movements seemed far too swift for a man past 60. He appeared more like a vigorous man in his 20s or 30s. Just as Gu Yunyun felt surprised, Dr. Zhang spoke again. Alas, I have done my utmost. Whether this Xiao Sanlang can awaken, and whether he will be able to walk freely after waking, all depends on his own fate. Gu Yunyun's expression was complex, and she knew not what to say. Yet her hand no longer simply wiped the blood from Xiao Yinliang's lips as before. Instead, she secretly began to channel the spiritual energy within her body, subtly transmitting it from her fingertips in a Xiao Yinliang's form. Perhaps it was because his injuries were too severe. Or perhaps it was due to Gu Yunyun's low cultivation level. Even after she had transferred all her spiritual energy into him, he, who had been turned into a pincushion by Dr. Zhang's needles, still remained unconscious. The only thing to be grateful for was that blood no longer seeped from his mouth. To Dr. Zhang, this was an auspicious sign. This is truly wonderful. The bleeding has stopped. It means my acupuncture has begun to take effect. Yinyan Lass, you keep watch here for now. I will go and decoct the medicine for Xiao Sanlang. With these words, Dr. Zhang hurriedly grabbed the prescription and began rummaging through cabinets. Gu Yunyun, seeing that only she and Xiao Yinliang remained, no longer needed to be cautious with her movements. She directly retrieved spirit stones from her space. Absorbing spirit stones while simultaneously transmitting energy to Xiao Yinliang, she consumed 3 whole medium-grade spirit stones in just a quarter of an hour. This also left her with a profound sense of helplessness deep within her heart. During this period, she had been diligently cultivating every day, yet the speed of her progress was nothing like it had been when she first started. She could break through a minor level in just a few days back then. According to Bai Mu, this was because her 5 spiritual roots were interdependent and intertwined. When cultivating, the progress of all 5 spiritual roots advanced or retreated together. None could be lacking. This was also different from the cultivation method of a single spiritual root. Having to cultivate 5 elemental spiritual roots simultaneously without the assistance of her space, and relying solely on cultivation in this world of thin spiritual energy. Forget breaking through a minor level in 3 months. Even 30 or 300 years would barely allow one to advance from Qi refining 2nd level to Qi refining 3rd level. On learning this, Gu Yunyun felt grateful and also deeply honored to possess such a miraculous space. But now, when trouble arose, her first thought was also of her portable space. Since the spiritual energy in the spirit stones was insufficient and her own spiritual energy was also lacking, could she use the spiritual energy from her space to heal Xiao Yinliang? However, as soon as this idea came to her, she quickly shook her head and cast it aside. First, she knew nothing of Xiao Yinliang's circumstances. She was not even certain whether he had been possessed. Naturally, she could not act rashly now. Second, the matter of her portable space was extremely secret. Although Xiao Yinliang was her husband in this body, she was not the original person, and she needed to maintain some distance from him to avoid revealing any anomalies. Third, as fellow cultivators, Xiao Yinliang's cultivation was several times higher than hers. What if he developed designs on her portable space and killed her to seize the treasure? The cultivation world was never a peaceful paradise. Rather, it was a world of open strife, covert struggle, and the strong preying on the weak. After much deliberation, Gu Yunyun ceased her actions. She decided to observe for a while before making any plans. Oh, Yinyan Lass, what are you standing there for? Hurry up and help Xiao Sanling sit up. Gu Yunyun looked up at the sound of the voice, seeing Dr. Zhang's excited expression. She knew he mistakenly believed that his acupuncture had stopped Xiao Yinliang's vomiting of blood, and he was still riding the high of that success. Somehow she found it hard to tell him that it was her spiritual energy and spirit stones that had taken effect, not the silver needles stuck in a Xiao Yinliang's back. Oh, all right. Dr. Zhang, do you think Xiao Sanling will wake up? Dr. Zhang's confidence had swelled due to the acupuncture's success in stopping the bleeding. He patted his chest and assured Gu Yunyun with a confident expression. Don't you worry. With me here, I will not let Xiao Sanling remain unconscious forever. Yinyan Lass, you just wait and see. Within 3 days I will definitely have him awake. Gu Yunyun nodded vigorously. Good. That's wonderful. Dr. Zhang, you are truly a good man. If Xiao Sanling really wakes up, I will never forget your great kindness. Dr. Zhang was greatly pleased by these words. He stroked his beard, his face creased with smiles. When it came time to administer the medicine, Xiao Yinliang was unconscious and refused to open his mouth to drink. Gu Yunyun tried several times to feed him, but failed. She simply pinched his mouth open, took the bowl from Dr. Zhang, and poured the entire dose down his throat in one go. Dr. Zhang watched, his heart racing. The gentle Gu Yunyun of a moment ago had suddenly become so straightforward and rough. Yunyun Lassie, what are you doing? You must be careful. Don't choke him. I've only just managed to stop his vomiting of blood. Don't let your feeding him cause another problem. Gu Yunyun, however, was completely unconcerned. She had already examined Xiao Yinliang thoroughly. Apart from the relatively serious internal injuries, his external wounds had already healed to a great extent. By tomorrow at the latest he should awaken. Even the issue that Dr. Zhang had previously worried about, whether Xiao Yinliang would be able to walk after waking, she had no concerns about. After all, he was a Foundation establishment cultivator. How could he be so weak? As long as most of his meridians were not damaged, even without her recent intervention, Xiao Yinliang should be able to pull through slowly. However, the time frame would probably not be short. Dr. Zhang, I have faith in your medical skills. Such a thing will certainly not happen. Zhang the physician heard this and was greatly pleased. As a healer, the worst thing is encountering family members who are uncomprehending and distrustful. Ha ha ha. Yunyun girl, your words are indeed to my liking. At this moment, the onlookers outside the door heard the laughter of Zhang the physician from within. They were greatly surprised. When Xiao Yinliang was first brought in, what state was he in? Those who had followed all the way, who among them didn't know? There wasn't a single intact patch of skin on his body, and his hair stood on end from the lightning strike. He didn't seem like someone who had any life left in him. If not for the faintest trace of breath at the tip of his nose, who could believe he was still alive? It had been less than 2 hours since he was sent in, and already Zhang the physician was laughing. What did that mean? Didn't it mean that Zhang was extremely confident he could cure Xiao Yinliang? Everyone present couldn't help but start whispering. Even the Xiao family was no exception. Father, if third brother can return this time. I'm afraid. Xiao Yin's heart was uneasy. The news of Xiao Yinliang's death had long spread throughout the entire county. Now he had actually returned alive. Even if he came back covered in wounds, the significance was immense. If he could survive, as members of the Xiao family, as his own flesh and blood, they would naturally be delighted. But, just as the two gossiping in the shadows had said, if because of Xiao Yinliang's matter, the entire Qingchuan village suffered, then the Xiao family would become sinners. How could this be? Xiang Shuamei, upon hearing this, already guessed her husband's intentions. She made a prompt decision and stepped forward directly. She covered his mouth with her hand. Leaning close to his ear, she whispered a reminder, shut up. If you can't speak, well, don't speak at all. We're all family, shouldn't we advance and retreat together? Saying things like this now, aren't you just stabbing father in the heart? After Xiang Shuamei's words, Xiao Yini immediately understood. His little scheme was indeed somewhat improper. But he was thinking of the whole Qingchuan village. Thinking this, Xiao Yini felt a bit aggrieved. Just as he was about to retort, he heard the gossip of people around. This Xiao Sanling, who knows what ill deeds he has done. Otherwise, why would the lightning strike no one else but him alone? In my opinion, he must have done something that incurs heaven's wrath and people's resentment. If not for that, how could he who should have died on the battlefield possibly return alive? Moreover, it has been 4 or 5 months in a row. He only came back now. Probably he was waiting for the heat to die down before returning to take his wife and children and flee. Before the man's voice had even faded, many around began to echo. That's true. By the way, it's already winter. From past experience, it should be snowing by now. But not only is there not a single snowflake last night, there was thunder and rain. The lightning and thunder were fierce. If it weren't so bitterly cold, I would have thought it was summer. Right. Brother Wang is right. This celestial phenomenon is truly abnormal. It seems this Xiao Sanling, alive or dead, our Qingchuan village cannot keep him. As soon as one person voiced opposition, those belonging to the same community of interest would continuously step forward. Exactly. Unusual events must have a demonic cause. That Xiao Sanling must be a demon possessed by evil spirits. For the peace of our entire Qingchuan village, better to kill the wrong one than let him go. We must find a way to eliminate him. Legend says that demons fear fire most. We must unite and burn him to death. Burn him to death. Burn him to death. Burn him to death. The emotions of countless people present were stirred up. The Xiao family looked at the scene that had completely spiraled out of control. They were anxious and scratching their heads. Any opposing voices were completely suppressed. However, at this moment, Gu Yunyun and Zhang the physician inside the room naturally heard the commotion outside. Yunyun girl, watch over here for now. I'll go deal with this. Those people outside are truly foolish. What possession by evil spirits? How dare they think of such a thing? Xiao Sanlang is a man of iron backbone. Even if he were to die, he would die with his head held high, neither servile nor arrogant on the battlefield. How could he possibly die like a coward at the hands of the villagers' ignorant and foolish thoughts? Gu Yunyun, upon hearing this, was deeply moved. She nodded and let Zhang the physician push the door open and go out. The villagers, upon seeing the door open, immediately crowded forward, shouting loudly about burning Xiao Yinliang to death. Zhang the physician was so angry that he cried out, "Ignorance! You bunch of ignorant and despicable people! Do you know that without the dedicated efforts of Xiao Sanlang and others, we would never have had such peaceful days? Do you know what he went through to survive the battlefield? Do you know that your current actions are no different from beasts or the enemy soldiers?" Zhang the physician's loud shouts made some people begin to reflect on their mistakes, but others showed no reaction to his words at all. Some even became more agitated, their shouts to burn Xiao Yinliang increasing rather than decreasing. "You're just a physician, how could you know whether he is possessed by evil spirits? Xiao Sanlang has not a single patch of good flesh on his body. How could he possibly be truly alive? A normal person would have died of pain long ago. Yet he is still alive, breathing in and out. How could he not be possessed? I, Zhang Lingpa, am the most powerful spirit medium for miles around. I say he is a demon, so he is a demon." With these words, Zhang Lingpa immediately led people to charge through the door. However, just as one of her feet stepped over the threshold, suddenly a dozen or so constables appeared from nowhere. Without a word, they stepped forward and apprehended her. "What are you doing?" "I am Zhang Lingpa. I am a relative of the county magistrate. How dare you treat me like this? Aren't you afraid I will report directly to the county magistrate and have all of you suffer the consequences?" Zhang Lingpa, relying on her connections, showed no sign of panic even after being apprehended by the magistrates. Instead, she boldly flopped onto the ground. She acted as though she had nothing to lose. The villagers around her felt embarrassed on her behalf. However, her arrogance did not last long. "Is that so? I had no idea I had a relative who practiced as a spirit medium, let alone one rumored to possess the strongest spiritual powers in all the surrounding villages." At these words, everyone turned to look and saw a young man with a fair face clad in blue robes step out from the crowd. Zhang Lingpa gazed at him, noting his smooth face, lack of beard, and youthful appearance. She utterly disregarded his words, curled her lips in disdain, crossed her arms, and declared, "I am a relative of the county magistrate. What does that have to do with you, you young man with a smooth face?" Little did she know, the moment she spoke these words, the magistrates guarding her let out a thunderous shout. "How dare you? This is our county magistrate of Nanja City. You cannot even recognize him, and still dare to claim you are a relative of our lord. Your audacity is truly unforgivable. You must have the heart of a bear and the gall of a leopard." Upon hearing this, Zhang Lingpa finally grasped the gravity of her situation. "This, Your Excellency, spare my life. Spare this old woman's life. Your Excellency, this old woman was blind and failed to recognize your greatness. I inadvertently offended you out of ignorance. I pray for your magnanimity and beg you to spare me this one chance." Zhang Lingpa was indeed a shrewd woman. Though she pleaded for mercy, every word carefully avoided any mention of the crime of falsely claiming to be the county magistrate's relative. Instead, she shifted the matter to merely offending someone. Yet while she hoped to minimize the incident, she had not considered whether the county magistrate would think the same. As for your earlier offense against me, I need not hold it against you." Upon hearing these words, Zhang Lingpa immediately prostrated herself and kowtowed in gratitude. As soon as she finished her 3 deep bows, she began to struggle against the magistrates. How could those officers fail to see through this old woman's cunning? They promptly pressed down on her with force. "But hasn't your Excellency already said you would not hold this against an old woman like me? You lackeys, why haven't you released her yet? Do you not even respect your master's words?" When Zhang Lingpa spoke these words, not only were the magistrates stunned, but even the villagers present were dumbfounded. At a time like this, how could she still fail to recognize the situation? "Did I say I would let you go? The young fair-faced county magistrate still wore a warm smile on his face. His words were exceptionally gentle. He appeared to be an easygoing man. But Your Excellency said you would not pursue my responsibility. Why won't you release this old woman now? What is the reasoning? Could it be that Your Excellency wishes to keep me for dinner? Zhang Lingpa had no idea of the methods this young man wielded. She even smiled and teased him. Dinner? That is not impossible. Rest assured. For quite some time to come you will eat the Empire's provisions. Moreover, you will not have the choice to refuse. Hope began to flicker in Zhang Lingpa's eyes. What did he mean by eating the Empire's provisions? Did this mean the young magistrate would recommend her to the imperial court? Could a decrepit old woman like her halfway buried in the earth secure even a minor official position? That would be wonderful. Zhang Lingpa had spent her entire life crawling through these villages, yet never imagined. Does Your Honor speak the truth? Can Zhang Lingpa truly eat the Empire's provisions? The smile on the young magistrate's face deepened. He emphasized, indeed. You will even wear the uniform issued by the Empire and walk through the streets receiving the people's admiration. What an honor! Upon hearing these words, Zhang Lingpa believed them wholeheartedly. She scrambled to her feet and eagerly urged the magistrates to take her away at once. The magistrates, now pressed into action, exchanged exasperated glances with their young lord. Internally, they shook their heads in admiration. Look at this. Their master was truly formidable. With mere words, he had coaxed someone into willingly surrendering themselves. He was without question the greatest master of deception in history, far surpassing that Zhang Lingpa's slippery tongue. Since Zhang Lingpa is already so impatient, what are you waiting for? Move quickly. The magistrates immediately drew the handcuffs and shackles from their waists and seized the still excitement Zhang Lingpa, binding her without hesitation. Zhang Lingpa was instantly dumbfounded. What in the world was happening? Was she not supposed to be summoned to become an official? Why was she being shackled instead? Before she could even ask these questions, the magistrate stuffed a cloth strip into her mouth and pushed her out through the crowd. The people of Qingchuan village watched this sudden turn of events in disbelief, especially those who had followed Zhang Lingpa shouting for Xiao Yinliang's execution. Doctor, how is the injury of immortal Xiao? As soon as the trouble was resolved, the young magistrate hurried forward to inquire with physician Zhang about Xiao Yinliang's condition. His concerned demeanor was worlds apart from before. Those present quickly gleaned a crucial piece of information from his words. Immortal Xiao? What immortal Xiao? Wasn't Xiao Yinliang lying inside? How could he possibly be a legendary immortal? It was universally known that the term immortal was how mortals addressed cultivators. The villagers had watched Xiao Yinliang grow up from childhood. Who would believe that their Qingchuan village had produced a cultivator? At that moment, those who were bewildered were certainly more than just one or two. Xiao Yongfeng was among the very first. Xiao Yinliang was his own son. As a father, how could he not know his son's true worth? To avoid unnecessary misunderstandings, Xiao Yongfeng strove to suppress his fear of the county magistrate. He cautiously approached to offer an explanation. Your Honor, perhaps there has been a misunderstanding. This is Qingchuan village. The person lying inside is my third son, Xiao Yinliang. He is merely an ordinary mortal, absolutely no immortal. If the immortal you seek also bears the surname Xiao, he may be from another village. Regardless, our village does not have such an immortal Xiao. Xiao Yongfeng deliberately did not mention Xiao Yinliang's military background, only stating that the one inside was his third son. He feared the county magistrate might detect that Xiao Yinliang was a deceased person who had collected the Empire's pension. Yet how could he know? His petty scheming was utterly useless before this young, fair-faced magistrate. It was seen through at a single glance. Elder sir, the person lying inside is named Xiao Yinliang, is that correct? And he is the third son of Xiao Yongfeng from the Xiao family in the western part of Qingchuan village in Nanjia City, right? If my memory serves me correctly, he should have been a centurion under the southern general. He perished on the battlefield 4 or 5 months ago, and the pension funds allocated by the imperial court. I presume you have already delivered them to his widow, have you not? Who could have imagined? The county magistrate, preoccupied with 10,000 matters each day, would actually remember all the details of the Xiao family so clearly. He even recalled with perfect clarity that the Xiao family had recently taken the issue of pension funds to court. It had already been 2 or 3 months. By then, that heartless Meng Hongmei had already been imprisoned for 3 months and then released. This youthful-faced magistrate actually remembered. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yongfeng knew his every thought had been seen through. He gave an embarrassed smile and suddenly dropped to his knees. Then, gathering his courage, he began to explain. Fearing that his third son's affairs might implicate the entire Xiao family, he said, "My lord, you do not understand. When we first received the news of my son's death in battle, not a single member of the Xiao family failed to feel profound grief. After all, he was our own flesh and blood. Though nearly half a year has passed since then, and our entire family had almost recovered from our sorrow, who would have thought? My third son returned last night, and he was struck by lightning, leaving not a single unburned patch on his body. This old man has already tasted the pain of watching a white-haired parent bury a black-haired child once before. Add to that the fact that my wife also passed away a few months ago." Wailing, "I was simply possessed by desperation at that moment. That is why I concealed my son's identity. As long as my son can survive safely, even if this old man must die right now, I would willingly accept it. I only beg your lordship to show mercy considering my son's past merits. Please do not pursue the matter of my third son having deserted. Even if you must hold him accountable, please wait until he regains consciousness." As Xiao Yongfeng spoke these words, he felt deeply ashamed, even himself. How shameless could one be, making one demand after another? It was as if he were the one in charge. Yet he was after all a father. How could he stand idly by and watch his son, who had endured so much hardship and toil at such a young age, who had survived 100 tribulations, to return alive from the battlefield, die like this? Seeing this, the rest of the Xiao family followed Xiao Yongfeng and knelt before the youthful-faced magistrate. They had also witnessed how the magistrate had treated Zhang Lingpa just now. Though this man always wore a cheerful smile upon his face, appearing easygoing and amiable, in truth, he was far from what he seemed. "Beg your lordship to show mercy. Beg your lordship to show mercy. Beg your lordship to show mercy." With every sentence, the Xiao family members struck their foreheads against the ground. This put the youthful-faced magistrate in somewhat of a dilemma. He was now completely certain that all those kneeling before him were blood relatives of immortal Xiao. Even if they were ordinary farmers with the identity of immortal Zhao's family, how could they remain ordinary any longer? "Quickly rise. Quickly rise. I am but a humble county magistrate. How could I deserve the kneel of immortal Zhao's relatives? You are killing me with kindness." Seeing that the Xiao family still refused to believe that the immortal Xiao he spoke of was indeed Xiao Yinliang, the smile on the youthful-faced magistrate's face faded. "Elder sir, rest assured, your third son is absolutely not a deserter. On the contrary, he was a great hero of this campaign. If not for him, how many soldiers of our Tianqi kingdom would have lost their lives? How many families would have been shattered by the loss of their dearest?" Xiao Yongfeng looked up in astonishment, disbelief flickering in his eyes. He immediately sought confirmation from the magistrate. "My lord, are your words true? Was my son truly not a deserter? Was he instead a great hero?" Seeing the county magistrate nod solemnly, Xiao Yongfeng finally burst into relieved laughter. But as he laughed, hot tears streamed down his cheeks. He had always known that a son of the Xiao family was never one who feared death and shirked danger. Even if he must die, he should die on the battlefield, even if it meant being wrapped in horsehide and brought home in tragedy. That was what a true gentleman would do. That was an achievement that would bring glory to the ancestors. At this moment, those villagers who had shouted to burn Xiao Yinliang alive, how dared they remain? One by one, they slipped away while the Xiao family was distracted, scattering in all directions. But who would have guessed that after only a few steps, they were blocked by guards wielding large swords? These are the very ones who just demanded to burn the great hero to death, correct? Uncle Xiao, come with the officers and identify them. Are these locals from our Qingchuan village? Or are they spies from elsewhere? Xiao Yongfeng had just been moved to tears by the news that his son was not a deserter. Now he was called over by the youthful-faced magistrate to identify people. For a moment, he could not fully process what was happening. Seeing this, the youthful-faced magistrate did not press him further. Instead, he went to find Dr. Zhang to learn about Xiao Yinliang's injuries. "My lord, rest assured. Since you have said that young Master Xiao is now an immortal, his body is naturally incomparable to that of ordinary mortals. Within 3 days he should awaken. The The youthful-faced magistrate nodded and followed Dr. Zhang inside. Gu Yunyun raised her gaze and looked at the youthful-faced magistrate. Before she could speak, he addressed her first. I presume you must be the wife of Immortal Xiao. I am Zhang Daqi, the county magistrate of Nanjia County. I once had the honor of meeting Immortal Xiao. I came today to formally request to become his disciple. Unfortunately, I encountered those foul matters just now. Not only did they disturb Immortal Xiao's recuperation, but they also disturbed Madame Xiao. In my indignation, I overstepped my authority and took matters into my own hands. I hope you will not hold it against me. Gu Yunyun offered a respectful bow to Zhang Daqi and smiled warmly. This man was indeed clever. Knowing that the Xiao family faced trouble, he hurried to assist. Even if Xiao Yanliang were unwilling to accept him as a disciple upon waking, he could still count on this favor being remembered. Yet in reality, as the magistrate governing the entire county, handling such matters was but a trivial task for him. The fact that he could turn this into leverage revealed considerable depth of character. What overstepping? Are you not the county magistrate? This Qingchuan village falls squarely within your jurisdiction. What you did just now was merely enforcing the rules according to regulations. Regardless of Zhang Lingpa falsely using your name to deceive and swindle people outdoors. Let alone those suspicious individuals who fanned the flames and attempted to kill my husband. Shouldn't these be your officials' responsibilities to investigate? Even if my husband were not a centurion under the Southern General and lacked the status of a soldier, should they not still be thoroughly investigated by your government? Who gave them the audacity to treat human lives so carelessly and act with such impunity? Who is shielding them from behind the scenes? Are these not precisely the failures of your government's duty? How then did it become overstepping in your mouth? Zhang Qidao was astonished. Before him stood a young woman of some charm, yet plainly dressed. Not only did she not grovel upon learning of his identity, but she also merely cast him a fleeting glance, a look that conveyed far more than mere disdain. Even more after hearing his words, she remained utterly composed, posing a series of aggressive questions. It seemed this woman was not only well-versed in the laws of Tianqing, but also likely knew long ago that her husband was a cultivator. At this thought, Zhang Qidao's expression shifted and his inner reflections began to change. Perhaps this young peasant woman was far from the simple person she appeared to be. How could the wife of a cultivator be ordinary? Madame Xiao, I was presumptuous just now. As you rightly said, someone impersonating my relative and swindling within my jurisdiction is indeed a failure on my part to enforce the law strictly. I should indeed apprehend them personally. As for those who fan the flames seeking to burn the Immortal Xiao alive, their crime is unforgivable. Regardless of their identities or motives, I will not show leniency. This matter must be reported to the imperial court and left to His Majesty to decide. Gu Yunyun, seeing Zhang Qidao's sincere apology, no longer wore a stern face, though she offered no warmth either. As the magistrate of the entire county, he had indeed fulfilled his duties. Yet he should never have used these matters to silence the Xiao family, nor to morally blackmail Xiao Yanliang. Regarding your request to become my husband's disciple, I believe not only he, but also I, and indeed any cultivator would refuse. Gu Yunyun looked at Zhang Qidao with a calm expression without any hint of circumlocution, not even an explanation, and refused him outright. This left Zhang Qidao bewildered. In his eyes, Gu Yunyun was merely an ordinary peasant woman with a bit of legal knowledge. Now, relying solely on her husband's status as a cultivator, what other abilities did she possess? How dare she dismiss a talented and handsome young man like him with a single denial? Moreover, from her words, she was even presuming to refuse on behalf of all cultivators across the entire Lingbao continent. She was nothing but an ordinary peasant woman. What qualifications did she have to make decisions for the entire cultivation world? Zhang Qidao's lips parted and closed again. Though seething with resentment, he ultimately suppressed his thoughts, mindful of Xiao Yanliang's status. Gu Yunyun, however, paid no heed to Zhang Qidao's reaction. How could a person without a spiritual root practice cultivation? She simply did not believe Zhang Qidao was unaware of this. Yet he had specifically sought out Xiao Yanliang. Could it be that he knew something? After much deliberation, she could not reach a conclusion and had to set the question aside. Perhaps after Xiao Yanliang awoke she would know. Zhang Qida stayed by Xiao Yinliang's bedside for an entire day without eating, drinking, or sleeping. He tended to Xiao Yinliang with even more care than Gu Yunyun, competing to do every task far from the elegant demeanor he had shown upon entering. All this just to see Xiao Yinliang awaken and hear him personally say whether he could take him as a disciple. For this he stayed even after all his subordinates had left. Regrettably, he never witnessed that moment. What a coincidence! Zhang Qida had just stepped away for a moment regarding something involving Zhang Lingpa. That was precisely when Xiao Yinliang regained consciousness. It was the afternoon of the second day after he had been carried to Dr. Zhang's residence. Gu Yunyun happened to be bringing the children to visit their father. The moment she stepped through the doorway, she noticed Xiao Yinliang's eyelids beginning to flutter. She quickly set down the food container in her hands and, holding her son tightly against her chest, hurried over in a brisk walk. Before long, Xiao Yinliang had slowly opened his eyes and was struggling to sit up on the bed, his gaze hazy as he looked upon Gu Yunyun and the mother and daughter trio. "Where am I?" Gu Yunyun quickly stepped forward and helped him sit up. "This is Qingchuan village. Xiao Yinliang, you are home now." Xiao Yinliang's eyes widened, his gaze drifting back and forth between Gu Yunyun and the two girls, as if unable to believe what his eyes were telling him. Seeing this, Gu Yunyun immediately pulled Xiao Qingwan over and placed her small hand into Xiao Yinliang's palm. At this moment, no words were necessary. Only through such tangible contact could Xiao Yinliang truly feel that he had indeed returned home. "Am I really home? None of this is an illusion, is it? You are all real, aren't you? This isn't a dream. Oh, this is wonderful." Xiao Yinliang's expression suddenly became overwhelmed with emotion. He had never imagined that he would actually survive and be able to return to his family like this. His fingers instinctively tightened, savoring the warmth of the small hand pressed against his palm. As he listened to Xiao Qingwan call out to him sweetly, "Father, it's me, Wan." Tears welled up in Xiao Yinliang's eyes. From somewhere deep within, a surge of strength coursed through him, and he pulled Xiao Qingwan firmly into his embrace. "It's true. It's all true. My little Waner. You've grown so tall without me even noticing." As Xiao Yinliang stroked Xiao Qingwan's soft hair, his heart melted with tenderness. Glancing at Gu Yunyun sitting beside her, cradling a baby in her arms, the softness and affection in his eyes seemed ready to overflow like water. "Yunyun, I'm back." Gu Yunyun thought perhaps it was the lingering emotions left behind by the original body. Otherwise, why would her nose tingle with sadness, her eyes grow moist, and her voice catch in her throat? Good. Good. It's wonderful that you've returned. By the way, this is your son, named Xiao Junan. May he live in peace and safety." When Xiao Yinliang took Xiao Junan from Gu Yunyun's arms, his hands trembled. Gazing at his sleeping son, Xiao Yinliang was so overcome with emotion that all he could do was nod and smile. Just then Dr. Zhang entered the room carrying a bowl of medicine and saw that Xiao Yinliang had awakened. He hurried inside, his voice shattering the blissful moment shared by the family of four. "Oh my! Yunyun, how could you let him hold the child?" Hearing this, Xiao Yinliang quickly waved his hands to reassure him. "Dr. Zhang, there is no need to worry. My injuries are not serious." As he spoke, Xiao Yinliang's gaze shifted toward Gu Yunyun, his eyes brimming with nothing but devotion. "Thanks to Yunyun for tending to my wounds." The moment these words left his lips, Gu Yunyun was startled. He actually knew. Meanwhile, Dr. Zhang was far from pleased. After all, it had been he who had stayed awake night and day administering acupuncture and brewing medicine. How had it become Gu Yunyun's achievement? Had he misunderstood something? But that couldn't be right. Gu Yunyun was Xiao Yinliang's wife, and she knew nothing about medicine. As her husband, how could he possibly not know? Yet, just as he was wrestling with whether or not to speak up and clarify, he heard Gu Yunyun's voice filled with shock. "You actually know everything." "Know what?" Dr. Zhang suddenly felt that he was truly getting old. Now he couldn't even understand what was being said. Wasn't that a sign of old age? Alas, it seemed that when one grew old, one should accept it gracefully. With such a sentiment, Dr. Zhang realized that this was a time for Gu Yunyun's family reunion. As an outsider, he was here. Indeed, somewhat intrusive. So he set down the medicine bowl and walked out. After leaving, he thoughtfully closed the door behind him, lest the cold wind from outside seep in and chill the two little children inside. The news of Xiao Yinliang's awakening spread like wildfire. In no time it traveled far and wide. The family of four had barely enjoyed a moment of peace for a quarter of an hour before someone came knocking at Dr. Zhang's door. Dr. Zhang, I heard my son has awakened. Can we go in and see him now? Xiao Yongfeng along with the Xiao brothers came straight to Dr. Zhang. Seeing that they were only the Xiao family members, Dr. Zhang naturally did not dare to stop them. Thus Xiao Yongfeng, Xiao Yinzhong, and Xiao Yini soon arrived at the ward door. Sanling, it's your father and your two elder brothers here to see you. Is it convenient to come in now? Xiao Yongfeng knew that. Every morning, noon, and afternoon, these 3 times, Gu Yunyun would bring the 2 children to visit Xiao Sanlang. Now was no exception. Now that Xiao Sanlang had awakened, the couple must have endless words to share. He was merely too anxious and couldn't wait to come. He only hoped he hadn't disturbed their reunion. Father, eldest brother, second brother, please come in. Xiao Yinliang put on his shoes and got out of bed. He walked to the ward door and opened it himself. Xiao Yongfeng looked at Xiao Yinliang dressed in a dark blue robe, standing straight before him, and his eyes suddenly became moist. Good, good. It's good that my son has returned alive. Yes, third brother, it's truly wonderful that you've come back alive. You have no idea. Since you left, many things have happened at home. Xiao Yinzhong looked at Xiao Yinliang, who was half a head taller than him, feeling deeply gratified. His words became more frequent, chattering incessantly. Seeing this, Xiao Yini quickly tugged at Xiao Yinzhong's clothes, signaling him to stop talking about these matters. But how could he have known that Xiao Yinliang had already learned everything that had happened during this time from Gu Yunyun before they even entered, including her being driven out of the house, old Madame Zhao's death, Xiao Lili moving to the Gu family, and even Meng Hongmei's affairs. Xiao Yinliang helped Xiao Yongfeng into the house and sat down. Eldest brother, I have already learned about these matters from Yunyun. Mother passed away, and I couldn't even come back to see her one last time. Indeed, it is my fault as a son. Tomorrow morning, I will go pay my respects to her. Xiao Yongfeng smiled with relief. The dead are paramount. All the wrongs Meng Guizhi had committed in life were already wiped clean with her death. Though the sins she had wrought could never be undone, how could the living remain forever fixated on the past? Everything must look forward, must it not? Good. You should go and see her. Your mother, no matter how many faults she had, was beyond reproach when it came to you, her son. Upon hearing these words, Xiao Yinliang fell silent for a moment. He knew his mother's character well as a son. She was strong-willed, always fond of competition and dominance. At home, she especially liked to give orders. To her sons and grandsons, she was indeed a good mother and a good grandmother. But to her daughters-in-law, daughters and granddaughters, it was a different story. Thus, when he learned that Meng Guizhi had driven Gu Yunyun and her daughters out of the house upon hearing of his death, he was not surprised. On the contrary, he felt that this was exactly what his mother would do. Back then, he had feared that after his death, he could no longer take care of his wife and children. That was why he took risks repeatedly, trying every method he could think of to return. Third brother, I heard that you are no longer an ordinary man now. Is this true? Xiao Yini noticed that Xiao Yinliang's demeanor and speech had not changed significantly from before. He couldn't help but doubt the words of the young magistrate Zhang Qida. A cultivator. To ordinary mortals like them, it was an existence beyond reach. He, Xiao Yini, had watched Xiao Yinliang grow up, from childhood to adulthood, aside from being physically stronger than them. Xiao Yinliang had no other abnormalities. How could a few trips to the battlefield transform him into a cultivator upon return? Wasn't that a fantasy? However, to his surprise, Xiao Yinliang merely chuckled and directly performed a light body art before them. In a flash, he flew from inside the room into the air. Xiao Yongfeng and the 2 eldest Xiao brothers were all stunned, their mouths trembling, unable to utter a single word for a long time. The shock in their hearts was beyond words. Th. Even Dr. Zhang, who witnessed this from outside the door, could not stammer out anything beyond Th for a long time. By the time dawn broke the next day, Xiao Yinliang's reputation as Immortal Xiao had spread far and wide. The villagers of Qingchuan village eagerly spread the news, and before noon, Zhang Qida had already arrived upon hearing the news. Unfortunately, he was still a step too late. Last night, Xiao Yinliang had already returned to the Xiao family with the 3 Xiao men. At cockcrow the next morning, under Xiao Yongfeng's company, he had gone to the back mountain. Now Dr. Zhang found Zhang Qida's presence somewhat headache-inducing. Magistrate Zhang, you'd better stop waiting. Since Xiao Sanling's wife has already refused you, how could Xiao Sanling possibly accept you as his disciple? Whether you have talent or not, as long as you still wish to pursue the path of cultivation, you must seek another worthy teacher. After a night of contemplation, Dr. Zhang could no longer regard Gu Yunyun as an ordinary peasant woman. Based on her confident question to Xiao Yinliang, you knew all along. Dr. Zhang vaguely sensed that not only Xiao Yinliang had changed, but Gu Yunyun as well was no longer the same Gu Yunyun. At this moment, Dr. Zhang did not yet know that his current speculations were quite close to the truth. Zhang Qidao, having been shut out by Dr. Zhang, still felt unconvinced. He persisted in believing that if he could just meet Xiao Yinliang face to face, then he would surely accept him as a disciple. Zhang Qidao had that much confidence, and this confidence stemmed not only from his arrogance, but more importantly because he believed that once his identity was revealed, coupled with the conditions he would offer, Xiao Yinliang would have no room to refuse. Xiao Yinliang approached Meng Guizhi's grave with a solemn expression. The small mound, barely 2 or 3 months old, was already overgrown with weeds reaching half a person's height. Just as Xiao Yinliang was about to step forward and begin cleaning Xiao Yinzhong, and Xiao Yinyi snatched the task away from him. Third brother, you are now an immortal. Times have changed. Such trivial matters should not trouble an immortal's hands. Let your 2 elder brothers handle this for you. Hearing these words, Xiao Yinliang felt a chill in his heart. Had their bond simply grown cold because of his changed status? Were brothers now to treat each other with such distance? He was also a son of the Xiaoming family. Even if he now bore an additional identity, his very life, the breath in his body, belonged to them. Elder brother, second brother, please do not mind my current status. Although I have become a cultivator, I am still Xiao Yinliang, your third brother. No matter what achievements I attain, no matter what realm of cultivation I reach, I will always be a descendant of the Xiao family. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yinyi and Xiao Yinzhong paused in their work, and a strange shift stirred within their hearts. Indeed, he was right. Whether a soldier, an immortal, or a peasant, Xiao Yinliang would always be their third brother. Brotherhood runs deeper than water. It could not be severed so easily. Then why were they behaving as they did now? Treating him so differently was nothing short of pushing their third brother away. The brothers suddenly realized their mistake. They hastily set down the weeds in their hands and returned to Xiao Yinliang's side. Like childhood days, they flanked him on either flank. The 3 brothers, now standing in a row, set off together toward the small mound of Meng Guizhi's grave. Standing to one side, Xiao Yongfeng watched his son's close bond and could not help but smile with quiet satisfaction. My dear, you saw that, didn't you? All 3 sons came to sweep your tomb together. We had long believed the third one perished on the battlefield. Yet now he returns alive. Unfortunately, you departed far too soon to witness this reunion. Had you been able to see Sanlang once more, surely you would have been the happiest of all. The 3 Xiao brothers worked in harmony. In no time at all, they had thoroughly cleaned both the front and rear of Meng Guizhi's grave, leaving not a single weed behind. Xiao Yinliang raised his hand and unfastened a space brocade pouch from his waist, taking out the sacrifices he had prepared beforehand. Xiao Yongfeng and the 2 younger brothers, father and sons, had witnessed Xiao Yinliang retrieve items from the space brocade pouch more than once by now. Yet they still marveled at its wonders. That tiny pouch, no larger than a palm, could somehow hold the provisions of 10 bulls. What kind of treasure was that? It was beyond ordinary. It was a rarity indeed. Xiao Yinliang noticed their curiosity and simply handed the pouch over, letting them examine it freely. He himself carried the offerings and gently placed them before his mother's grave. After arranging the offerings, he set up incense and candles, then knelt directly before the tomb and began speaking to his mother. Mother, I am Sanling. I have returned. Your unworthy son failed even to see your last breath, letting you depart with the sorrow of an old parent burying a young child. It is my fault. Now that the deceased had passed, no amount of regret could change what was done. Whatever more he might say would meet no answer. Xiao Yinliang felt grief welling up from deep within. He was now a foundation establishment cultivator, and with the advancement of his cultivation, his lifespan had similarly increased. Yet his family remained ordinary mortals. For a cultivator, decades might pass like a mere fleeting moment. But for ordinary mortals, decades could well span an entire lifetime. He was barely past his coming-of-age ceremony now, yet he had at least 200 more years ahead of him. What of his family? In a daze, Xiao Yinliang's thoughts drifted decades into the future. By then he would remain unchanged in appearance, while his two elder brothers would be elderly men in the autumn of their lives. For the moment, Xiao Yinliang could not accept such a reality. However, just as Xiao Yinliang was immersed in his inner world, Zhang Qida somehow followed him up the mountain. The moment he caught sight of Xiao Yinliang. Immortal Xiao, I have finally found you. I wonder if his immortal might spare a moment to hear a few words from your humble servant. Before awakening, Xiao Yinliang had already learned that Zhang Qidao was the one who had cared for him for a full day and night, and gratitude naturally swelled within his heart. But beyond that identity, Zhang Qidao was also the primary culprit behind Meng Guizhi's death. Meng Guizhi, at her age among ordinary mortals, was already considered an elder. Though she appeared plump and robust, giving the impression of good health, the reality was precisely the opposite. Her excessive weight had long placed a severe burden on her internal organs. And after receiving those 60 heavy strokes from Zhang Qida, her vital foundation had been directly shattered. Even with continuous medicine and medical visits, it was of no avail. Coupled with her depressed spirit, this ultimately led to Meng Guizhi's premature passing. Though Meng Guizhi had her flaws, for Xiao Yinliang, no matter how wicked she might be, she was still his mother, the one who had given him life and raised him. Moreover, Meng Guizhi was already dead. Many matters, even if he wished to hold her accountable, there was no one left to hold accountable. Furthermore, when Meng Guizhi had driven his wife and daughter from the household, it was only after learning of his supposed death that she made that decision. And little Madame Meng Hongmei had been involved as well. Therefore, even if blame were to be assigned, he could not place it solely on his own mother. Whatever words you wish to say, have you not already spoken them? Has my wife not already refused you? Why must you continue to pursue me? It would be best to return whence you came. Xiao Yinliang did not even turn his head, his voice cold, as he rebuffed Zhang Qida. He did not even inquire about Zhang Qida's purpose before utterly refusing him. This left Zhang Qida utterly bewildered. He simply could not fathom what was wrong with him. Why did Xiao Yinliang hold him in such contempt? So much so that he would not even glance back, ruthlessly casting him away. Did he not know his status and background? Was he not afraid of future retaliation? Even if Xiao Yinliang had reached the foundation establishment stage, what of it? He was merely an unaffiliated rogue cultivator. From what source did he draw such boldness to refuse so decisively? I do not understand. Why do you reject me? Could it be that your wife spoke ill of me to you? Xiao Yinliang was utterly perplexed. Zhang Qida had chosen the path of officialdom, and though he was merely a humble county magistrate for now, he was still young. In the future, it was entirely possible for him to ascend to the position of prime minister. Moreover, judging by his tone, he had likely approached many cultivators seeking to become their disciple. How could he not know that mortals without spiritual roots were incapable of cultivation? This has nothing to do with my wife. I simply have no desire to take on disciples. Thank you for your attentive care yesterday. I still have matters to attend to. You may take your leave now. Having said this, Xiao Yinliang pondered for a moment. He withdrew a peace talisman from his sleeve and casually tossed it behind him. That flimsy piece of talisman paper, as if endowed with eyes and wings, flew straight toward Zhang Qida. This is a token of gratitude for yesterday. May it keep you safe. Please accept it. With that, Xiao Yinliang remained silent no matter how much Zhang Qida pressed him. Zhang Qida spoke for a long while, but receiving no response from Xiao Yinliang. He had no choice but to accept the talisman and leave. However, at that very moment a subtle shift had occurred within his heart. Yet he himself had not yet realized it. The Tianqing kingdom had always governed by the principle of filial piety. Not only did the royal family lead by example, but the common people also adhered to this traditional rule through generations. After Zhang Qida departed, Xiao Yinliang spent a long time alone at Meng Guizhi's grave before slowly leaving. According to the tradition of the Tianqing kingdom, one must observe mourning after a parent's burial. Every male in the family, regardless of age, had to keep vigil at the grave for 7 days to soothe the spirits of the departed parents. Xiao Yinliang had not been home when Meng Guizhi passed away. Naturally, he had been unable to fulfill this tradition in time. but now that he had returned it was imperative to make up for it. From then on, every morning before dawn, Xiao Yinliang would make his way up the mountain. And each time shortly after he arrived, he would sense Zhang Qida's presence nearby. This had been the case for 3 consecutive days without exception. Xiao Yinliang paid him no heed, focusing entirely on his own affairs. He had assumed that ignoring him would eventually drive Zhang Qida away. To his surprise, not a single day had been missed in those 3 days. Xiao Yinliang was not a man of stone. After a brief moment of contemplation, he finally spoke. "You are Zhang Qida, correct?" Upon hearing this, Zhang Qida was overjoyed and quickly rushed forward. Yes. It is truly a kindness that immortal Xiao remembers my humble name." Zhang Qida suddenly felt that his 2 or 3 days of waiting had not been in vain. Not only had he received the protective talisman the other day, but he had also made immortal Xiao remember his name. If even his name was remembered, then surely the hope of becoming his disciple was even greater. The day when his brothers would be trampled under his feet was surely within reach. At the thought of this, Zhang Qida's mind became even more active. "Immortal Xiao, do you have any orders for me? Just say the word, and I will go through fire and water to accomplish it." Xiao Yinliang let out a light laugh. "That won't be necessary. I'm merely curious. Why must you pursue cultivation? Do you not know that you are destined to remain an ordinary man for the rest of your life? Since that is the case, why force it?" Zhang Qida smiled bitterly. Did he not know this as well? But how could his family tolerate the eldest son being a useless cripple incapable of cultivation? "Immortal Xiao, you may not know this, but I have my own troubles. Some matters are simply inconvenient to discuss. Suffice it to say that I am a man devoted to the Tao." Xiao Yinliang was silent for a moment, then reconsidered. Perhaps only that person could offer Zhang Qida some advice. "Since you are so devoted to the Tao, then I shall point you to a place. Perhaps after meeting him, there may be a glimmer of hope for your situation." With that, Xiao Yinliang took out paper and brush from his spatial pouch. He wrote a few characters with effortless grace. Zhang Qida reverently took the paper from Xiao Yinliang's hand. Lowering his head to read the words, he was greatly astonished. He stared at Xiao Yinliang's face in disbelief and asked, "Immortal Xiao, am I seeing correctly?" There was not the slightest hint of wavering in Xiao Yinliang's expression. He merely nodded calmly, and with a wave of his hand sent Zhang Qida down the mountain. Zhang Qida felt as if he had only blinked. How had he opened his eyes to find himself at the foot of the mountain? Were Xiao Yinliang's injuries not yet fully healed? After enduring a thunder tribulation, wasn't it necessary to recuperate for at least a month before using spiritual energy? Could it be that this immortal Xiao possessed some extraordinary treasure? With this doubt lingering in his mind, Zhang Qida's hands unconsciously tightened, crushing the paper in his hand into a ball. After sending Zhang Qida away, Xiao Yinliang took out a spirit stone, closed his eyes, and began to cultivate. After completing 3 full cycles of circulation, the sun had already set. Xiao Yinliang opened his eyes and gazed at the cooking smoke drifting above Qingchuan village, bathed in the glow of the evening sunset. A smile involuntarily crept onto his face, especially when his eyes fell upon the Gu family residence at the eastern edge of the village. The joy on his face seemed as if it would overflow. The sun sank beyond the western hills. It was time to return home. Xiao Yinliang stretched his back and made his way down the mountain toward Qingchuan village. By the time he reached the Gu household, he was just in time for dinner. "Daddy, you're finally back. Come in quickly. Mother made so many delicious things today. All of them are Wanner's favorites. And of course there are also some that Daddy likes." Xiao Qingwan had been waiting at the gate for a long time. The moment she caught sight of Xiao Yinliang, she darted over like a little rabbit, swiftly clinging to his arm. Xiao Yinliang looked at his lively and adorable daughter, smiling with great tenderness and affection. Yet in his heart he felt a pang of bitterness. He knew all too well how much he had neglected his family, his wife, and his children. Some things once past could never be undone. Even if he wished to make amends, there was no way. Not being there to witness his daughter's birth was an irreparable regret. Not seeing her learn to speak and walk was another pang of sorrow. Now all he hoped for was to watch his daughter grow with his own eyes step by step until she reached the highest pinnacle. "Wanner is such a good girl. Come, let Daddy hold you." Xiao Qingwan, no matter how sensible, was still a little girl of merely 2 years old, the age when she was most dependent on her parents. From birth till now, she had seen her father only a handful of times. It was only today that she learned from her aunt that her father had said he would never leave again after this return. For the little girl, this was the most joyous news imaginable. Now there was another person in this family who would dote on her and love her, and that person was the father she had always longed for. Waner likes Papa the most. Gu Yinyun had just untied the apron from her waist and emerged from the kitchen when she heard these words. "You little rascal, you were just saying you liked Mama the most." Xiao Qingwan turned around in Xiao Yinliang's arms, glancing between Gu Yinyun and Xiao Yinliang. Her tender little face was etched with confusion. "But I really do like Mama the most, and I also like Papa the most. However, Papa doesn't live with us anymore. It's so inconvenient for Waner to play with Papa every day. If only Papa could move in with us too, just like Annie does. Then I could see Papa as soon as I open my eyes every morning." Gu Yinyun caught on to Xiao Qingwan's little scheme and suddenly felt rather awkward. After all, she was not the original person. She simply could not bring herself to live together with a man who held no feelings for her whatsoever. Even under the same roof, she felt deeply uncomfortable. What Gu Yinyun did not know at that moment was that Xiao Yinliang also felt a trace of awkwardness upon hearing these words. "You little girl, you're being far too mischievous. Your father has his own home, just as we have ours. If you wish to play with your father, you could always go with him back to the Xiao residence." The moment Xiao Qingwan heard Gu Yinyun say this, she fell completely silent. She quietly tugged at Xiao Yinliang's sleeve, signaling him to put her down. The instant her feet touched the ground, Xiao Qingwan lowered her head and scampered back to Gu Yinyun's side, wrapping her arms tightly around her legs. Father was important, of course, but mother was the one who mattered most. Xiao Qingwan knew this very clearly. If she were forced to choose between her father and her mother, there was no question whom she would pick. She would choose mother no matter what. Since birth, it had been mother by her side raising her. After being driven out of the house by grandma, it was mother who risked her life climbing into the mountains to hunt in order to feed her and her younger brother. It was mother who introduced her to the path of cultivation. In her past life, and in all the days yet to come, the person who mattered most would always and only be her mother. Father was important too, but no matter how much, he could never surpass mother. Besides, if she returned to the Xiao residence, there were still uncle and auntie, as well as her younger brother at the Gu residence. Mother would certainly not go with her. "Mama, please don't send Waner away, will you? Mama, Waner will never say such things again. Just please let Waner stay." Xiao Qingwan's tears came instantly. Large pearl-like drops welled up in her eyes and spilled forth like rain, as if she cared nothing for wasting them. Seeing Xiao Qingwan's humbled and pitiful state, Gu Yinyun's heart ached. This little girl before her, she had fed her spoonful by spoonful and pampered her day by day. They had spent nearly half a year together, and Gu Yinyun had long regarded her as her own flesh and blood. Now watching her cry so bitterly over merely a few careless words, how could Gu Yinyun bear the guilt? All right. Be a good girl, stop crying, yes. Mama never said anything about sending you away. You are Mama's precious treasure. How could Mama ever abandon you? Gu Yinyun squatted down and gently wiped Xiao Qingwan's tears with the edge of her sleeve. She patted her shoulders softly, offering both comfort and apologies, never once treating Xiao Qingwan as merely a 2-year-old child. This made Xiao Yinliang's heart stir with a strange sensation. In his impression, she was not supposed to be like this at all. How much time had really passed? Yet she had changed so profoundly. Xiao Yinliang pondered silently in his heart, but did not voice his questions aloud. Instead, he stepped forward and walked directly toward Xiao Qingwan and Gu Yinyun. Mimicking Gu Yinyun's posture, he squatted down and reached out his hand to gently stroke Xiao Qingwan's head. "My good Waner, it seems you've misunderstood your mother. What your mother meant was, if you want to play with Papa, you can go stay with Grandpa at the ancestral home for a few days. She didn't mean to send you away, understand?" While speaking, Xiao Yinliang shot Gu Yinyun a meaningful glance, signaling her to go along with his words. But how could she have known? At this moment, Gu Yinyun's entire heart was consumed by Xiao Qingwan alone. How could she possibly notice someone like him, a mere bystander? Mama, did Papa speak the truth? Mama truly isn't going to send Waner back to the Xiao residence. Upon hearing this, Gu Yinyun quickly nodded in agreement. Only then did the little crybaby, Xiao Qingwan, finally stop weeping. Perhaps because she had cried so long and so hard, even after the tears subsided, her sobs continued for quite some time before gradually fading. This only deepened Gu Yinyun's aching heart for Xiao Qingwan. Even during the meal, she refused to let go of her embrace. It was only when Xiao Junan began crying from hunger that Xiao Qingwan, with surprising maturity, climbed down from Gu Yinyun's arms. And this moreover added another layer of guilt to Gu Yinyun's already tender heart. After dinner, Xiao Yinliang was promptly shown the door by Gu Yunji. In Gu Yunji's own words, if it had not been for Xiao Yinliang's stubborn insistence on marrying his elder sister back, then given her sister's beauty and talent, as well as the Gu family's prosperity at the time, not to mention a centurion, she could have easily married a minor general. Yet she ended up marrying Xiao Yinliang of all people. Not a single comfortable day had her sister enjoyed. Instead, she had to spend her days performing menial chores for the Xiao family, living like a servant. His sister deserved far better. The fact that he now allowed Xiao Yinliang to come over for 3 meals a day was solely out of consideration for Xiao Qingwan and Xiao Junan. But if Xiao Yinliang failed to read the room and dared to try and take his niece and nephew away, not to mention his elder sister would never agree, even he as their uncle could not possibly give his consent. Xiao Yinliang stood outside the Gu family gate, raising his gaze to the Nansa Mountains that stretched for hundreds of li. His ears twitched slightly as he listened to the distant sounds, lost in thought. He was no longer on the military register and had ceased to be a centurion under the Southern general's command. Still, he had spent several years in the vanguard camp, making him intimately familiar with the enemy forces. Although last time, through some strategic maneuvers, he had managed to drive back tens of thousands of enemy soldiers, battlefield affairs are subject to constant and unpredictable change. It had been some days since he left the battlefield, and he had no idea what surprises that magistrate would bring him next. If he recalled correctly, the maternal clan of the current empress was none other than the Zhang family of Hengnan, and that county magistrate Zhang Qidao must be the empress's own nephew. For the Zhang family of Hengnan, one of the few cultivation clans that did not conceal their whereabouts, should their eldest legitimate son, the primary heir, be incapable of cultivation, it would be nothing short of an existential catastrophe. He, Xiao Yinliang, was not a petty man. How could he possibly ruin the Zhang family's prospects over some trivial and insignificant matter, even if this magistrate Zhang was not someone he held in high regard? As fellow cultivators, Xiao Yinliang naturally understood how terrifying a disruption within a cultivation clan could be. It was never merely about widespread devastation and slaughter. To be honest, Xiao Yinliang could somewhat comprehend Zhang Qidao's petty scheming. Yet he truly had no other way to bring someone without a spiritual root onto the path of cultivation. After all, even the Zhang family of Hengnan, a cultivation clan spanning over 1,000 years, had studied this problem for millennia, yet still failed to overcome it. With no other choice, he could only devise an alternative approach, allowing him to blaze a new trail and see if another turning point might emerge. At this very moment, Zhang Qida, the person Xiao Yinliang was contemplating, was riding a glossy black stallion through the dark forest. He was making his way to the county government office. Not long after descending the mountain, he encountered an official courier bearing news. The courier reported that several individuals arrested recently in Qingchuan village for instigating trouble and attempting to stir the villagers into burning Xiao Yinliang alive had all perished within a single day. They died without any warning. Not only were the prison doors of the county office intact, but not a single wound could be found on those 10 or so corpses. This was most unusual. What manner of technique could kill silently without leaving any trace? As the legitimate eldest son of a cultivation family, although Zhang Qidao was unable to enter the path of cultivation due to his physical condition, having grown up immersed in such a household, he knew something of the methods cultivation sects employed to punish prisoners or eliminate their dead warriors. Upon hearing of how those individuals had died, Zhang Qida naturally connected the matter to cultivators. Thinking carefully about it, wasn't the victim elder Xiao a cultivator himself? Could this be a feud between cultivators? But the more he considered it, the more clouds of doubt gathered in his mind. If it were merely a dispute among cultivators, why would ordinary people be drawn into it? Those 10 or so corpses showed not even the slightest fluctuation of spiritual energy. They possessed no spiritual roots whatsoever. All of them, like Zhang Qida himself, were nothing but wastes. Realizing this, Zhang Qida could not help but offer a bitter smile. Indeed, waste. In the Zhang family, wasn't he, Zhang Qida, nothing but a waste? A person born into a cultivation clan, yet unable to cultivate himself, instead an ordinary commoner, without even a spiritual root. If not a waste, then what could he be? In the Zhang family, the male lineage was passed down through generations. The legitimate eldest son of each generation would inherit the water attribute spiritual root handed down by their ancestors. Though as the bloodline gradually diluted, the likelihood of high-grade single attribute spiritual roots appearing grew ever smaller. Still, a common mixed spiritual root was essential. His father was detected to possess a top-grade water spiritual root at birth in existence, like a favored son of heaven. Within merely a few decades, his father Zhang Yiyang had already reached the 6th stage of foundation establishment. Such an achievement, even across the entire Lingbao continent, let alone within Tianqing Kingdom, one would struggle to find a second. Yet it was this Zhang Yiyang envied by all cultivators who had produced a worthless, legitimate eldest son. What an unimaginable disgrace. They had hoped to bear an outstanding water attribute cultivator who could carry forward his legacy. Instead, they had ended up with an ordinary person. This dealt a devastating blow to Zhang Yiyang and his wife. Zhang Qidao's mother, overwhelmed by grief and depression, passed away when he was only 5 years old. As Zhang Qida grew up day by day in the Hengnan Zhang family, each additional day brought another day of torment to his ears. Those so-called brothers never ceased provoking his sensibilities. After more than 20 years, how could he not have come to see himself as utterly worthless? Only reading could bring him brief moments of peace. Riding his horse, Zhang Qida let out a deep sigh. Then, urging the horse onward, he continued toward the county government office. As soon as he arrived, he made his way straight to the prison. On the way, he actually encountered Zhang Lingpa, who was impersonating a relative from his family and running amok in Qingchuan village. "My lord, I am wrongfully accused. I truly am not lying. This old woman does indeed bear the surname Zhang and is genuinely from Hengnan." Zhang Qida originally had no intention of paying much attention to her words. After all, he still had more important matters to attend to. Zhang Lingpa, though full of malicious schemes, had committed only trivial deceptions, insignificant compared to those corpses. Zhang Lingpa was nothing more than a small character. But she should never under any circumstances have mentioned the Zhang family of Hengnan. "Zhang Lingpa, since you insist upon claiming to be from the Zhang family of Hengnan, how could you possibly be in Qingchuan village? Don't you know that everyone in the Hengnan Zhang family is registered in the household records? If I wish to verify your true identity, I need only consult the family genealogy. For such a blatant lie, what difference does it make whether you speak it or not? Moreover, if you truly were from the Zhang family of Hengnan, it has already been several days. Why has no one from your family come to the prison to take you out?" Zhang Lingpa considered herself quite clever. With just her tongue darting back and forth, she could turn black into white and white into black on any matter. But she had long forgotten the person before her was none other than someone from the Zhang family of Hengnan. Take me out. Well then, I suppose not. If you were to actually invite someone from the Hengnan Zhang family to identify me, I wouldn't leave either. It's easy to invite a god, but hard to send them away, you know. After all, how could a barefoot person like me possibly fear someone wearing shoes? I wanted to leave just now, and you wouldn't let me. So now I'm staying. What can you possibly do about it?" Zhang Lingpa simply sat down on the ground, showing no concern for the conditions within the prison cell. The inmates all lived and ate in a single partition. The living space was so cramped that each person had only about 2 square meters on average. Furthermore, inside Zhang Lingpa's cell, she was not the only occupant. Zhang Qida simply disregarded her. As long as she remained obediently confined in the cell, that was all that mattered. She was merely an ordinary person. There was no way she could escape regardless. He therefore stepped over her without another glance, ignoring her completely. This actually made Zhang Lingpa somewhat flustered. She had just overheard the prison guards mention that Zhang Qida's family belonged to the Hengnan Zhang clan. Not only did they share the same surname, but their professions were also remarkably similar. One from a cultivation noble family, the other from a spirit widow lineage. To Zhang Lingpa, the Hengnan Zhang family was nothing less than a walking gold mine. Everyone knew the Zhang family was one of the rare clans on the entire Lingbao continent capable of maintaining a presence in both the mortal realm and the cultivation world simultaneously. What an extraordinary honor. Shizhong Lingpa also bore the surname Zhang. After all, there were no two Zhang characters in the world with identical strokes. Without considering these things, how could Zhang Lingpa have dared to take such a desperate risk, risking execution to falsely claim descent from the Zhang family? Was it not all for profit? Previously, Lady Zhang Lingpa only knew that the county magistrate was a young man sharing her surname. That was precisely why she had conceived the notion if she could claim kinship with the magistrate's family. Wouldn't that make it far easier for her to navigate the marketplace? With such a connection, she was certain those snobbish merchants and wealthy traders would grovel at her feet. But now everything had changed. If this county magistrate truly hailed from the Hungnan Zhang family, hadn't she stumbled into a grave disaster? Moreover, the magistrate had just declared that every member of the Hungnan Zhang family was registered in the clan records. The Hungnan Zhang family, that legendary cultivation clan. Her own Zhang Lingpa lineage had practiced as spirit mediums for over a century. Yet even such a lineage in the face of a cultivation family was not worth comparing. Merely mentioning it brought shame to her cheeks. And furthermore, since this magistrate came from the Hungnan Zhang family, did that not make him a cultivator? The mere thought sent cold sweat trickling down Lady Zhang's back. A cultivator. What formidable beings they were. So why would one enter government service? Would that not be demeaning oneself? Throughout the Lingbao continent, everyone knew that cultivators stood above even the imperial family as immortals. Even the emperor himself would address them with the utmost reverence as an immortal. Unless this county magistrate was not a true scion of the Hungnan Zhang family at all. Perhaps even that talk of clan registration was fabricated. Hungnan was vast, and the Zhang family name was hardly unique. Hearing this, Lady Zhang's courage began to swell once more. Lord Zhang, you are not of our Hungnan Zhang family. How could you possibly know the secrets of a great clan? From childhood, I was never valued within my own family. Now that I have fallen on hard times, it would be a blessing if no one simply kicked me while I was down. How could anyone possibly come to rescue me? But she could not have known. This county magistrate Zhang was not only a true scion of the Hungnan Zhang family. He was in fact the sole legitimate son of the current family head, the undisputed heir apparent to the Zhang clan. Regardless of whether Lady Zhang truly belonged to the Hungnan Zhang family, her words struck directly at the heart of Zhang Qida. Indeed, a person unvalued by their own family would go unnoticed wherever they wandered. Even in death, perhaps no one would spare a second glance. Some might even rejoice at her passing, crying out how fitting and wonderful her death was. At this thought, Zhang Qida silently made a most critical decision. At that moment, he could not have known that this very decision would profoundly shape the course of his future. Lady Zhang noticed that her words had not caused Zhang Qida to pause. In fact, his expression had grown even more grave. A nameless panic surged within her. She absolutely refused to spend her remaining years confined in this lightless prison, nor did she wish to perish prematurely. She was the renowned spirit medium Zhang of the surrounding villages. How could she die ingloriously behind bars? Lady Zhang wanted to say more, but before her lips could part, a heavy-set prisoner in the same cell struck her squarely in the face with a punch. Several of her already sparse teeth flew loose and clattered to the ground. She cried out in pain. Bah! What spirit medium Zhang or spirit medium Wang? Once inside this cell, I am the one who calls the shots. Li Dunyi. Stop wasting your breath trying to claim kinship with some magistrate Zhang. A man of his stature would never deign to acknowledge someone as lowly and worthless as you damn old crone. Li Dunyi had tolerated her for days. If not for her constant claims of being related to county magistrate Zhang, she would have beaten her senseless long ago. The woman claimed she had been arrested over a trivial misunderstanding. Li Dunyi had wanted to knock her teeth out from the start. A foolish old wretch. How dare she act superior in front of Li Dunyi? And now the county magistrate wouldn't even acknowledge this Lady Zhang. Clearly she was no legitimate relative. So what reason did she have to hold back? A left hook, a right hook, then a flurry of combinations. Within moments, Lady Zhang lay collapsed and helpless on the ground. Inside the morgue, Zhang Qida, wearing a white cloth mask over his nose and mouth, followed the coroner's step by step toward a row of over a dozen corpses laid out in preparation for examination. With each step his brows drew tighter. When he finally saw the expressions frozen on those corpses' faces, his forehead knotted as though bound in an impossible knot. "Master Zhao, what do you make of this?" The coroner, addressed as Master Zhao, also frowned deeply, his complexion grave. "My lord, forgive my incompetence. After decades of examining corpses, I still cannot determine how these people died. Not a single wound marred their bodies, nor were there any foreign substances in their mouths or nostrils. This did not appear to be death from trauma nor from poison. Such a method of killing is truly horrifying. From what I have gathered from the prison guards, these people died completely silently. It is quite possible they were killed even in their sleep. A murderer capable of such silent killing must not be any ordinary person." Master Zhao's mind suddenly formed a conjecture. He wished to speak it aloud, but after casting a glance at Zhang Qidao, swallowed his words. Yet how could Zhang Qidao fail to notice Master Zhao's hesitation? Not only Master Zhao, but even Zhang Qidao himself harbored the same suspicion. Otherwise, how could he have rushed back overnight? First, find a way to preserve these corpses. Having said this, Zhang Qidao departed the morgue without delay. The moment he emerged outside, he remounted his horse and galloped toward Qingchuan village. Since this matter already involved a cultivator, it was naturally beyond the reach of an ordinary person like him. This was clearly aimed at Xiao Yinliang, so he would naturally seek him out first. Zhang Qidao's round trip had already consumed considerable time. When he arrived at Qingchuan village and reached the Xiao residence, he learned that Xiao Yinliang was not at home. He hurried to the Gu residence, only to find no one there either. Gu Yunyun noticed Zhang Qidao's desperation, his urgent declaration that he sought Xiao Yinliang. Yet he would not reveal the reason. Suspicion stirred within her. If you are looking for Xiao Yinliang, why not go directly to the Xiao residence? Why come to my Gu family? Did you not see him at the Xiao house? Zhang Qidao had not wished to elaborate with Gu Yunyun, but at this moment he had no alternative but to seek her aid. He could only share his suspicions with her. Madame Xiao, it is as follows. Some days ago, before Immortal Xiao had regained consciousness, over 10 people came to Dr. Zhang's residence, causing a disturbance, attempting to burn Immortal Xiao to death. I had them arrested on the spot, but upon returning, before we could even conduct proper interrogation, all 10 had perished. Moreover, their cause of death baffled even our experienced coroner. This has truly perplexed me. Considering Immortal Xiao is both the victim of this matter and a cultivator, he would surely be able to discern something. That is precisely why I have come to request his presence. Gu Yunyun frowned. A cultivator? Could it be that Xiao Yinliang had caused some trouble outside and brought it all the way home? Someone had actually tracked him to his house. Gu Yunyun immediately felt something was amiss. She certainly did not want her children to be implicated because of Xiao Yinliang's affairs. Since you are here to find Xiao Yinliang, have you not considered visiting Xiao Mingshi's grave on the mountain? He should be there these days. How could Zhang Qidao possibly not have thought of this? In truth, he had already attempted to ascend the mountain in search before heading to the Xiao residence. Yet for some inexplicable reason, he found himself completely unable to approach Nanjia Mountain even by a single step. How was he supposed to find anyone under such circumstances? It was precisely because of this that he had come seeking Gu Yunyun's assistance. Madame Gu, I myself do not understand what is happening. Ever since I was brought down from Nanjia Mountain by Immortal Xiao yesterday, I have been unable to approach. Now, if I had not been completely out of options, I would never have troubled you with this. By now Gu Yunyun had figured it out. Zhang Qidao must have done something to offend Xiao Yinliang and upset him. Otherwise, given Xiao Yinliang's temperament, he would never have done such a thing. What have you done recently? Zhang Qidao was utterly perplexed by the question. What could he possibly have done? He simply followed Xiao Yinliang up the mountain each day, and then followed him back down. Aside from keeping watch over his movements each day, Zhang Qidao had done nothing to provoke such outrage. Could it be? Zhang Qidao suddenly had a realization. Could it be because of Xiao Mingshi's matter? Perhaps Immortal Xiao has misunderstood me. Hearing this, Gu Yunyun nearly laughed aloud. What on earth was running through Zhang Qidao's mind? Had not Xiao Mingshi brought this upon herself through her own actions, suffering retribution? What did that have to do with him, Zhang Qidao? He had only beaten her with dozens of heavy strokes because of Meng Guizhi's disruption in court. You are greatly underestimating Xiao Yinliang's magnanimity. True, he can be somewhat stubborn at times, but he is never unclear about important matters. He would not hold any resentment toward you simply because of his mother's affairs. At most, he simply does not wish for you to appear before his mother's grave. And the reason you cannot approach that place now is likely precisely for this reason. Or perhaps more simply, he is merely weary of your constant following. In that case, this is easy to resolve. Go wait at the Xiao residence for now. Once he senses your presence, he will naturally return from the mountain. Gu Yunyun's words quickly dispelled Zhang Qida's doubts. Hurriedly thanking Gu Yunyun, Zhang Qida made his way to the Xiao residence. As expected, it had not been long since he arrived when Xiao Yinliang stepped down from midair and approached him. Let's go. Before Zhang Qida could even state his purpose, he heard Xiao Yinliang say, let us go, leaving him momentarily stunned. Although he had grown up in a cultivator's family since childhood, the cultivators he normally encountered were mostly members of his own clan. While those people appeared amiable to his face, they spoke ill of him behind his back. Even those of his own age paid him no mind whatsoever. Ever since he left home and obtained his scholarly degree to become an official, had he learned how wonderful it was to be respected by others. At present, unless driven by his responsibility for his family's future and his determination to break free from the label of good for nothing, would he ever have sought out Xiao Yinliang? Very well, very well. Let us depart at once. Seeing Xiao Yinliang's brow furrow like ripples spreading across a lake stirred by a gentle breeze, Zhang Qida immediately understood. He mounted his horse and beckoned Xiao Yinliang to join him. Riding is too slow. Follow me. Xiao Yinliang also understood the urgency of the matter. Since he began cultivation, he had encountered numerous cultivators who tried to seize his belongings without hesitation. Who knew which blind fool would dare come directly to his doorstep this time? The villagers of Qingchuan village were all his fellow townsfolk and blood relatives. Every dragon has a vulnerable scale, and those who touch it shall surely perish. How could he possibly tolerate his loved ones being harmed in connection with him? Zhang Qida well knew that every cultivator possessed their own extraordinary abilities. Since Xiao Yinliang had voluntarily offered to let him witness something wondrous, how could he refuse? With this thought in mind, he hastily dismounted once more and hurried to keep pace with Xiao Yinliang. This was rather peculiar. He clearly remembered. It was as plain as day. Since he had drawn near Xiao Yinliang in all, he had taken merely 5 steps, yet somehow they had already exited Qingchuan village entirely. Just 10 more steps, and they arrived directly at the town. This. Immortal Xiao, please forgive my presumption. But what manner of celestial art is this? It surpasses even the 1,000-li spirit horses bred by my Zhang clan. Xiao Yinliang had long heard of the Zhang family's renowned 1,000-li spirit horses during his military service. Hearing Zhang Qida mention them, now he could not help but glance back at him. The 1,000-li spirit horse is a fine steed that ordinary mortals can ride. It requires no spiritual energy to command, simply feed it on schedule. Yet my shrinking earth technique demands spiritual energy to activate. Without spiritual energy, even knowing the incantation would be of no use. In moments of crisis, your Zhang family's 1,000-li spirit horses remain somewhat superior. As a captain in the vanguard division of the military, Xiao Yinliang had ridden no fewer than 8 or 10 war horses. He possessed considerable expertise when it came to horses. Now, upon hearing Zhang Qida mention the Zhang family's 1,000-li spirit horses, Xiao Yinliang's tone revealed distinct traces of curiosity and envy, perhaps even a hint of anticipation. If such spirit horses could be employed on the battlefield, it would be wonderful. Our warriors would not suffer such countless casualties, even if they were used solely for messengers. Such spirit horses could still play a quite significant role. Zhang Qida pondered deeply, secretly formulating his own plans. Understanding that Xiao Yinliang was offering him guidance, he hurried forward and bowed deeply to express his gratitude. Upon seeing that Zhang Qida had grasped the meaning behind his words, Xiao Yinliang merely gave a slight nod and said no more. Many things in life operate much the same way. There is no need to be overly explicit. It suffices to hint at the essence and allow others to comprehend the underlying meaning. Speaking too plainly might instead provoke displeasure. In the course of their conversation, Xiao Yinliang and Zhang Qida had already arrived at the entrance of the county yamen. The guards outside the main gate saw the two and quickly bowed in respect. Immortal Xiao, please proceed. Zhang Qida stepped back, slightly positioning himself about a step behind Xiao Yinliang. He bent forward respectfully to invite Xiao Yinliang to enter first. Those three characters, Immortal Xiao, spread throughout the entire county yamen through his voice alone. In an instant, word reached every corner of the county yamen. From the guards to the prisoners, from the maids and servants sweeping and tidying to the kitchen maids and the old man watching the rear gate. Everyone knew about it. By the time Xiao Yinliang and Zhang Qidao arrived together at the morgue, Master Zhao, who had caught wind of their coming, had already been waiting at the entrance for quite some time. Immortal Xiao, Magistrate Zhang, this way please. Master Zhao led Zhang Qida and Xiao Yinliang directly to the corpses. Immortal, please look. These are the ones who stirred up trouble at Dr. Zhang's doorstep that day. Before they could finish interrogating them, not a single one survived the night. It was my negligence as well, Xiao Yinliang admitted, fully aware. It was because Zhang Qida had been tending to his sickbed that he hadn't had time to interrogate these troublemakers. Now this situation had arisen. He was partly responsible. Magistrate Zhang, do not dwell on it. This matter also began because of me. Besides, if you hadn't arrived in time to stop these people, I might have been burned alive on the spot by them. How could I still be alive today? Hearing this, Zhang Qida felt even more guilt. He had gone to Qingchuan village that day to arrest Zhang Lingpa. It was by sheer accident that he encountered this incident. To be honest, saving Xiao Yinliang was also due to his own ulterior motive. At that time, he even used this incident as leverage, trying to persuade Xiao Yinliang's wife to help him become Zhao's disciple. Now thinking back, Zhang Qidao felt he had been utterly shameless. How could he have been so despicable? No. This matter is ultimately my fault as the magistrate for lax governance. If I had governed more strictly, how could the villains have had a chance to plot against Immortal Xiao? Seeing Zhang Qida's endless self-blame, Xiao Yinliang quickly stopped him. Hadn't they come here to investigate the cause of these deaths? Why were they chattering away instead of attending to the real business? Magistrate Zhang, have you never suspected that these people might have been killed by me? The moment Xiao Yinliang said this, the effect was immediate. It left the garrulous Zhang Qida utterly dumbfounded. Even Master Zhao, standing by, found it unbelievable. How could that be? Immortal Xiao, how could I ever think that? You are the victim. How could you? As he spoke, Zhang Qida halted. The truth seemed to be exactly that. Since the victim had not died, but the perpetrators had died first, didn't that make the original victim the prime suspect now? At this thought, Zhang Qida's expression instantly turned grave. Exactly. That's right. Since you are still alive, the cultivator behind these people must be even more wary of you. They would inevitably resort to some bizarre, yet seemingly logical act to frame you. With Xiao Yinliang's prompting, Zhang Qida quickly caught on. Xiao Yinliang nodded. Indeed. I have also examined them. These people all died from severe damage to their souls, killed in a single strike. The attacker moved so swiftly that their bodies didn't even have time to react. Their souls dispersed instantly. This vicious killing method seems familiar to me. Zhang Qida was alarmed. A soul attack, and a lethal one at that. How could such a feat be possible without a Foundation establishment cultivation? And in the entire Lingbao continent, aside from Xiao Yinliang the Rising Star, the only cultivators with Foundation establishment were those ancient monsters who had lived for centuries. Then this time, Magistrate Zhang, do not worry. I will handle this matter myself. It will not implicate you, nor will it bring suffering to the people. Xiao Yinliang, seeing Zhang Qida's concern, promptly reassured him. With that, Xiao Yinliang waved his hand and stored the dozen or so corpses directly into his spatial pouch. Zhang Qida came from a cultivation world, so this was nothing new to him. Though the Zhang family had declined, they could still afford a few spatial pouches. But what surprised him was that Xiao Yinliang's spatial pouch could hold over a dozen corpses at once. How vast must its space be? Meanwhile, Master Zhao, who had been standing aside as a mere background figure, was no longer calm. As an ordinary mortal, everything happening before his eyes seemed like a miracle. Even after Xiao Yinliang had vanished without a trace, Master Zhao was still in shock. This? Incredible. Truly an immortal. Zhang Qida stepped forward and patted Master Zhao on the shoulder, deeply agreeing. As for Xiao Yinliang, he now had a slight understanding of his strength. He was the youngest Foundation establishment cultivator in the existing Lingbao continent, and a rogue cultivator without any sect. To achieve such cultivation in such a realm, how difficult was that? How could he be a simple character? At this moment, Zhang Qida only knew that Xiao Yanliang was extraordinarily unaware that in Qingchuan village there was more than just one cultivator. Yet by the time he learned all this, it would be much later. After leaving the morgue, Xiao Yanliang stepped on his sword and flew out towards Nanjia Mountain. Ever since Xiao Yanliang had awakened, he had taken all 3 meals at the Gu family's home. Xiao Qingwan would stand at the doorstep every day waiting for him to come for dinner. But today at noon, Oshi waited for a long time without seeing him. In her memory, her father always arrived at the doorstep precisely at noon. Gradually, a trace of anxiety crept onto Xiao Qingwan's little face. Gu Yunyun, seeing her standing at the gate staring up the mountain, shook her head and went back to the kitchen first. By the time the dishes were ready, neither Xiao Qingwan nor Xiao Yanliang had appeared. Xiao Lili looked through the window at Xiao Qingwan still standing at the gate. Third sister-in-law Waner is still standing there. It's almost time to eat, but she hasn't come in. And third brother hasn't returned yet. Could something have happened? Gu Yunyun glanced at her, frowned, but said calmly, Waner insists on waiting for her father to come back. If her father doesn't return, no matter how much we call her, it won't work. You know how stubborn that child is. Don't worry about her, I'll leave some food for her, and let's eat first. Gu Yunji, who had just entered the kitchen, heard this and immediately took offense. Her little Waner was the family's precious treasure. How could she be treated so unfairly? Just because of Xiao Yanliang, her precious niece had to go hungry. That wouldn't do. Sister, you two go ahead and eat. I'll get some snacks for Waner to tide her over. When Xiao Yanliang comes back, you must have a good talk with him. Our Waner has finally gained a little weight, and we can't let her lose it because of his late return. With that, Gu Yunji took a few pieces of pastry from the cupboard, placed them on a delicate small plate, and carried the plate to the front gate.